Market futures slightly lower here to start on a Friday morning as we get going into the final day of the week. That's been pretty eventful to say the least. We are going to get a whole bunch of Fed speak coming up once again this morning, a little bit later on, but starting with Fed Chair Powell at 9 o'clock. We'll get comments at least from Fed Chair Powell. Looks to be, anyways, that he'll just be giving the opening remarks at this event this morning. So might be nothing, might be something. We'll keep an eye on that. And then a few more coming up around lunchtime today. Whole bunch of things moving around as far as individual movers. We'll keep an eye on Reddit, obviously, coming off. Pretty exciting day yesterday. A lot of back and forth action for Reddit. Lululemon downside in a big way off earnings. Nike in play as well, was higher, no longer. Downside here, we'll get Tesla in focus this morning as well. Cutting production over in China. Never want to hear that from Tesla. It's Friday, March 22nd, 2024. Trader TV.live starts now. Now, there's a look at the NASDAQ right now. Downside the last few minutes here in a pretty big way. That's a 15-minute chart of the Qs right now, back below 445. It's only 0.3%, so let's put some perspective on this a little bit. Coming off a couple of days back to the upside. I mean, we started higher yesterday. Bit of a sell-off into the close. We ended basically where the Fed day back on Wednesday ended. That was very, very bullish. Very dovish. Fed Chair Powell, if you remember, back on Wednesday. We'll see if the tone changes at all coming up this morning. I doubt it will. I mean, I was saying to Frank yesterday, I don't think there's anything else he could say at this point that, you know, unless he just does a very strange 360 on his comments, but I can't see that happening.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, Brendo. It's been really interesting.
Sharif turning his mic on. Just give him a second. It's Friday. No, we're just talking just on the fact that it's pretty directional at this point, I think, as far as the opinion of the Fed. So we'll see what he has to say this morning.
Yeah, it's really interesting, Brendo. I mean, we haven't gotten any new economic data overnight or since his last speech to kind of really warrant any change here. There has been a lot of market exuberance. You have to suspect whether he has his eye on the market to see what they're pricing in. So sometimes, you know, you want to hit the brake a little bit, but I doubt we'll see that. A lot of earnings to talk about, Brendo, a lot of retail earnings, Nike, Lululemon coming worse than expected. Lots to chat about.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be the first one to tell you that he's not supposed to look at the market, but we all know that maybe under the table they are. Here's Baidu, meanwhile, up 4% or 4.8% right now. It was more than 5%. Nice pop on this note. Apple holding talks with China's Baidu over AI use, possibly in China. I mean, we haven't heard much from Ernie, which was Baidu's AI, since a bit of a lackluster debut for it, but a bit of a surprise here for Baidu.
It's funny though, yeah, because well, we saw what they did with Google. So you know they farmed out search to Google initially, and then with AI, looks like they're doing it again. So it stands to reason here that, you know, they're looking to a Chinese counterpart to bring AI for the Chinese users. We know obviously that they're using Chinese search engines on those on the China iPhone. So we'll have to see how it does. Baidu up nicely.
Yeah, we'll touch on a few earnings, as you mentioned, coming up here this morning. One that we kind of glanced at yesterday in the afternoon was FedEx. From an overall economic standpoint, FedEx with a nice report to the upside this morning to the tune of 11% here. One of the bright spots so far as the earnings reports are concerned. Retail, on the other hand, not so much. Both Lululemon and Nike with weaker than expected forecasts pointing to the possibility of a bit of a slowdown from the consumer side of things going into the latter half of this year. But absolute monstrous report for Lululemon. I mean, I was in a store 2 weeks ago and it was a Saturday, but it was still shoulder to shoulder in every single Lululemon, I think, at this point. So sales are fine at this point, but they are expecting a bit of a slowdown going into the second half of the year. Neil, continuing his holiday this morning. It's Brankles Day around here. Good morning, guys.
Are we going with, Brandon
Brankles
or Brankos?
Day.
You see, you got your mic on? It's on.
Is it on?
Okay.
They hear me? The people hear me?
The people are going to be happy with you today.
Oh my
God.
God.
Are we going with Brankos or Brandon? What do you want?
Brankles.
Brankos.
We don't want to confuse the people, right? We have a Brendan back there, and I'm Brankles.
Okay. So you ready to go?
I mean, I definitely didn't get my beauty sleep this morning compared to usual, but
Yeah, you look fantastic.
yeah. We had a good
We
got a good workout last night, so Sharif's happy with me.
You knew you were coming on, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Kind of. At 4 o'clock when you mentioned it yesterday.
I know. Thanks, Neil,
But
for that.
that's on me. That's on me. He did tell me the date. I did forget.
Okay. Anyways, no, it's gonna be a great
Yeah.
time. Brankles manages the floor back here, so maybe he'll have some stories, or maybe not, and then we'll figure all that out. Is anything happening tonight? Are the boys going out tonight, or?
I mean, depending on weather, I have to drive to Ottawa to see the future in-laws. So we're gonna find out.
You know what the thing is? It's supposed to be bad weather.
Yes.
Real bad weather.
Snow.
Tonight is there's actually warnings tonight.
Yes. 5 to
For
10.
hopefully the last time. What's on your mind today? I'm looking at Tesla. I think we got some good earnings there. Nike, Lulu, FedEx. I like the Tesla. Reddit. Good. You had a great trade on Reddit yesterday.
Yeah. So obviously this week has been pretty busy in terms of IPOs with AAPL and Reddit. So yesterday Reddit did the beautiful IPO thing, which is just to open and go straight up, right? So we like when that happens. And AAPL on its second day went at $10 right off the open. So not obviously different industries, different stocks, but we're hoping for kind of like a second move on Reddit to see if that happens. If not, we just hang out and talk with Sean all day.
Yep.
If it does, we'll be trading it. Just full disclosure, I am not comfortable trading on the show. There's a lot of lights on me, so I will be trading in simulation today. All of the lights?
All of the lights.
So just for
Kanye.
reference. But still, like, you can get good reps in simulation and practice. Like, obviously, you got to do what you got to do.
Hey, we're here.
Yeah,
We're here.
we're out here.
We're out here. Trader TV Live is going to be a fun show, and we're excited to get ready to rock and roll. We'll talk all about these earnings plays and all that as we go.
Yeah.
We've got watchlist.tradertv.live. We've got said sticky note here. I'm just trying to figure out which two names I want to add to the list here. I think we'll have to trade some Nike for sure underneath that $100 mark. We really like that short coming into today. Yeah, all is not well in China. So we've seen Tesla to the downside on China worries, Nike on China worries, Lululemon on the retail side of things as well. So it's been a little bit of a problem there down in that end. So all right, we'll go back to the desk and let's get this show started.
If you're just joining, both Nike and Lululemon under pressure here. Nike straight up coming out saying revenue is going to be downside for the remainder of the year. Lululemon suggesting sales might take a hit going into Q3 and Q4. I think across the board, the sentiment at this point is people are expecting a little bit of a slowdown on the economic side of things going into the latter half of this year, which, I mean, if we start getting interest rate cuts coming up in June, you would think that would be, positive for the overall economy. But I think it's already been incredibly strong for the past few months here.
Really the only thing I can think of, Brendo, is that it might help alleviate some of the credit card stress. We know credit card debt all-time high, over $1 trillion in the United States, and you have to assume with the higher rates comes higher credit card interest. So, if there is some alleviation in that regard, that could help the consumer a little bit. But also, Brendo, I was reading there's an aggressive shift in spending on retail and goods and more, hey, let me experience. I was stuck at home for 2 years. I need to go. I need to smell fresh air.
Yeah, I think
so that's where the money's going.
I think there's still some of that money sitting around on the sidelines as well, discretionary-wise. Let's talk about Reddit here real quick. Again, holding right now under $50, just above us, $49.80, $50 coming into play here, down 2.8%. Sean, you made a great point yesterday, coming off the debut. And sure enough, we wake up this morning and all the news broadcasts and the business broadcasts saying, massive debut, 60% to the upside for Reddit shares on day one. And obviously that's based off the IPO pricing, not necessarily what happened during the day yesterday.
Hey, look, it opened at 47. So I was watching it live. It opened at 47. It closed out at $50.44. All right, so 344 upside. But in all reality, we know that the insiders were buying at 34, which was the high end of the range. It was speculated that it would launch between $31 to $34 a share. That gave it a $6.5 billion valuation, where it closed out yesterday, Brendo. It gave it an over $7 billion valuation. $7.5 billion, I think I was reading. $9.5 billion, excuse me, at $50.44. So good look there. We'll have to see how they do.
Yeah, just seeing a few people mentioning Baidu again. There's some Apple-related headlines for Baidu today, up big time here, 5.25%. Apple apparently talking to BIDU about Ernie.
I got to go. Shout out to Anthony. Yeah, today it's the red and black eye watch here today. He asked me what watch we were wearing today. It's nothing fancy. You know, we got on the hoodie. I'm here with my Captain Casual over here, and we're gonna keep it cash right now.
It is Friday.
It's Casual Friday. Yeah. So I got the.
Yeah, exactly. Where's the Trader TV Live?
Feel this.
Oh, that's nice. Where's the Trader TV Live hoodie?
I was wearing it last week.
Okay.
I like you have the Trader TV Live.
I love that hoodie.
We got to bring it back, man. Make merch great again.
Yeah, honestly.
Make merchandise great again. Let's start that as a tag, and then maybe we can get some.
Yeah. Do you guys want merch? I want merch. I want free merch from the
free.
company.
Wait, hold on. It's like you want what?
I want free merch, but they have
Free.
to pay for it.
Why is the word free in there?
Well, because I work here.
Okay, so therefore you get free merch.
Yeah.
I mean, there's questions on whether or not you're overpaid to begin with.
Definitely.
I'm playing around. Give this man a raise. Give this man a raise. I have nothing to do with this man. He works for Real Trading.
I do work for Real Trading. That's so weird to say.
Isn't that so weird to
Yeah.
say? What, that you're actually employed or that you work for Real Trading?
What do you mean? You heard me in the background yesterday. I was doing my job.
I kind of want to host like a talk show. Like I just want to like forget about this trading stuff. Guys like me and you, we hang out.
Well, isn't that why you're building that background?
And on that note, wow, look at that. It's almost like, you know, we knew what we were getting to there. We have a podcast.
Yeah.
Want to come on the podcast one time?
Sure. I'd do it. How long?
Do I have to give you merch if you want to come on?
Yeah, at least something. Come on.
I was on the podcast merch. Yeah, tomorrow, 10 a.m. Check it out. Me and Brendan will be doing it tonight. And then, we're building a special room. There'll be more podcast light.
Have you been in it lately? They built the door like this thick. You're not going to be able to hear me like right outside the door.
Oh, yeah. People want to know what you were yelling about the other day.
Oh, OPC pending. So yesterday, you guys probably heard me in the background. I was yelling at all my traders, trying not to swear, and essentially telling them not to throw orders into market. So what happens is, from time to time, unfortunately, we lose connection with the broker. Very rarely, but when it happens, people are quite unprepared for it. And yesterday was one of those moments where right off open, we lost connection. So people didn't know if there were orders out to market. Or if what was going on. So essentially, I have to get up and start yelling at people to either cancel what orders they can, to stop throwing orders until the back office tells us it's okay. Sean, like the legend he is, just kept going.
It's funny because yesterday I look at yesterday we had OPC server was down. It was pretty nasty. I look at my messages and there's one from Branko's here and he's like, dude, the system I'm not sure about the cancels and the confirms and everything. I'm just like, all right, well, it seems like it's fine. I was like, I'm getting it's 2 minutes delayed. I'm like, anyways.
Sure, just black. Thank you.
Thanks, Randy. Anyways, so that's part of what we do here at Real Trading, right? Every floor has a floor manager. We're lucky enough to basically have two with Wayne as the training manager and yourself and you just came from training manager into manager role because Gregory is now in Montreal.
Rest in peace.
So you rest in peace.
Yes,
okay, sorry, he's still alive, yep. Rest in peace from here, but
yes.
I don't think you say rest in peace when people just leave a job.
He's dead to me.
He's dead. Oh, shit.
Like, I love him. I love him as a man,
ouch.
But he's dead to me as a manager.
Yeah, as a manager. That doesn't make sense. This is going to be a great show. I don't even know.
I'm not awake yet. I don't know about you.
Was there something we were supposed to be talking about?
Real trading?
Real Trading, it's a great opportunity for everybody to get on a floor like this. It's a Friday, and it's going to be a heck of a lot of fun.
It's a Friday.
Oh, Reddit, that's what it was. So I had Reddit up. So, Brendan, that's exactly what we said would happen. Everyone would come in yesterday. We said Reddit would be up 65%. Then all of a sudden it was up 30%. Then it was back up 70% or whatever. And we end the day up 30%. And then all the headlines are like, what a successful IPO for Reddit. But was it? I mean, you started off here at 47. We went all the way to 58. That happens pretty much every single time. My guy over here talked about Astera the other day, A-Lab, very, very similar motion to that ocean. And then now, the thing that I like about it was at least it looks like we might have found some support. Like if you say this was kind of over exuberance to the upside, then this was probably the same thing to the downside, just happening an hour later. So I would say if you cancel out this and you cancel out that, you would use this area 47-ish. hard to predict within 50 cents here, but 47, 47.50, 46.50 as an area for support. And then if we get long and we really like some of these breakouts, which I'm sure some of the traders behind us will be in today, breaking through 50 into 51.50, then taking those levels out and landing somewhere in this area where you take your first piece out, 53, 53 half, 55, and then you get to see if we do want to support or break that top. So that's how I think I'll be playing Reddit. I just paid for shorts. It's only $2 per 100 shares here, so you basically just need to make the 20 cents back. $2, 100 shares, 20 cents. So yeah, that would only be $2. Yeah, so 20 cents. So I think it's well worth the pay there for Reddit shares. So yeah, breakthrough 51.50. I like the long, and we like the long also down there near 45, 46. So let's wait to see.
Yeah, one thing we could also touch on Reddit is compared to AAPL because this is its second day and AAPL's third day. AAPL's second day, it opened up like 2 or 3% higher, whereas Reddit right now is down 2%. So that's definitely something to keep in mind, where it's like it's not showing the strength in pre-market. That being said, yeah, like this is the second day the stock's ever traded. There's going to still be a lot of price discovery. So I definitely think there's a lot of opportunity to be had, and I hope the guys behind me, as I start strolling in late,
we should fire some of these guys. I noticed that.
I've been close many times.
I think you're onto something here.
Yeah, just got to spark up the floor sometimes.
All right.
Yeah.
We can go back. Oh, look at this. Right on time. Here we go. Wow, look at this man. Man of many talents over here. 3 coffees.
Wow.
All right.
Thanks, Randy.
FedEx is going straight to the upside. All right, cheers. Thank you, Randy. All right, cheers, Brancos. Yeah,
Cheers.
that's right.
To a good day.
That's a guy I like. Downs one coffee and immediately grabs another one. I like that.
I'm still sleeping.
Hey, let's go back to the desk.
What a concept. A few people are still confused as to who the hell is sitting beside Sean this morning. If you're watching the show any other day of the week and you hear somebody yelling in the background, that's him. That's Brankles. He's the floor manager. Shout out to him. Thank you, Brandon, for sitting in for Neil today. Let's bring in Michael Moss here, CMT over at Trade Ideas, for a look at not only how the week went, but a really interesting concept that we've kind of been hinting at over the past couple of weeks on the show, Mr. Noss, in that we've started to see a little bit of rotation coming out of some of the high-flying stocks that have done so well so far this year, and going into places that I think people aren't yet paying attention to, maybe, but we're starting to see that money flow anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. And man, I was in the green room just listening to the guys rift up there and laughing. One thing I also wanted to mention just quickly, because they were talking about Reddit, and I was bringing up the chart while I was in the green room. A little tip, just something that I read, I guess, when I was doing the CMT, is that it's 85% of all IPOs undercut their IPO price at some point in the first 6 months of trading. So do with that what you will. It's just sometimes you hear something and you have little tidbits in your head that you wanna pass on. But yeah, we're gonna talk about sector rotation today, and we're gonna do that because I've been talking all the time about how I'm interested in other sectors other than semis the whole time. And I had a viewer hit me up on Twitter, which I always appreciate, and said, "Hey, can you slow down and explain a little bit more about this concept of sector rotation?" So I have a lot of charts which I will be going through quickly, but it's going to cover this whole kind of concept. So the first chart I want to look at is just the S&P 500 and talk about how this line that I've drawn, and this is the area that I kind of want to focus on for the first few charts, is our 2020 or March, call it 2024 highs that we pulled back into when we broke out of yesterday and the day before. The reason that area is going to be important because we're going to use this to kind of illustrate that there is money, like Brendo just said, flowing a little bit out of the semiconductors and into other aspects. And I talked about this a little bit on the after-hour shows when I was talking with Sean and with Neil. But you got to think of the guys who really move the market, which are large institutions and large funds. They, generally speaking, will have mandates that they have to be fully invested at any given time. They're not allowed to go to cash and wait for a good opportunity like we are. That's one advantage we have as retail traders. So this idea of sector rotation just says that if if the money has to be somewhere, it has to be in bonds, or it has to be in gold, or it has to be in marijuana stocks, or whatever it is, then our job as traders is to try to figure out what the institutions are going to be going into next. And if we can follow them and we can have kind of a hint of what we can pop into next, then we know that we can kind of be riding the wave, I guess, of these institutions. And that's what I'm looking for. So you need to understand, again, these large institutions, they can't just get into and out of a position. It takes them time to get into and out of positions. And what we're doing as chartists and as technical analysts is trying our best, and we'll never get it perfectly, but trying our best to figure out when and where money is going to move. So the next chart I have here is just the SMH, and I have a line drawn on the same area, and you can see the SMH is under that high. So the S&P 500, we all talk about the market, but it is just a bunch of stocks. It's 500 stocks right now, heavily weighted to tech, and has been for years and years and years, and maybe for a long time going forward. So if tech and if semiconductors are under that recent high, and the S&P 500's over that recent high, that means that at some point there's something else that's pushing the market up. That's not Nvidia, that it's not big tech, right? Apple is 7% of the index, I think, at one point, and it's making new lows. And Tesla is a big part of the index, and that one's making new lows. So just that alone should tell us that there's something else out there that's moving, that's pushing this index higher, and that's what we need to focus on. So this next chart is just gold, and what I showed you guys when I was talking about gold sector rotation, and you can see how it's holding right near its highs, and this was around that same time, around March, when the market was chopping near highs as well, but we note that that semiconductor index was actually pulling back. And the next chart is just where gold is now. So you can see a nice solid breakout. So this could give us evidence that some of these moves are taking place where, they're selling some semiconductors, taking some profits on an amazing move that we had on semiconductors, and gold might be one of those areas. The next one here is XLE, and it was the same thing. So I'm looking at this chart and I'm saying, well, the SPY's not moving. Semiconductors are selling off a little bit. XLE seems to be bouncing off this very clear level. And then if we go to the next chart, you can see that that's continuing. And then last but not least, we have MSOS, which I talked about on Monday. And this is what it looked like on Monday. And then the next chart is what it looks like today. So a nice little push up and continuing as well. So the reason that I bring up those charts is if you put in the context that we are still well below that high on semiconductors, but all of these other sectors are moving, that is really all we need. There's some more advanced ways to try to fight sector rotation, but that's really all we need to make sure that we are constantly focused on this, because what we don't want to do, and what happens a lot in the market, and what we're trying not to be, is the exit liquidity for retail or for institutions, which essentially institutions buy, and then the news cycle starts to pick up that whatever the institutions bought is the greatest thing in the world. And then you have this last little spike and you have retail FOMOing in. And retail FOMOing in is when institutions are selling. And right now, when we're having this rotation happen, what I'm trying to be is not FOMOing into things that institutions have been in for a long time and they're looking to sell. I'm trying to look now for what can happen next. So what I'm going to be doing this weekend and showing you guys on Monday is hopefully another sector that I think is interesting, and then some names within that sector. So I hope that did a little better job of breaking down sector rotation. The last chart I just have here is NVIDIA. And I just want to say that these things may not be dead forever. NVIDIA's been chopping sideways for a couple weeks, but if money starts to rotate back into it, there'll be evidence of that on the chart, and we will, I'll look to get involved there. It's not that I'm anti these sectors. I just want to make sure that I'm not the guy buying the top, and I'm looking for other things that this money could flow into.
I think in the past, a lot of people have expected a pullback when these types of rallies, we're not even getting a pullback. It's more like a pause, as you were saying. But the point here is that we're looking for, obviously the market's not pulling back, so therefore there's something that's still showing relative strength and something that's still showing or leading the market, or maybe taking more of a leadership role than some of the semiconductors. So how much does volume come into play for you from that sense? If you see relative volume specifically ticking higher, on a week-over-week or day-over-day basis. Plus, you're seeing some of the semiconductors calm down on the volume side. That's typically an indication.
Yeah, I love volume as an indicator because we are talking about large institutions and they can't, if you're buying the MSOS sectors, the marijuana sector, if you're buying billions of dollars in that, you can't hide your volume. So that's going to show up somewhere in the chart. So that is a really good point that you could simply for the day, and this is something you can do in trade ideas, you could just grab all the sectors and say, show me which ones are doing the most relative volume, and that will get you a place to look. You can also just look and say, okay, if the market is down or sideways, let me look at what sectors are up. That's what I do a lot of as well. But yeah, volume, momentum, all of these things, they just have to exist when an institution is trading, because of just the size of them. So that's the benefit, again, we have as retail traders, is we can try to focus on where the big money is flowing and see that in price and volume.
Mr. Noss, great insight as always. Have a wonderful weekend. We'll speak again on Monday.
Talk to you Monday.
Hey, Michael, yeah, I mean, I think that's important. He talked about the trade idea scanners there, and I know that that is one of the biggest things that all of us use. I mean, even here, we have trade ideas. Go get it right now. Trader TV 20, get 20% off. We talk about VWAP scanners. Like if there's certain things that are hit, if you're looking at certain alerts to get hit, whether or not it be an anchored VWAP or a volume alert, as we were just talking about, proof that levels are breaking. Just as Michael said, maybe we don't get an NVIDIA now, but as you see money start to flow back into it, you're looking for those big green candles, looking for volume spikes, definitely, I think software in that situation and some of the AI that even trade ideas can give to you. Yeah, he's not there.
That's scary. I thought he was there.
I had to look. No, just joking. That was so scary, right? Yeah.
Sorry. Yes.
But anyways, I just think that's something that I know that even traders, we won't give away, all of the secrets of the floor. But yeah, there's alerts that are used here, right? Obviously.
Yeah, that actually reminds me, my trade ideas ran out, so I need to message Michael Noss.
Your trade ideas ran out?
Yeah, he's my connect to trade ideas, so I do need to talk to him.
We'll probably be able to figure that out.
Yeah.
You use trade ideas?
Yeah. Where do you think I find all my SSR names?
There we go. So there you go. Look at this guy, always a professional over here. Look at this guy. Selling when he's doesn't even need to. Yeah, but that's another thing. There's another alert, right? SSR alerts. What's down 10%?
Yeah.
What are winning those races that we always wind up showing?
Oh, the races are great.
Anyways, I'm working on the sticky note. Make sure you go find that at Trader TV, Sean. And we also have our watch list, which we're going to go over immediately. So watchlist.tradertv.live. It's loaded with some names today, man. A lot of good trading opportunities here on a Friday.
Okay. We'll get some analyst moves coming up here this morning. We were wondering where we were going to go there. We're just working on some audio issues with Adara, but a lot of analyst moves on the earnings side of things this morning. I mean, Lululemon, anytime you get a report, regardless of whether it's positive or negative, everyone has to chime in with opinions on said earnings. So let's go over to Adara right now and get a few of those.
In that vein, Foot Locker leading the upgrades list here, another athletic apparel-related brand. Citigroup upgrading this one up over 2%, so nice look for FL. Sonova getting an upgrade here from Janney and trading up quite nicely as well. Verizon getting an upgrade from TD Cowen, and TD Cowen also upgrading Charles Schwab. From the downgrade side, Nike, another major earnings name from today, getting downgraded by RBC Capital Markets. Pfizer getting a downgrade here from Argus. Solar Edge getting downgraded also by Janney. And last but not least, Vulcan here getting a downgrade from JP Morgan Chase. Lots of big names on the board today, guys.
Okay, so, all right, I'm not going to talk about Nike because we're going to talk about that because we are going to come up with Nike in a minute on our watch list. But what name's not on the watch list is Foot Locker. Can you tell when Foot Locker reports like boom, boom, boom? It's just like every single time, oh, thanks, there's their August report. Here's their most recent report. Here's their report back in May. So it's just like they get hammered, but guess what? Every gap tries to get filled. So right here, we almost got this gap filled back all the way here. Well, I guess we did. Up there to $38. That came back. right? This gap boomed out of the downside. That came back. And right now we just have another gap right here. And now it's starting to have a little bit of life again. So if Foot Locker is getting upgraded, I'd like to go find out the reasons for that, because I thought retail, and this is what I'm going to get at with Nike, Nike's actually closing and guiding down on some of the franchise stores that they have. So to me, that would be a negative sign for Foot Locker. But it's funny that they get upgraded today on what I thought was kind of like bad retail environment news there, with Nike talking about their franchises and then some of their online, their direct-to-consumer sales as well. When I know Foot Locker, actually, funny story, last night I was sitting on the couch and I had the Foot Locker app open and I was surfing shoes. And then I had the Nike app open and was surfing shoes. And the wife came back over and she was looking, I don't know whatever, talking. And she goes, oh, you know, you're looking up shoes. And I was like, yeah. And then we come in today. And
You're a big shoe guy.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, well, I like to wear different shoes for sure.
I like shoes too.
Yeah, I like shoes as well. Yeah, you want to prepare Birkenstocks?
No, but I should. Those are comfy.
Yeah. I don't own any either, but my family owns
My
like
feet are
4
just
or 5
like
pairs.
My feet just look really weird in sandals.
Let's not talk about feet here, because our audience is going to get excited.
They don't like
about
feet.
this.
You guys don't like feet.
Don't. No, they probably do. This is what I'm saying.
Oh.
All right. So, anyways, yeah. Anything on that upgrade or downgrade? So basically, I was just saying, surprised a little bit by Foot Locker. Let's figure that out, because if we take this 200 period, Brankos, right here,
Yep.
I actually like this trade, because here's some consolidation. You know, you get down here, you get a bad earnings report similar to that Pan W and Adobe kind of stuff, and now you're looking to take out this 200. You take that out, next level up into here, and then maybe we do fill that gap. So Foot Locker. I don't know.
The beauty about the market right now is that we're like kind of closing in on all-time highs again. So anything in the morning that pops up, that's gapping up, that's doing volume, that's going to be your best shot at finding a good long, right? So whether it's Foot Locker, Nike, or anything off earnings with a good catalyst, that's where you want to be looking, right? Everyone always tries to overcomplicate trading, right? Just what's the plan? You want to go long something. Okay, the market's hot. Okay, what's doing volume? What has a catalyst? Find your levels and take good shots, okay? Be in control of your emotions, be in control of your risk, and then the rest isn't up to you, right? Everyone believes that they have some sort of willpower when they're taking trades, right? Or sort of will to kind of push the stock in their direction. It's like, no, like I don't decide if this thing goes up or down. I know Sean might, because, you know, he's just been here for 20 years. He knows exactly what's going to happen.
Right,
but
that's exactly right. I know exactly what's about to happen.
I mean, you know.
But it's just funny you say control your emotions, and there's probably two more emotional people around here than you and I, probably.
Maybe.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, people are like, "Oh,
I'm just loud. I don't know if
people
I'm
see you on a you're just loud, not emotional. I
Yeah.
mean, that's your expressing your emotions.
No, just because my parents are Russian, so I just got
Flatten that position. Don't trade. All right, let's go back over to the desk.
All right, let's get into everything else we need to know here. Almost 9 o'clock. Yes, we are at 9 o'clock, heading towards the open on a Friday. Shreve's going to lead it off with a look at the market.
53.02, the first time ever we close above 5,300. We're below it right now, trading at 52.99. The overnight high, 53.11. Let's see if we can reclaim that 5,300, use it as a level of support. If not, it's going to act as resistance. The overnight low, 52.92.
Just keep in mind, guys, we are expecting, I'm not seeing it anywhere yet, but we are expecting Fed Chair Powell here at some point. So watch the overall market. Let's get into, meanwhile, everything else we need to discuss as we head towards 9:30. If you haven't done so, go to tradertv.live. You'll see that pop-up come appear on screen. All you do is enter your email address, and then you get that every single day delivered right to your inbox. I'm just waiting here for some confirmation as far as video is concerned of Fed Chair Powell on a microphone, but I think he has actually started to speak here, so just keep an eye on the market. Anyway, let's talk about Reddit. Pretty good debut yesterday, comes out at 47. We top out around $58. Bit of a pullback throughout the remainder of the day. We're basically flat here this morning, but decent amount of volume down here, even with it down 2%.
Yeah, it was a big move up, 48% off the initial public offering price of $34. This IPO helped them raise about $750 million. The stock opened up at 47. It popped up to 57.80 at the highs. The closing price was 50.44. We'll have to see how they do. There, a lot of people talking about their profitability. So, more to come.
You can actually see him on here. Let me show you this. The feed's not working, but he is apparently speaking right now. So just be aware, guys, for Fetcher Powell.
Yeah, they are. So he was just phoning us to let us know they're having some difficulties with the feed there.
Oh, okay.
But no, we talked about Reddit, and I said this yesterday. Congratulations, Branko's had a good trade on that one. We had a couple decent trades on Reddit as well, and I feel like it was just the same old story, but you had to sit there and take that long right off the open if you liked it. Or I really feel like a good trade there was a key level break of 50. I only crossed up 30 pennies and actually missed it. That trade was a rocket ship right there early. So this is a perfect example of exactly what Brankles and Michael Noss were talking about there. When momentum's in names, you can get lifted. Like, you'll see NVIDIA go $20. You'll see Tesla go 5 or 6 and won't even stop. It'll just, once you get the right way, you can ride these things. And just like a roller coaster, this actually looks like a Six Flag roller coaster. You're straight up and then you're down and you go back up again, then you crack down. It's like, okay, let's go back up. But then right at the end, you get a little bit of a movement downside. So it was a fun trade. I feel like this 51.50 there. And I just put the sticky note out and I just said good volume and pretty fun trade. Like there's going to be levels here. It's going to give you an opportunity to make a couple bucks either way here. I like this little level break right there at 51.50. I feel like we tested it back before we went down on that second ride. And then we tested it again and then went down. So for me, I'm going to look long because it's day two. We have AAPL here as sort of an example. And again, we sort of brought that up earlier, where you had some nice movements on the first day and then continued again. And then yesterday, a little bit of a down round for them as all attention went over there to Reddit. So I feel like you can get second day exposure here, and that's what Reddit needs. RDT. See, sometimes when you push next stock, like it was clearly Reddit, goes back to Foot Locker there. But yeah, I like those levels, and then maybe I'll zoom back out one more time. Also a dip into here, 45, 46. Those are the only two levels I wrote down. Let's try longs down here. Let's try a break right there. And then other than that, if it's a short, we've paid for shorts, and we will go short. But early, I'm going to look long, despite it being down 2%. I want to see some of those degens get back into this name and buy the stock back up.
Yeah, so I don't know if you heard me yesterday call it out. So 53, so on the way back down, I yelled out 53 is your mom's stop, and then 50 was your grandpa's stop. So those are kind of the levels that I'm looking back today. And why do I say that? It's because there were just clear areas on a minute chart where after that first kind of candle move down yesterday, I don't know if I could show you guys. I could like scroll back maybe. Give me a second here.
Zoom out, mate. Oh, you have the wrong times.
What do you mean?
It's because it's going through the whole night. See?
Jesus Christ. Oh, we're here. Okay, so yesterday, as you can see here, we had huge momentum. This is a 3-minute chart. We had huge momentum off the open, visualized by the kind of the...
Click on the arrow so that you can get the crosshairs.
Gotcha, buddy. Okay, so you can visualize here that there was huge volume off the open, and that's what's going to drive stocks in any direction. And then you had that kind of move up, and then in this first kind of down red candle here, we had kind of 52.70 holding, I would say 53. So when it made that secondary move up and didn't break the high, I called out 53 is going to be your grandpa's stop. Or your mom's stop, because your mom is kind of quicker, she's still a little younger, she has the quicker hands, so she could put in that stop for 53. She thinks a little faster, right? But unfortunately, you also have your grandpa, and your grandpa's stop is 50 because he's a little lazy, he's a little tired, he might have fallen asleep a bit. So you knew that people that caught the long that didn't cover and were a little greedy were probably going to put their stop at 50. So those were areas yesterday where if you want to look for shorts or you want to look for like the backside, finding where your mom's and grandpa's stops are always a good sign for good entries. Wow, Sean just left me out to hang, eh? All right. Okay, what else do we have here? Yeah, so for Reddit, no, you can go back to my chart. Don't look at me. My hair is a mess. Okay. So we have a chart here. Oh, my face is blocking it. All right, let's move it here. So I have my chart here. It's on a 15-minute. I got some lines here. So these are kind of the levels I'm looking at today. Obviously, this like 45 area was the low. And then you have like 52, 53 as your mom stop, 55, 50, and then all-time highs. So if Reddit's going to be good, like we have to break all-time highs today to continue. Obviously, we have a long way to go to get there, but that's my expectation for a good day on this stock is that we're breaking all-time highs and doing kind of like a secondary day move. And if not, I'm not really interested until we get back down to 45. Oh, here we go. Hey, Sean.
What's going on?
I don't know. I just started rambling.
Good, perfect. You're on the right show for that. All right, back over to the Ramblers.
Thanks, Sean.
I don't even know how to follow that up.
Yeah, he doesn't talk that much.
No. Let's let's talk about Lululemon. Earnings absolutely monstrous for Lulu across the board. It was the forecast that was a bit of an issue.
Yeah.
The initial move here, it doesn't look like much, but the initial move after the close yesterday was actually higher. And then it just gets smoked on the actual forecast. They came out and said that they are expecting the consumer side of things to slow down a little bit, not only into next quarter, but into the latter half of this year as well. Nike following suit on that. We'll get to that, I'm sure, at some point. But yeah, 13% here for Lulu.
Yeah, it was a tough look, Brendo. It's they beat on the top and bottom line. The issue was demand in North America, which is their largest market. They grew 9% in America, but they're looking at declining growth as they also mentioned the shift in spending between goods on services. So we'll have to see how they do. The week guide really sent this one down. They guided 2.18 billion to 2.2 billion. The street was looking for 2.25 billion. So down we go.
I'm actually surprised by this. It's only trading 60 times earnings. PE 60 on Lulu.
It's not bad. Well,
I thought it would
for a retailer, that's kind of high, I guess, right?
Just to confirm, Fed Chair Powell does not comment on monetary policy. So it was just opening remarks at this event that's taking place, guys.
Yeah, so we'll have to find out about that. I don't know if Powell's going to move the markets too much. I mean, we already saw 2 days ago was the big event, and what's happening now is just a sort of follow the leader here. And I think that if we're going to talk about some retail names, today was a bad day for many of them, right? Retail, Lulu and Nike both come out. And you know what? The funny thing is we have our watch list here. You can go get it, watch.tradetv.live. We'll have all the numbers in there. But they both beat on top and the bottom line. The problem is that the guides were bad. And sometimes I feel that you get sandbags. And what I mean by that is like, we saw that with Palo Alto, slightly guide down, Adobe, all these guys. They come out with great quarters and they beat analyst expectations, and then this is what happens to the market. So you know what I think about that? Why the heck are we even expecting anything? Like if you're going to come out and beat the numbers that the street is expecting you to put up, and then you're just going to say, well, we beat the numbers, but then, we do think that potentially sales could be a little worse moving forward than the numbers that these other analysts have guided for anyways. So it's like we beat the numbers on the street and then we say, well, we might not beat the numbers next time. So when we get hit down 13%, when those numbers are clearly been wrong this time. So I don't know. I don't know what to think about Lululemon other than I want to buy names that have good channel checks. Brendan talks about it all the time. Goes to the stores, sees the lineups. The same situation's happening in my house. I just recently got Lulu pants and stuff like that. Let alone, you guys know I have a wife and a daughter that want to wear all that kind of stuff, like the big brand names.
Yeah.
They've been around for 30 years. It's a successful company, and they never really disappoint. But we had Danielle Shea on the show yesterday, I think. Yeah, it was yesterday. Wow, what time flies. And like 3 hours ago, not even that long ago. And she mentioned that Lulu doesn't actually do well on earnings. So often, as I said, higher expectations on a name like this, so that when they miss on the guide, it does get hit because we have such high expectations. I think we buy this name down here, let it settle down over the next couple of days. But remember when we let Adobe settle down for 3 days and then basically its worst day was its first day? So, nice move to the downside there. You could have caught something there, but then you got a nice little bump up. So I guess we're coming back on Adobe as well. So this is what I mean. I think there's going to be a time where you need to be patient. And this is just another name here, Lululemon and Adobe. I really like, the opportunity to buy these dips, but I still think it's early. My cash is going to remain on the sidelines.
Yeah, so the beauty about Lululemon, two things. I would love to see Sean wear some Lululemons. And then two, the thing.
Oh, they have men's dress pants.
Yeah, but that's not what
the
I'm
kinds
talking
you
about.
want to see me in,
Yeah.
you will not be seeing me in.
I mean, it is Casual Friday.
Fine, next Friday.
Okay, sick. All right, you heard it here first. Okay, so this
Sponsor, give me a big Trader TV live right across my backside.
Okay, so the thing about Lululemon. Okay, let's talk a bit about trading, I guess.
You're the one that brought it to me wearing Lululemon pants.
Yeah, that was my segue.
I'm gonna need another coffee. Where the hell is Randy?
We're not even open yet. Okay, so the thing with Lululemon is I do have a little bit of experience in buying stocks that are, kind of had some bad earnings. And the one thing I could say to anyone thinking of trading this today is you don't want to be the first and you don't want to be the last. So what I mean by that is if you're going to be looking for a dip buy, you want to make sure that other people are buying before you to kind of give you that base and that kind of confirmation of any sort of upward momentum, right? So don't be the first here. It could be 413, it could be 400 the low today. So you don't really know. Be patient. Follow your plan, whatever it is, but make sure you're not first when you're kind of trying to catch the knife on these types of things. Okay, so be careful out there.
All right, let's go on to Tesla. Downside to the tune of about 3.5%, coming off a few days higher here. If you missed it this morning, reports anyway suggesting that they're going to reduce the China factory output going forward. So yesterday, pretty negative, and then we get some follow through today back towards 165 again here for Tesla.
Yeah, they're asking individuals working at the Shanghai facility to start working about 5 days instead of the 6.5 that they're regularly scheduled to work. That's as a result of weaker demand. Don't forget that a lot of the Model Ys and 3s that are made in Shanghai are actually exported to Europe. So this is not just reflective of Chinese demand. It could also be reflective of European demand. That's point number one. Point number two, Senator Elizabeth Warren again wrote to the SEC a 6-page letter, really long-winded, trying to get them to investigate Elon Musk and any spending irregularities, Brendo, within Tesla.
Michael Noss making a good point there. Tesla, a big part of the index. I mean, the S&P is about to go green. And Tesla looking like it's going to go back towards day lows here, guys. So relative weakness all over the place.
Okay, I missed that note about the index. What percentage was Tesla? Because I didn't think it was huge, but maybe it's 1 or 2%, so it's still good number there for Tesla. We wrote down on our sticky note here exactly what I just saw some people in the chat saying. Let's stay short. I wrote down 168 as a short here. We may have to break through 165. Look, I wrote down less production out of China is definitely not a good thing. So we can go find it at Trader TV Sean on the sticky note. I feel like once these names start to trend, this is what you get, This was an all-day short yesterday, despite the market. I mean, the market fell short yesterday, actually, as well. We started to rally. Obviously, it was an up day at the end of the day for the market, but it was not an up day for Tesla, as we closed Friday at 175.60 and then closed yesterday down here at 173. So was a negative day overall. You get some pretty wild moves off the open for Tesla, as we've talked about this every day pretty much. 177 yesterday down to 174, then right back up to the highs again of 177, and then the tank started happening, and then you could start to play off VWAP and downside. So that's what I'm going to try to do today. We have the 200 period moving average here, and again, I'm not really using that right now. That will smooth out once we get some more ticks here. But up here near 168, I was just thinking that if we get a couple dollar pop, that would be something that we'd look to fade. It was the high here in the pre-market. So just looking to get short on Tesla. If we wind up, getting going, then I think, 170, we probably want to get out on any sort of key level breaks in and around 170. Thank you so much, Randy. Another savior coming through right there.
No, I'm okay.
Franco's is good, though.
I'm already jittery.
Despite his looks, he does not need another coffee. Okay. I just wish I had your coif up there. That's.
I know. I wish I got a haircut
You have
before
great
this.
hair, by
that's
the
for
way.
sure.
That's for sure. Okay. So, anyways, a fade up here at 168. I'm going to take that short. We're going to hold it against 170. So it won't be a huge position early because we don't need to get run over. Just like catching a falling knife. If this big middle finger comes straight to the upside, we want to get the heck out of that way. So we'll wait for 170 to break on Tesla, and then I am so thinking short that we'll probably break this 165 to the downside, and I'm going to join that momentum. And if we can break 165, we'll hit the 165 short brankles, and then we'll use like this 166 area here as our out in case we're wrong. So I'd rather give less risk on breakouts because sometimes when you break the bottom, that's exactly what it was, the bottom. And then you take it on the way back up, and that's not a nice feeling.
Yeah, so my thoughts in terms of Tesla, I think, it just shows kind of that we're in a pretty healthy market. Like the overall index is strong. However, one of the biggest companies in the world is not doing well. So that's something I like to see when the market's doing well is like, can it hold up when the big bad wolves aren't doing so well? So Tesla is interesting. I have the daily up here. Obviously, 150 looks like a huge level. We're kind of far from there yet, but that's something I'll be looking at as like a key level moving forward in this name.
Positive note here this morning for Alphabet from Wedbush, putting it on their best ideas list going forward. So a nice 1% move pre-market here for Google. Just remember there was that note on. We were talking about it, what was it, Monday or Tuesday? There was that AI note between Apple and Alphabet. Apple comes out this morning talking to Baidu apparently now over in China about using Ernie, but just took out day highs there again for Google.
Yeah, look, it was Scott Devitt this time around for Wedbush, not Dan Ives, making the comments. And he says he believes the structural risks to Google search are well overstated. He says that their data is unmatched and able to develop and train AI models using image, text, video. They have YouTube, they have Google, and they have Android. All these different platforms are going to help train the large language models. So he likes them and raised the price target, Brendo, to 175 from 160.
Yeah, we were talking about 150 going back to the beginning of February, and then to start the year, we are actually above that. But 150 going to be key here today for Alphabet.
And J stop.
To not do, that doesn't fire off in the pre-market? Oh, okay.
If you do the script, it would.
We're just talking about, I was literally just talking about Tesla there.
We're just having a bromance right now, guys.
Yeah, because I was telling him, as per usual, stay tuned for more of that as we go. Yeah, that's right. So basically, I was just talking about putting out stop orders here into the pre-market, and I told him I put one in for 165, despite us having still 9 minutes to go. But then I'm using a key that won't fire off in the pre-market. So what I mean by that is I don't want to be involved if it gets down here on like one crazy spike on an imbalance or something like that, and the next thing I know, I'm stuck there short when it was just like an liquidity event, right? So that's what I was talking about. So there you go. All right, so Google, and it's funny that this made this list here because it is sticky note opportunity number 2. So I only have one long. Well, actually, I have Reddit longs on here as well. We'll play AMD short. We'll play Apple most likely to the short side. We'll wait on that. But Google long. I mean, look at Google today. How could we not go long? It's up 1%. They got that. Again, Wedbush, these guys are very, very pro everything tech. So no surprise that this gets added to one of the best ideas lists. But look at Google. I always write this down, man. We wrote this down yesterday, and we were long Google a little bit yesterday, but didn't quite get to 144. This gap right here, that was that news about Apple and Gemini. Until we fill that gap, I still want to keep going long down here until we wind up breaking back down below 144. So I wrote down 144 long. The reason why I wrote that down is because when I wrote that thing, we were here at 146, 147. Now we're all the way up to 149. Like Google just really got going there. So those levels that I wrote down probably aren't going to come into play. I thought we could get a $2 move down. I mean, it's not like that's not unheard of. Yesterday we were at 150. We cranked down almost $4 down here into 146, 147. So I was hoping, Brankles, that today we could possibly break in here with a negative market and get down to that 145, 144 area. But now that doesn't seem like something that will happen. So for me, Google would be along somewhere around 147, 148. But again, I think we got to be patient, look at these bottoms from yesterday, see if they hold first. So I'm a bear today. We'll see what happens in the market. It's only down 0.19. I don't know. We had a negative week last week. We only had 2 negative weeks in the last 16. This could be another one, and it wouldn't surprise me on a week where we've had Fed.
Yeah, so in terms of Google, I feel like right now it's kind of in no man's land. Like it's just below that kind of what's that high I have here? 154, 155 level on the left here.
Yep.
So if I were to be taking Google seriously today as a day trade, I would be looking a lot actually at the VIX, the volatility index, to kind of tell me that if that's trending down, that's something maybe I would look for to kind of have a move up because it is such a strong stock near all-time highs in terms of Google. So if I'm looking at Google today, I'll be using the VIX as kind of like a measure of volatility. If that's trending down, then that'd be an interesting stock to buy to look for the continued move up.
16 gigs of RAM or something like that. It was way less money. Anyways, we're talking about the Apple M3 MacBook Pro that we got just a couple weeks ago. Lots of interesting reviews out there in the world. Speaking of Apple, if you missed it this morning, Baidu popped up here. It was actually more than 5% at the high, gets above 108 there briefly, but we're trying to hold 106 right now. Looks like it's not going to. Apparently Apple talking to Baidu regarding Ernie AI over in China.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like we said at the top of the show, if they're going to use Chinese search engines for their Chinese users that are using iPhones, it stands to reason that they use a generative AI app. So Baidu looks like they're going to get the benefit of this. Recall though, guys, when they launched Ernie last year around this time, it was kind of a botched launch. They showed a video instead of actually showing it live, and then there were multiple reports afterwards that it didn't function in the way that it was supposed to. So a lot of questions to be asked about this. Not like we can test it. So I've got no opinion.
Yeah, remember we got that, extra detail yesterday regarding the DOJ investigation into Apple as well. If you go to a daily chart here, I just wanted to highlight one of the highest volume days downside yesterday for quite some time on Apple.
Yeah, I wonder why. So again, thanks DOJ. Like, this is the largest employer in the United States. This is the largest taxpayer in the United States. They create the products with the highest customer service and satisfaction of any product in the history of products. I mean, these are just facts. I'm not making this up. Yeah, let's go after them, and let's see how much money we can squeeze out of them and the U.S. taxpayers, because if they collect money, they might as well spend probably a couple $100 million, maybe even more than that, trying to investigate a random email that they have from 2019 that says, yeah, you know what? If we make a good enough watch, maybe people will stick with the iPhone. Right, how to make your product. It's like us saying, hey, if we give another stream here, maybe people will watch more of us.
I like that idea. More angles.
Anyways, you do like that idea. Okay,
Yeah.
so you cannot work for the Department of Justice then, okay? Because
Definitely not.
you want what's best for everybody. I
Yeah.
get it, okay. All right. Anyways, needless to say, Apple yesterday had a pretty bad day. And it was not a good day for Apple. And hopefully Friday may be a better one, but it's not starting off that way. It started nicely, but as we come into this open, there's going to be, and there must be, an imbalance because we just got hit downside there on Apple. I don't see anything here on Apple. We have sound with the big sell imbalance. There it is. Oh, I just saw it. There it is. Yeah. So it's small, but it's 258,000. So, all right. The idea behind this trade, in my opinion, would be I want to buy 170s until it breaks. So to me, that's a key psychological level. I'm not trying to fight the market. I think that's the wrong thing to do. So if the market's going to be short on Apple, then we'll get short. We actually traded it yesterday to the short side. We were long early. Then we faded these plays and we were short Apple and actually wound up making a net P&L positive day on Apple yesterday because we flipped over from longs to shorts. So I think that, especially as a manager, Brankos, we never want to be, married or convinced one way on a stock. We want to trade what we can see.
Yeah.
So my bias will be right now going long at 170, but then if we break that, then I think it's a short off those levels, and you have to have that ability to flip up your opinion.
Yeah, I'm short Neil right now because it looks like he has an Android cable here, so I can't charge my phone.
Yeah.
And I have an Apple.
He was only BlackBerry for about 12 years.
Yeah, so that's my thoughts on Apple right now.
Yeah. He did say short Neil.
short Neil.
He did say short Neil.
Yeah, love that guy, but come on, like Android,
I know.
Can you see? I don't know where the camera.
People know
there we
what.
go.
Yeah, people know what that looks like. Yeah, that's a USB. That's for because he has the Pixel 8 or 7, so that's a USB-C.
All right, let's go along Apple phones. I'm part of the problem. I'm sorry, guys. What else about Apple? Yeah, like I don't know. I don't have much to say.
All right, that's okay. Let's go back there, and the Apple Baidu connection is just another Chinese story that I would think is a negative, to be honest with you. All right, back over to the desk.
Being aware of fake outs today. We've been talking about pullbacks all week on how to trade at 11. Make sure to catch that with Dara and I today at 11.
All right, we're ready to rock and roll. Just telling Brankos to relax. He's already mentioned that he's going to be in sim mode because this is what we're doing. So we'll talk about some key levels. We'll hear some, we'll hear some stories. We'll trade some stock, and we'll have a lot of fun. Thank you, everybody, for watching today on a Friday. With only 40 seconds left, Adair will ring the bell, and then we'll get this party started. So initially, what are we looking at? We're looking at Tesla. So I like a Tesla break of 165. I really like a short at 168. We're waiting for that to come through. As I double check the sticky note, we're waiting for Google's on the short, on the long side. We didn't really get to AMD or NVIDIA or anything like that. Not yet. We have, close. 20 seconds. I like an AMD short right into these levels that we talked about, 170. Where is the... I don't have, there's the countdown. We're a little late on this countdown. It'll be 5 seconds off. Right there. It was on the wrong page. So, Dara, we only have 3, 2, 1. There it is. And it is Friday, and we're ready to rock and roll. So, I am looking short on AMD, but AMD is starting to break right now. So, this could be a rest in peace open for some of these names. Nice move to the downside right now for AMD as we watch out for Tesla, and that's starting to maybe... that's kind of opening relatively flat. I saw 167 level, and we're going to wait for 168. So here goes Tesla, trying to take out 167 now. Let's start this party a little bit early, take a 167 fill, and then just see what happens. We are going to wait for 168. 170's a problem spot for us. Not yet. Reddit quickly. All right, Reddit down a little bit here, down 3%, down to 49.
Yeah, you just gotta be patient with Reddit today. Like, if the secondary move isn't there, then you just gotta kind of sit on your hands and look for other opportunities. Unfortunately, right now it's not doing too much. In terms of Lulu, because that's another interesting one. Where's that heading right now? That's also kind of like not doing too much. So just wait, be patient, wait for that bottom, find some consolidation, and then maybe look for a long. That's not something I'm looking to short, especially since it's down so much on the day.
Yeah, the thing is here, we should have been a little more patient with our Tesla trade because we just shorted that 168, that level that we had mentioned before, and right now we got to wait for it because we could have started to take some profit, but our average price now is 70. So as you can see, we did take a 167 short, then we took a 168, giving us this average price. So you should be able to tell that we had many more shares up here near 168. Let me put a little bit more on now, as it seems like we're trying to hold that. So we'll go short 168 there on our first trade for Tesla. We are now short at 75. Maybe we'll take a fill at 50 just to, get a little bit out there. We are also bidding down in the 30s. Let's see if Tesla does make that move back into 165. Now I'm going to cancel that sell through here because we're already short. We don't need to get more short once it breaks. We have a decent sized position right now. Let's just check out on AMD quickly, Brankos. Oh, nice move up to, okay, so that just moved up nicely up here into 178, 179, looking at 180. We wrote down a 180, 181 short sell here for AMD. So let's see if that starts to get cooking a little bit right now. And there it is. We're here again. Brankos, I always say it doesn't matter who's sitting here, but I am glad it's sure you. We now do have a $1. That's your first dollar club, Brankos. Looks like you've been into the club here, but we have a nice dollar club winner. These are the clubs that Brankos likes, as you guys can all see. And there we go. It's a nice move to the downside now for our friend Tesla.
Yeah, good job, Sean.
Thank you, Brankos.
Yeah, glad to see it performing well for the people. In terms of Reddit, still doing nothing, boring, come on. Lululemon, something I'm looking at, doing nothing, boring, great job. And then what is ALAB up to these days?
Yeah, good call, yeah.
ALAB looked like it's breaking out a bit. That's something I'd say keep an eye on. Obviously, I think it went to 80 yesterday. Hey, let me pull it up on this side for you guys. ALAB, come on. Yeah, it looks like it went to 80 yesterday. So that's definitely we got a long ways to go till we get back to all-time highs for ALAB. But if it could show some momentum early, maybe it could get back up there today. So hopefully market treats us well today so we can find some good longs. If not, what are the weak stocks? And like Sean was mentioning earlier, Tesla is something that's looking weak. So if the market doesn't look strong early, that's something where we could go short and find some good fills.
All right. Yeah, so that's the only position I'm in actually right now is Tesla. We just reloaded that short again as well. So far so good there on Tesla. So let's go. All right, so now it's starting to break a little higher. Remember we talked about this, was that we wanted to wait for 170. So let's be patient. Here it goes. Tries to take out 168 again and then falls down another 50 cents. So let's just keep on ringing that damn register, Brancos, because as I said, you know, this is what's flowing around here, hopefully, would be some winning trades. So there we go. We'll watch out for a nice little downside move as we've just reloaded it again. So that's multiple times right there that we've just had 60, 70 cent winners now on Tesla. Damn, Brancos. Look at this move to the downside right now. Let's go. Nice little move. Let's break through 167. And that, Brancos. Now we're starting to get going. Here we go. Nice little move to the downside now for Tesla. We're just kind of getting some out and trying to hold a very, very core position here in Tesla. What's going on with Coinbase? Coinbase has been quite a nice trade lately. Look at that move. Wow, yeah, we're straight up $5 and down, hitting that 200 period moving average. As unfortunately, I wanted to talk about crypto today to the upside, but right now it's heading southbound as crypto down to 63.8. Not good. I don't know, did Tesla just accept Bitcoin or something? Because we just went up another $1 right there for some reason on Tesla. We'll average back in here. I was just joking about that Bitcoin thing. Please don't say that Sean said Tesla's accepting Bitcoin. But there it is. We'll take another average here, but this is be it. We've already hit it too many times. Upside at 166 or 168. Now it needs to fall, right? So we'll see about this one, because if you just keep on averaging in, although we are, here it comes back in again. If we keep on taking profit, that's one thing, which we're doing. But at some point, you're taking 30, 40, 50 cents to lose $2, not going to be a winning recipe. But right now, we'll go one for one and keep looking for trades. But look at the market, Brancos. I mean, it's up, down, and around. Maybe Adara has some news for us.
I do have this one penny stock to keep an eye on here, BioLace, BIOL. This one had a bit of a mixed performance on earnings yesterday. They are up about 69%, $3.5 million market cap. So earnings-related news bringing BIOL to the upside, guys.
Yeah, so it looks like Reddit is broke your grandpa's stop today, and if it can hold that 50 level, it can make another move up. So definitely something to keep an eye on. In terms of volume, it has done 1 million, so ideally you want to see more volume come into this name if you want to see an extended move on the second day. But yeah, definitely something to keep an eye on. 50 is your grandpa's stop, so if it can hold your grandpa's stop, this thing has a chance.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, here's another one that has a chance right now. Do we play this break is the question right now on Google. Google's up to 150 again. This has been a really nice break level. But right there, we broke it. I think we had this trade. We broke that up to 150.35 and then stopped, and then we really got hammered down there. I think, was this in the pre-market? Well, it was right off the open. So looks like we're trying to do that again today, breaking through 150 here on Google. We know we like the long, as it turns out to be another one of those best ideas. Watch out for this. I don't think we want to take this, but it could be something. We're now back into the dollar club on multiple reloads, Brancos, down there on Tesla. So there we go. We'll take it again. There's another out. I mean, this is just what we're doing. This is a blemish, but it's not really, because it was such a small position. Once we actually got our 168s, our average price was 167. Brancos. Let's go. Right there. Look at that fill we just got. Brancos, hands up in the air like this man don't care. There it is. Look at that. 166.70. That's another $1.30. So, hey, man, it's a one trade wonder over here today as we get Tesla on board. And I think that that's fine.
Shorting weak stocks makes sense.
It's not, yeah. Oh, well, yeah. That's the whole point of the sticky note and stuff like that. Is to just to find direction and play that direction. We talk about that all the time. Wait for your opportunity to get in on something, and we just missed an opportunity to buy Google because there it goes. It break. Wow. Okay, we got another out on Teslas. That's continuing southbound, and Google's continuing northbound. So we nailed that one on the sticky note as a long, wherever that note is. But the idea here was it didn't dip into our levels, so we're not long right now on Google, and you'll miss some of those trades, right? I mean, mean,
Yeah.
that's the one thing that we have to tell traders is, and I put that note out, like no FOMO. Like from now on, we take the trades that we see. We can't get them all, and we're happy to get the ones that we do. We just got to work on trading them better.
Yes, like a lot of what I tell the traders in the back is like you can only focus on so much. You can only have so much mental capacity to watch a certain amount of tape. Like you can't be looking at 4 stocks at once unless you're Sean and Neil. But for me, it's usually 1 or 2 names off the open and maybe a tertiary idea throughout the day if it sets up correctly. So
Slow down on those words. Tertiary.
Tertiary?
Yeah. That's like secondary. What
Yeah.
now, Ramin?
Or this. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Oh, you're wearing a... Okay.
Sean doesn't know how to use a mic. Come on. Has been doing this for how many years?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's okay. That's why we have help, right?
The thing that everybody needs to know is there's nothing wrong with my mic. See? There. See?
I trust Ramin. I don't know.
Caught red-handed, Ramin. Caught red-handed.
She knows what
You know
she's
my
doing.
wife is watching this. All right, so here we go. All right, let's get going here. So we did not reload. We're still waiting for another position here to come on something, so we'll have to wait to see if something pops in for us or not. But right now, it's kind of been a little slow. Right now, let's check out some of the names that we talked about earlier.
I'm looking at that.
Yeah, let's look. You're looking at Lulu right now? Okay.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Sean's not buying enough Lulu pants, so this stock is going to the downside right
Yeah.
now. And like I said earlier, if you're looking for a long here, you gotta wait for someone else to buy first. So you just gotta be patient. One of these candles will close and a bid will come. But as of right now, we're down almost 15%, and 400 looks like it's incoming. And then just wait for a candle to close green, and then you know that someone is behind you. Someone is on the same side as you. So don't get too early into Lulu. Wait, be patient. Reddit just did not like that 50 level. Your grandpa's stop was it today. If it didn't hold 50 and is going straight back down to 48. So I'm pretty sure the low yesterday was 45. So that could be another key level to look at.
All right, so we have stopped averaging into Tesla, and we're gonna wait. Okay, there it is. So I was gonna say we'll wait for that 168.50 level to come through, and then we're gonna wait for 170. It's straight fire right now.
Yeah.
The one trade that we've missed for sure. Now that I see not really. I thought there was this market going up. Google would have been rifled right back up there to the upside, but that does not seem to be right. So Google hanging out right now. It looks like Tesla starting to get some love all the way to the upside. We're short at 168.19, but this is not a huge position. We talked about my stop is breaking through 170. So that's what we want to see happen. So remember we kept on talking about taking it out. It did come back up. We had 20% left. We are adding another piece here at 168.50. So you can see our average price now 168.20. So that should show you, the kind of size that we were using, and just the average in to me is more what it's all about right now. So let's wait to see if that can happen. A breakthrough on 170, and we're wrong on Tesla. I mean, I thought it was a pretty negative catalyst, them slowing production in China, and let's just see if we're right about that. I mean, that's what we talked about, Brankos. The market will go up and go down. Reddit just had a $4 or $5 move there for apparently no reason. Lululemon's making these moves as well to the downside.
Mm-hmm.
We could check out Nike. There's, look at that. Now we're all of a sudden right back into the money on this Tesla trade. We say this all the time, and Brankos, you got to tell this to your traders as well. I'm sure you do. You got to be confident in some of your positions. And if you just sit there and wonder like, oh, I'm going to take a 5-cent stop and I'm going to take a 20-cent stop and I don't believe in this position, that's how you actually wind up getting destroyed, because the next thing you know, you're 2 wins and 16 losses because you have so many small hits that they just add up. I'd rather be confident in one play. And guess what? That reload level, Brankos, it's exactly what we want to see.
Another one.
Because now you're back in the club, Brankos.
Oh my God.
And here we go. There's another dollar winner for you.
This is crazy.
What's up to my guy Josh over there? He's ready to rock and roll. What's up to Wayne, who's on vacation? Everybody today, we're kicking it live on Trader TV with my guy Brankos.
I'm just happy Josh is awake today.
Oh, shots fired. No, I looked over there and I was like, because he sits where Stephanie used to sit over there. So it's like,
He has nice hair too.
the best. I've actually commented about that on the show. These guys, bunch of studs around here you're hiring, my guy.
I mean, they don't trade well, but they're getting there.
Ouch, ouch. I like all these shots fired, man. This is exactly This is
No, I'm kidding. I'm just joshing around.
Good one.
Okay, so someone in the chat mentioned CGC up 13%. So that's something that I don't think we talked about this morning. That's definitely a ticker that seems strong. So it looks like a recent high is $6. So we're kind of working our way towards there. Right now it's traded $2 million on the day. Actually, one of my favorite tickers in the market is WeedTO, and it is the TSX variant of Canopy Growth, right? Just a great ticker name. I don't know. That's all I have on it.
All right, there was, the ticker weed was in there. And by the way, Brankos, if you like $1, you probably like 2 even more. So
Are we doing it again?
We'll go $1, $2.
Oh.
There he goes.
I'm going to get an arm pump him if we keep doing this.
That's good. That's what we're trying to do. Go get those weights. Put those in there every time we celebrate these wins for Tesla. But we got to get out first. So the bid down here is 166.50 we just went to. That short rate there is 168.50. And we could have got a little bit better than that, man. It almost went to 169. Where we were waiting at 169. My 169 offer has been in there since the beginning of the day. And there it is right there, man. There's an airplane coming down, and it's dropping Tesla money all over the place. We haven't made enough to buy that Rivian yet, but this Tesla is making a move down to the downside right there. And we'll just go 1 for 1 quietly here. And it's a big day, and it's all going to get even bigger with this news from Adara.
Definitely keep an eye on Digital World Acquisitions Corp, DWAC, DWAC. This one, the shareholders set to vote on whether or not they approve the merger with Donald Trump's Trump Media and Technology Group. That vote is coming up 10 a.m. Eastern time, so 15 minutes. Lots of activity in this stock, both happening here on the stock and also online. So lots of investors excited for this. Definitely should be a reaction here at 10 a.m. Keep an eye on DWAC, guys.
All right, so some always interesting DWAC news there. I don't know, does the floor ever trade that? I used to see a lot of DWAC trades, but not recently, I feel like.
I guess we wait till November for that kind of trade.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was going to say. Oh, no, it's not just that. I feel like the volume there is good, but the spreads too, it's just not as exciting, I feel like, as it used to be there with the volumes and some of the moves, because here's the spread right now with DWAC. See what I mean? It's already 25 cents right now. That's just not enough volume going through on DWAC for me right now, but there is a lot of volume going through on Tesla, and that just keeps on going to the downside. So we're really happy with some of the performance there in Tesla, starting to continue to go to the downside right now as well. Let's find some other trades that we've potentially talked about. We did talk about AMD, of course, so let's go over and have a quick look at AMD, as that's, okay, well, again, we missed that short, right? So we did have an AMD talk there up at 180, and we're waiting at 180 right now, but that fill does not come through for us on AMD.
Reddit.
So AMD breaking lower. Oh, Reddit. Oh, wait a minute. I thought we had a Reddit. Oh, we want Reddit down here too. Good call there. I like Reddit down here at 45. We're actually bidding 45.50 right now on Reddit to see if we break. So here we go.
Incoming.
Here it comes right now. Reddit looking like it wants to go to the downside. We are now long Reddit right now at 45.50. Let's see if we can make about 50 cents on this trade. We'll get some out. There's some out at 70. Here we go. We're long at 45.50 flat right now, Brankles, on Reddit. Let's see if we can get a nice little trade coming through here. It's Reddit time, baby. There it goes. We'll take another route here at 80s. It's 30 cents on Reddit. We are waiting here at 90. Let's see if we get a fill there, and then we'll see about Reddit trying to bounce higher. So good trade there on Reddit, that's for sure. And there it is. Yes, sir, Brankles. Let's effing go, man. Here we go, Brankles. You like hot dogs. Here it is one more time. There's another 50-cent winner. So we're going to go 2 for 2, baby.
Let's go.
Let's go, man.
Let's go.
Let's go, man.
Let's go.
You're a breath of fresh air, Brankles.
I haven't taken one trade.
Well, Brankles, I'll just continue.
I'm just enjoying it. All right, I could talk about AAPL though. So what's the opposite of Reddit right now? It's AAPL. AAPL up 7% right now. We're having fun today. So yeah, like the difference is this isn't doing much volume. We're only at 600,000 on the day. So we're hoping that maybe this 70 breaks and some volume hits in.
So we have 2 trades today. One is $2 in the money. The other one, we just took $1 right there on Reddit, and now we're almost out of this one. Man, are we having quite the day here.
You know what Wayne has brought up recently?
What's that?
You got to trade the vibes, and today we have good vibes.
I mean, yeah. You and I, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I
I mean,
I already told you, potentially deal incoming. You know, I mean, Neil's on vacation. We can't just get rid of him like that. We'll have to tell him that we potentially have a host change, and then we'll figure it out after that. You know, we don't want to hurt the man's feelings, especially when he's on vacation.
I already told the people I'm short, Neil, so yeah, we can't hurt
Right.
him
Oh, gosh.
too bad.
Don't tell everybody everything right away, man. Let them figure it out. No, we hope that Neil's having a great time somewhere in Florida right now as we do stuff like this. All right, so right now $1 in the money on Reddit,
there goes
$1.50 in the money on Tesla, as those are, by the way, guys, number one idea on here, Brankles says short Tesla 168. Thank you so much for that one, Tesla. And then we actually have the 46 long on here on Reddit as well. So we waited for 45.50.
Yeah.
We looked at those levels. We talked about those in the pre-market. We only have now 20% left. Let's go back over to the desk.
Tons of strength here in AMTX. Midas, this is actually a day 2 play. They are a renewable energy related name announcing a investment from U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, $200 million approval there. So nice look here. Day 2 for AMTX, worth noting as well. Just under 12% short float and lots of social media attention on this name, guys.
Yeah, but you were just mentioning AAPL there. So is that's something that I guess you guys look at quite often is like names that could continue off next day plays?
Yeah, like I said, secondary and tertiary 3. We're learning today.
We are.
So yeah, so AAPL once again is up 8%. Like the thing about AAPL IPOing right now is like this sector has been the hottest sector of the year, right? It's semiconductors. I'm pretty sure its customers are companies like NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, and you know, if those are 3 of your customers, you're probably in a very good line of business right now. So AAPL doing well, looks like it's having some support. If you could look at my daily chart here, yeah, like yesterday it went to 80, it closed red unfortunately, but you can see we're having another push up and it didn't break that prior day's low. So obviously continued momentum. Can it hit 80 today? That would be pretty wild to kind of get there again, but this is an IPO, not that many shares, a lot of price discovery, so it can happen. So definitely keep an eye on that today, up 10%.
Okay, yeah, we'll have definitely a quick look at that as well. It's coming up to 9:50 right now. I don't think we have any numbers today, so you know, it'll be kind of a chilled out day here. I'm still trying to think about what to do here. Reddit has come back in. I do not think, guys, this is going to be like a reload position for me or anything, but we do have Reddit on our mind here and looking to maybe make some more trades on that name. So let's watch out here with Reddit coming through very, very soon. Tesla is making these moves still, but we do want to look at other names. So Google did break through 150, and look what's happening right now, Brankos. It's all the way up to 151.
Yeah.
And we had looked at that level. We probably
155 is the high.
we should have traded that for sure there. So that's a mistake by me because we talked about that breaking and we're like, okay, now it's breaking. Let's see what we can do. And unfortunately, we should have took that, but we were short and we talked about having a bias one way. We really like to play there on Tesla, so we'll wait. Let's go check out what's happening with Apple because this was another name, obviously in the news. You know, we've talked about this. We wanted to go long at 170, and guess what, Brankos? We didn't have our bid down there. Remember what I said? Depending on no matter what we thought, we wanted to get that down there at 170. So again, we talk about you know, you mentioned not.
You can't get paid if you don't throw orders.
That's another good point, but it's also about not being able to trade everything.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, you look at certain things, you know, you trade those from what they are. What just happened?
Lulu, 400 just broke down. Yeah. So unfortunately, every time I look at this stock right now, I'm just picturing Sean in really tight pants. But
dude, you have to, honestly, you have to get over that. I know a lot of people maybe think that, but you can't.
We got a lot of time today. I'll bring it up again. Don't worry. Right. So yeah, unfortunately, no bid yet on Lulu. So if you are looking to go long, just be patient. But yeah, what were you saying?
What was I saying? I don't know, man. You got everyone thinking about like. So first of all, Lululemon has like casual pants. I'll show them to you one day, and we can, and then we don't have to worry about like, you know, these pants here, Brankles. So all right,
AAPL, go to AAPL.
No. Don't worry. Branko, this is, you know, I'll be fine here, Branko. This is fine for me. All right.
Oh my God.
XOM. No, I just wanted to do something. Yeah, see, people are loving Branko. So let's hit the like and the subscribe, man. This is what we do here. We have a lot of fun. And
it's Friday.
And I just hope, it's not just that it's Friday, Brankos. This could be any day that ends in Y for me. you know, you got to have fun. You got to
That's
enjoy
true.
what you do, and that's what we do here. So, and we're not going to stop doing that. I mean, people asked about, you know, there's some questions on the podcast. How long have we been doing this, and so on and so forth. I wish I had the answer. I think it's about 3 to 4 years, but we're providing new information every single day for everybody, whether or not it be the More Trader TV Live, whether or not be that the handheld. You can now watch in portrait mode on your phone. You know, we're now streaming on Twitch. Did you know that?
I did not know that. You guys are everywhere.
This is what I'm saying, right? So, all right, let's go. CGC just ripping right now.
Yeah.
MSOS and some of these, you know, weed names just continue to impress. MSOS not doing it though, but I guess it's just CGC. Did we have specific news on this? Because you brought that up earlier about Canopy, and there it goes, man. Branko's up now 19%.
Yeah, your chat's
as we
on
continue to go. So yeah, they're all over that. So that's a good trade there. Check it. Oh, go ahead, Adara.
Yeah, I actually have the news there on CGC. So what I'm seeing is, in addition to the overall furor this whole week over potential legalization or rescheduling, of cannabis in the U.S., there actually is some news. Germany partially legalizing cannabis as of April. So partial legalization of cannabis in Germany as of April could be what's moving some of these stocks to the upside.
What does that even mean, partially? Like 1 gram? I don't know.
Yeah. I think it's just like, I think that's what we did here, right? We did like, you could only buy, what was it, an ounce or something at a store. You could only grow like a certain amount of plants.
That's a question for Pat.
Is that a question for Pat? You may know more than I do.
Yeah.
So there we go. So what did he just do there?
That was perfect.
That was perfect. This is what we do here, baby. Okay.
Yeah.
So here we go. Let's go here. All right. So we'll start to watch out for that. Reddit now is really starting to go, so this is going to be hopefully a nice trade for us as we continue to watch out for Reddit here, making the moves to the downside, hopefully now, or upside, sorry, for Reddit. We are long right here at that 45.50 level. We talked about this yesterday and why we like this level, so let's just see if it can make some sense down there. That was the bottom from yesterday, so that's RDDT bottoming out there yesterday at 45. We took that trade. We talked about it. It's on the sticky note. I do like that trade. Tesla, we have that 10% left. I mean, we didn't get anything out until we were that close to that dollar in the money. And then once we were $2, we were just like, we good. But we're coming back up here, so let's think about a reload in and around 68. Let's take some shares right now, just a smaller position into this level, because we've seen it climb before. And with the market starting to go to the upside, this is not normally a position of strength for the short. So we'll wait here to see if the short will pay out at some point here. But for now, you know, the market's strong. I think we want to look at stronger names. I was waiting for a pullback in Google, but that didn't seem to come through yet. Any pushback into 149.50, I think that's obviously a good level there that we'll have to look at. Alibaba, we didn't like some of the stories out of China again today, where we had weaker sales from Tesla and, warnings from Nike on the retail side of things. So yeah, Alibaba today down that 2%, and it looks like we may get a chance to see if 72 wants to hold. This has been a good level for us in the past. Doesn't seem like much is happening right now, so we'll wait to see here what happens in and around 72 now for Alibaba. So that's an idea that we're working with. Reddit, still nice upside. I'm gonna hold this, Brankles, to see if we can get back up to 50. I mean, we're already out of 80% of it. Again, a very difficult trade sometimes on day 2, but we'll play the momentum.
Yeah, the fact that it held 45, which was around yesterday's low, is a really good sign moving forward on Reddit. Something to mention is, didn't you talk about Foot Locker earlier today?
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Yeah, so Foot Locker's up 5%. However, it kind of made like a top at 25.30 and didn't hold 25, and now it's kind of looking like it's going down. So definitely something to keep note of. A-Lab's still looking strong, which is really interesting. I think this thing has a really big chance to go. If not, it went yesterday. If not today, then the other day. That daily chart looks amazing on it so far. So let's see if it could close above 80 today. That would be awesome.
Yeah, you know what I wanted to look at too, as you mentioned Foot Locker here. We did talk about Lulu. You brought that to our attention as well, that was going one way.
Yeah.
And then Nike actually, it's too bad. It did have a little bit of a pop there. We had talked about trying to see what this name wants to do here. But Nike still looks like it wants to take out that bottom. And again, on earnings, you always get sort of that, early kind of flush or rip, depending on which way that market wants to take it. And right now, we could be possibly bottoming out here on Nike, but again, not a good gap trade today. It's making its way down. I would rather wait until we can get into 90 or so to try to support this level. But for now, it looks like 92 wants to hold. So there could be something there as we look at NKE on that level. So that's something that we'll have a quick look at. Nike buying those 92s. Reddit still going. Tesla back in the money a little bit. We did short. Okay. I mean, here we go. So Brankos, we'll do it again right there. There's another 40 cents there on Tesla as we get some out in the 60s there, 70, sorry. So we'll take a piece out there on that name and then see if we can get a little bit higher to short a little bit more. But again, into 169 would be a good trade. We'll keep shorting those 168s on that one. Any other names that anybody's been talking about? NVIDIA, I just looked at that, man. It was up at what, 920?
Yeah.
So again, a decent level here for NVIDIA. You know, somewhere near some of these highs. For me, NVIDIA's kind of range bound. We talked about that with Michael Noss. If I was going to look short in anything, which I said I was a bear today, we are starting to push back in. This would be the name that I'd be short. Look at AMD's chart. This is not anything that, you know, if you were bullish, you'd be happy about. You're bouncing off the 50 period and actually going the other way right now. So I feel like this is a trade that we could have here with AMD fading these pops. So again, waiting for something to come up into 177 for AMD. That's where VWAP is right now, and I think that would be a trade that I would like to take. So I'm going to put an offer right now at 177 on AMD. My offer right now is literally at 180, so let's put one up here near 177. Let's go 176.80. We'll see if we get a little bit of a pop here in AMD up to 176. 50, 80s, short into 177 and see from there. But that's a trade that I'm working with right now.
Yeah, so another kind of malaise semiconductors, Intel. I feel like this is one of the most boring stocks in the universe. Also not doing well. So on the daily here, if you could pull up the chart, looks like 42 is this kind of chop level of support. So if it kind of could break down further today, that's definitely something you could short. But if it holds, you go long. Support, resistance.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Yeah, Tesla's coming back to the upside. Oh, let's look at Disney. So Disney's another name here that we've talked about. There goes Nike breaking through 92. We probably should have considered that short as it's not breaking 92 yet. It's close. Oh, there it is. So we just got that scanner there that it was breaking the day's low. I thought that was 92, but it's right there right now. Do we just want to short this 92 break and play off 92.50? I mean, we could do that with the momentum now into Nike. So that's not a horrible play. Short that 92 into this top of 92.30. Let's do that and go to Adara, and then when we come back, we'll see what's happening with Nike.
Here's the 15-minute chart here on the SPY. We're more or less flat on the day. Lots, though, happening in this market. We did have Fed Chair Jerome Powell speaking at 9. Fed's Jefferson just started to speak now at 10 a.m., so lots more Fed speak as well. Barr around 12, and then we'll get Fed Bostic at 4. So keep your eye on all of this Fed speak and how that might impact the market, especially with Fed's Jefferson about to step up to the mic. We also have cannabis stocks absolutely on watch with regards to that news of partial legalization in Germany. So lots of different sectors to keep an eye on, but earnings names definitely also on watch here. Lululemon down over 17%. On weaker than expected Q1 revenue forecast, LULU to the downside. We also have Nike, as mentioned there, down about 8.5%. They had a 3% drop year over year for their digital brand revenue. So interesting look there for NKE. And last but not least, another earnings name here, FedEx, FDX. Pretty strong look. They're falling a little bit here, but still up about 8% on the day. They did also announce a $5 billion share buyback program. So nice look for FDX, an interesting look for the market so far, guys.
Yeah, I just took a fill on CGC. I think I'm a little late to the party. Just it was a double top around 550. Took the 550 break and looks like I'm going to get stopped out. Is what it is.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Trading.
It is what it is. Yeah, that's trading, right? Sometimes you do throw your hands up in the air and you wave them.
Like you just don't care.
Attaboy. Like all that. So there's a good one there, Brankos. All right, so, all right, your favorite sport is? To watch.
Right now?
To watch.
MMA.
UFC. Okay. Favorite fighter or?
Oh, Sugar Sean.
Oh, O'Malley.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a crazy fight. Was
He is
that
amazing.
Cheeto, right?
Yeah.
and he punched the living crap out of
No,
that
he
guy.
need the living.
I heard that.
That knee,
Actually, I saw
that
the
crack?
replay there. You
Yeah.
could hear that like around the world, man. How did that guy not fall down? That Cheeto guy has never been knocked down.
Sometimes it's better to be have a good chin than it is to have good fists.
Yeah, possibly. But
You heard it here first.
You heard it here first. Good one there, Brankos. And then you are also a player of sport or not? Are you involved with anything right now? Baseball, hockey, what?
Golf, like I've been getting into
golf.
a lot. Yeah. So I'm excited. We usually go Wednesdays here when
right,
the
I
weather
forgot all
warms
about
up.
that.
So golf is definitely like a newer sport I got into actually since joining the floor. But it's definitely something
Shout
where
out
it's
to
like
Greg, right?
Yeah, shout out there. He's dead.
The guy that's dead to you, yeah.
Not to me. Well,
Greg?
Yeah, exactly. So it's definitely something where like there's a lot of like similar things to trading and golf. Like it's a lot of a lot of a mental side to that game. So I think as I started to really get into trading and enjoy trading, it kind of opened up golf because it was a similar type of mentality.
Okay, let's go over to Adair quickly as Nike's looking to break 92.
Street Interactive looking to run for a second day in a row here. This one up about 4.5%. Late in the day yesterday, it came out that RSI, as reported by Bloomberg, is approaching DraftKings looking for strategic options, including a potential sale to DKNG. So both of those names on watch right now. RSI and DKNG on watch still with this news from yesterday, guys.
Thank you, Dara. We are now short Nike, and this trade could potentially not work because as soon as we punch short Nike, the market just goes. So now we just break through 92 right now. Reddit's trying to work out for us. Tesla's just hanging around 169. We're short at 168.50, and we don't have. We have shares because we've been averaging into this price because we like this price. But we're gonna wait for 170 to get more because honestly, if it wants to go for a run, it can go. It's only 10 o'clock. The market's just open a half hour. We still have a lot of movements here to come. And honestly, we weren't talking about a free fall Friday or anything like that, but this movement here in the pre-market definitely led me to believe that potentially we were going to head to the downside here. So I don't want to completely change up my ideas here, but we're coming into a level of 18,560 here. That was sort of that drop there that happened in and around 6:30 a.m. Although this would be that would be 5:30. Because, again, this is Chicago time. So we'll see if we can hold this level. We've talked about 18.6 being pretty important as well as 18.3. So we may have to wait. That could give us that Tesla short up there near 170 in the next little while. So let's wait to see if that can come through right now. $1.50 in the money on Reddit. And then DWAC, we have the decision coming through now. So DWAC, look at that. Nice move up. Brankos, you and I talked about DWAC and how we may not want to trade that. But there goes DWAC right now. Straight upside. Right there on DWAC as it continues to go to the upside now. All right. Did you want to go to Adair or no? No. Okay. So she's going to get that news for us as right here live on Fox. What a surprise. DWAC News live on Fox Business. Fox Business Digital World Acquisition Corp to vote on social media merger, okay? I thought we knew about that. We'll wait to see if there is any other news, but maybe it's just that. The vote's going to come there, and we'll figure out what's going to happen with DWAC. So more news to come. I'm going to leave that for Adara and report it properly because it is moving a lot, and we want to make sure that we get that story right. So there goes DWAC all the way through 58 and still going. Nike, the newest position for me on the board right now. So Nike now only 10 cents in the money, but starting to go a little lower here. I always like, okay. I was going to say, I did not have a bid here at 75, but let's put one at 75. I always like to trade in and around the quarters because of options and things like that. So, there's always quarter options, half options, dollar options, things like that. So let's wait to see right here of what's going on. Hopefully Nike will fall in and we'll get a 75 fill. My next fill on this was at 50s. So hopefully, there goes Nike right there. Brankos. It's another one right there. So we'll go over to Adair and see if we get some clarification about DWAC.
We still have eyes on DWAC. We don't have a vote yet, but it started at 10 a.m. So about at 10 a.m. Eastern time. So we are about 7 minutes into that vote. We had this big move up, about 10%. Now we're falling back down into 45s. I have my eye on it on all platforms. If I see anything, I will let you guys know promptly.
Yeah, so I just got into Lulu. So like I said, you got to be patient, wait for that bottom to form.
Attaboy.
Right now it looks pretty good. I've been doing this for a long time.
You sure have.
I'm confident in this position right now. I have my stops in place. I have my plan. I have my out. So everything just is out of my control right now. I'm confident that this is a good position. We're looking for 405 to get back to VWAP. If not, I have my stop. Everything's all good.
I actually told that to Obi yesterday, and the thing is like, I actually hate hearing that. You know, like Obi goes, well, you know.
But he doesn't have a stop in.
No. It's like, I'll only take, what, is that a story about Obi? He doesn't have stops in?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I call him a bag boy. I'm doxing Obi right now. Sorry, buddy. Hope you're enjoying vacation.
No, it's all that stuff. It's like, you know, like I haven't been trading that long, or we'll leave it for the big guys and stuff like that. The whole point is that if we're traders and we're putting on trades, many of us here have been here for more than 6 months, a year and a half, 2 years. We should be confident in the trades that we're putting on, or we shouldn't be putting on the trades. And
I agree completely.
That's what I told Obi. So it's like, to sit there and be like, we're not going to trade because I'm not confident in the position, then don't trade.
Yeah.
It's like, every day we can't come here and be like, you know what? I don't know if I like this trade because I don't have enough experience.
Yeah.
Like, that's fine to say all that kind of stuff, but we have enough experience. It's like, when is the time when you're going to go for it then?
Look, the thing that, Obi and I have lots of conversations, but I have this conversation with many of my traders is, you're here every day, you're watching the market, you're taking trades. What are you actually working towards?
Right.
Like, everyone's so concerned about their current trade or their next trade. No one's thinking about what's their next 100 trade gonna look like, right? 100 trades from now. So for me, that's something where it took me a while. It took me like 6 months to a year to figure out like, hey, like if this is gonna be my business, which I believe it is, trading, then I need to have a business plan in place, right?
Right,
So the business plan that you put in place is practicing the same type of patterns and the same type of trades and setups, right? So people kind of get distracted when they come onto the floor and they're looking kind of to not have their ego make their trades, or have their bias make their trades. What for me, and what I have found success in, is having very defined setups and practicing them again and again and again.
That's it.
And then as I'm practicing them, I get this kind of experience of what does it look when it's good, what does it look like when it's bad, and then you'll kind of get to this point where, oh, this is the one. Right? I've done this 100 times. This is the 100th trade I'm taking on this setup. And then that's the one where when it's the 100th one, it looks good, it lines up, you hit it, and Bob's your uncle.
Now that's real talk.
For real traders.
I mean, that's good. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that we want, Brankos. Thank you so much for all of that, because that is real talk right there. So, all right, real talk. Nike just went up through $92. So just like we just mentioned right there, I'm going to be confident in this position. We took a little bit more shares there, and we just got some out there at 92 again. So we'll take a little bit of profit, not much there on the reload, but we could be wrong on this trade, and we've seen this happen before, especially on earnings. You had a great trade there on Lululemon, obviously, as that started to go back up to the upside. So I wouldn't be surprised if Nike decides to do something like that as well, and maybe hit that bottom of 92 bucks. I mean, this is down 9% on a top and bottom line beat for Nike, okay? So let's be careful with the short here. We just took another piece out. We'll get stopped out if it takes 50. We've talked about that. I'm not gonna wait all the way up here to VWAP. No, thank you. What we're supposed to do is, when there's a gap, wait for VWAP. But unfortunately, 92 broke, and I actually like the momentum heading into 92. A more patient trader would probably be waiting for 93 right there. So let's get out at 92.50 if we're wrong and deal with it then. A trade that we may be wrong on right now is going to be Tesla, because here we go. We're starting to get back up to the upside, so we are now waiting for some trades here at 170. So we just took a fill right here at 169.20 again, because it was bouncing. Like, look how long this was bouncing around here for. Like, so I was just like, you know what? Let's just take a fill, and then it goes this way. So we're hoping it went that way. Now it's going this way. I don't know if there's news on Tesla or something, but the market's heading one way here, and Tesla's getting pretty excited to the top side. So we're going to take that short at 170 and just wait to hear if there's something about this. But Tesla right now, I never thought, cutting production. There goes Nike, by the way. So maybe something's happening with China or something, because these retail names are starting to go. I feel like there might be something on China somewhere. What is happening with Apple right now? No, what's happening with Starbucks? The reason why I go over these names because these are big names in China. So no. So I don't know. Nike just went up to the upside there. Your Lulu was probably good to go. Nike takes us out. That's fine. Look where it touched, man. It touched the spot that we should have been short. 93 right there. But okay, we're in now to Tesla. So Tesla hits that 170. Now we got to deal with this. We're short at 169.
Yeah, so I'm looking at Reddit right now. It's still holding that 45 level, which is yesterday's low. So definitely something to keep an eye on. 47, if that breaks to the upside, definitely, hopefully that momentum comes back into the name. In terms of A-Lab, we're still hovering around highs. Hopefully that has a little more momentum, but you got to just wait and be patient. Lulu, I don't know how's that doing. It's kind of in no man's land right now, which is fine. Look, this name is down 17%. If you're trying to find bottoms on names that are down 17% and to go long for that mean reversion, you're going to take a lot of losers. So I have my stop in, I have my plan in place, and I have my out. So I just have to wait and be patient and see if it works out.
All right. I was just looking there. Mateo, our boy Mateo was messaging.
Mateo, huh?
We have.
He always has some good insights.
He always has some good insights. He and I were talking about Alibaba before.
Yeah.
And we do like that name, so we were just talking a little bit about that. All right, so let's figure out here about Alibaba coming back into 72. So again, I was just telling him that we've talked about this, but with some of the Chinese news coming out of there now, they're not sharing their economic numbers anymore. Well, they started to come back there. We did have a high print there in CPI, but when I look at something like, I think, is it QWeb? Is that what it was? No, it's KWeb, I think. Yeah, thank you. That is what it is. Yeah, there it is right there. So this is the Chinese, the internet stocks. I always look at FXI, but you can see here, this had a nice little bump up. We've seen some good news, obviously, from PDD, although that report wasn't great. Billy was up today on news with Apple. More about FXI for me. I just wanted to see the health of KWeb there. But the FXI, this is the China 100. So again, we've had some nice moves up on the daily on some of these charts, but I don't know.
NVIDIA breaking out.
I'd rather wait. Breaking out upside? Okay. NVIDIA, Tesla just went to the downside. So you know what I was looking at though? Do we just want to go long NVIDIA because I'm still waiting for this short to come through here?
What's the plan, Sean? What's the plan?
What's the plan, Stan?
Yeah. Look,
The plan is I want another coffee, to be honest with you. I might have to go get one. I'm gonna get some Randy involved here. 170, no, don't worry about it. I'll get Randy. People like to see Randy.
Yeah.
You can take a break too. You want to take a break? I can get Randy on the show if you want. Okay.
You're ready sick of me?
DW, I'm not.
No.
No. I was telling you before, if you wanted to chill out a little bit, we could do that. Okay, so there goes DWAC right now. I'm just hearing in my ear, got the approval. We'll wait to hear about that more right now. Oh, I guess Piper Sandler I just saw this. They potentially just slapped the price target of Nike at 98. So that, we might have just got sort of a intra mark. That might be old, but it was Piper Sandler right there. I just saw a note, possibly a 98 price target for Nike. So I don't know if they just came out with that now or not. So right now, Reddit's kind of just dancing around. I'm going to reassess some AMD right now. What's up, Adara?
So I'm seeing the news on DWAC. It looks like the preliminary, the majority of the Digital World Acquisition Corp voters did vote in favor of merging with Trump Media and Technology Group. So basically the merger was approved based on what I'm seeing. Again, if I see any more details on that, I will let everyone know, guys.
All right, I'm going to short. Did you hear what I said, Ramin? Yeah, just put the link in the chat. And we'll do that ASAP. All right, so I'm going to short Nike here quickly. We're just short at 60 right here. I do actually want to play that VWAP trade. So if it does come back up there, we said if and when we got stopped out, we did take some profit on the Nike trade, but eventually we'll go red. We'll be red on Nike right there on that trade. So we'll wait to see here. If it does come back up, I do want to trade near, in and around that 93. So we'll put an offer in and around 70, then we'll put one at 90, because the high's been 70. I mean, we ticked up there to 85. And again, that seemed like that might have been, why did we just rip up basically $1 there? Into VWAP, we're going to short until we break that. I'm trying to be as patient as we can here with Tesla because it's not going down, so I have to wait. I'm not going to get out at 170. We're going to take it up to 170.50 right now. Take that $1.50 hit, which is going to suck for sure on this trade. But honestly, it's at a key level. It's the reddest of most of these names here in the big tech land. I thought it had a pretty good catalyst. I mean, we had talked about that, and here's our watch list right here. Let me just pop this out, open it in the browser. We can talk about what the catalyst was there for today. So we had Tesla trading sharply lower. I mean, we were down 3-4% here. Bloomberg reported the company has cut down its vehicle production at its Shanghai plant. Less demand and increased competition. I mean, the less demand part is bad. And then not only that, you don't want to be in a less demand situation when competition is increasing. So I thought that would have been a bad sign. So let's just see what happens right now. Here goes Nike. We're back in the money now. This is a nice little win. We'll put that on. We'll face slap a little bit for Nike as we get that short into VWAP. That's the trade that we should have waited for. And guess what, Brankles? Here comes Tesla back to the downside. Let's take a piece out here at 50. We should have shorted more at 70, but we got to let this trade breathe. If I go YOLO or go all in there at 170, we've already sort of been wrong on this move up. So we don't want to, as we say, Neil says, stay wrong because, let's get out. If we have a bad trade idea, we can revisit that and get a different one. It's 10:20 right now. And by the way, Brankles, we didn't get the lunch yesterday, but we did get it today. So let's review what is for lunch and then we'll go over and see what trade you have on board. So I have a feeling you're going to like what's for lunch today.
Chicken.
Stop ruining it, my guy.
It's always chicken.
All right, well, I didn't say it's chicken yet, but that was a good guess.
Ty and I had some issues with the chicken yesterday. Well, we're going to talk about that when I get off the show. Yeah.
What was the issue?
He took all the chicken.
I noticed that as well, yeah. Ty's a protein guy.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and I went on the other side. So how many pieces of chicken would you say Ty had?
8.
8. And then how
like
many?
a ridiculous amount.
And then how many potatoes?
Like 1.
1, okay.
Yeah.
So
He's not a carb guy.
On the other side, the reason why we're getting into this is that on the other side, I saw Raquel's post, and she had there 2 pieces of chicken and 2 pieces of potato for everybody. I was like, that. We had so many leftovers on that side, man.
Oh, as like a limit?
As a limit.
Ah.
I was like, what? And by the way, I didn't even really like that chicken yesterday. So, anyways, no. We're lucky enough around here that we'll get catered lunch.
Yes. Extremely lucky.
Extremely lucky. So, is it lucky? Yeah, but anyways. Okay, so today's lunch is, and you are right about this one. We'll hit the chicken dinner winner on this one. We got breaded chicken fingers with potato wedges.
Oh, those are going to be gone in a flash.
So the reason why I say this is that's a great Friday lunch, is it not?
Yeah.
A quick little pub-style chicken. Breaded chicken fingers with potato wedges.
Oh, I'm excited.
Shout out to that one. Oh, on the way home yesterday, of course, the wife was super busy throughout the day, so I picked up dinner. It was really super quick. You know what we went to? I went to Loblaws. Not bad. They have a deal there where you get the roasted chicken, so it's already roasted there. They have those there. And 2 sides. Guess how much? The sides are just wedges. The reason why I thought about
$40.
Wedges and onion rings.
$40.
$16.99.
That's amazing.
Can you believe that?
That is amazing.
Swear. So I got a nice little French baguette on the side there. We had some chicken, some fresh bread.
$16.99?
Yes, dude. I think it's on right now at Loblaws.
Wow.
You get a roasted chicken. And shout out to Loblaws.
That just made me so
we like
hungry.
Loblaws. Shout out to PC Optimum Points.
Yeah, I don't know.
You see anybody work for PC? I'm trying to
Vanessa works for, or not works. She collects
your future.
my future wife.
Oh, she collects them.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get a deal here. I'm trying to find someone that works there.
We love Loblaws.
There we go, Brankos. Do you know, find out how many points she has, and I'll tell you how many points Marissa has.
Oh, she spends them as she gets them.
Right, okay.
So,
Yeah, for some reason we're stockpiling them and waiting for those like special days. But okay, anyways, $16.99. Roasted chicken, 2 sides.
No, that's amazing. I
feel like we'll be having
I'm more of a
chicken every day.
Costco guy, so we get the rotisserie chicken at Costco, but
I'm a Costco guy too.
Yeah, Costco
has the Costco chicken is like $8 or something.
Yeah, that's super cheap. Costco chicken with the Caesar salad, that's our Costco night meal.
I like Costco.
Yeah. Or, the best deal in the world, Costco hot dog. Who here loves a good Costco hot dog?
I used to like them. Now it's
$1.50.
I know,
with a drink.
You know what?
I don't even drink the pop. I just get a $1.50 hot dog and I give someone the cup.
Here's my cup.
Yeah. I literally go, does anyone want 80 grams of sugar. Here's a cup.
So they've actually said that that's one thing that they're really proud that they've never changed.
That's amazing. Yeah. Shout out
and
Costco.
I think it's a losing.
Can we get a Costco?
Membership?
Yeah, I'd rather Costco than Loblaws.
I'd rather take both. People wondering how you spell Loblaw. 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 You know who used to work there? My uncle Bob used to work there.
Yeah, Bob?
Bob Loblaw.
There is always a Bob.
Bob Loblaw.
Bob Loblaw?
Yeah.
Bob Loblaw.
Lame joke. All right, over to the screen now with Adara.
Oh boy.
Sorry about that, guys. Just hearing that CNBC going to have Nike CFO speaking on there soon. So do be aware if you are involved in NKE CFO set to speak with CNBC. IWM a little bit to the downside right now, down about 0.7%, bit of weakness here for the Russell 2000. A lot of these small caps curling down a little bit as well. NVFY up about 100%, but definitely lower than it was earlier. No news on Nova Lifestyle, but they do have a float of under 1 million shares, around 937,000. So keep NVFY on watch here. We also have here ACB, one of these small cap cannabis related names. Germany partially legalizing cannabis. So nice look here for ACB and a lot of these other similar names. Last but not least here, AMTX. This is the second day this one is running after getting some approval for by the U.S. Citizenship Immigration Services for about $200 million. They do some renewable energy related work. So nice look here for AMTX.
All right, thank you, Adara.
I just noticed my name right here, Brandan. It's with an O. Come on, Fabian.
Wow, Fabian.
Yeah.
That's Neil's fault, I think. Okay, so, all right.
Short Neil. I don't know. I'm here.
Yeah. Stop telling people that. Okay.
I love Neil, by the way. That's what.
Do
he's
you?
my guy. Yeah, he's my guy.
Yeah, no, we're just playing around, of course. So I just put there in the chat a QR code because, or not a QR code, it's QRCO. But this will get you to all of our links for the show. So you can go find us on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram right now. So this is the markets in your pocket.
And Twitch.
Exactly. No, so this is just for the markets in your pocket. We were talking a little bit about that earlier. So if you are watching us, we do have a lot of mobile fans that are sit there. They'll be in a coffee shop or something. We often got people screen capping stuff, sending it to us, and how they were enjoying the stream. So shout out to Fabian, Brendan, Ramin, everybody, Mark, who I'm not sure exactly who worked on this, but everybody at Trader TV Live, because this is a pretty cool thing. And we've actually noted that we're getting a lot of viewers on this particular stream. So, we'll keep on promoting that because if it's something that you guys are enjoying, let's share it for everybody. So again, thank you so much for supporting that. It's our second stream and it's the vertical version. So not only now, if you're watching on your phone and twist it the other way, you get a nice little view there. So thanks to everybody for doing that. We also have more Trader TV Live where you can see our positions throughout the day.
Does it work on tablets?
The vertical one?
Yeah.
I would assume it does, but then
We got a yes in the
we got
back.
a yes. So there we go.
Right. So it works on tablets too.
It does work on
For you
tablets there. All right, $1.50 in the money on Reddit as we're starting to go now again. So let's see if we can take this level, man. 47.50 here on Reddit. We'll see if we can get going to the upside. I'm a little disappointed. We are only out of the money now, 30 cents on Tesla. I'm going to take another piece out. I'm just taking out like 5% at a time now. Okay, here we come back in. So, we want to be right on our trades, but then we don't want to be overly wrong. So what I mean by that is like, we always trying to go at least 1-to-1 on the risk, but sometimes you kind of try to cut your losses a little bit. And if it falls down, we still want to have the majority of the trade on, which we will have on. But as it tries to drip down into here, instead of taking out 10%, I'm going to take out like 5% of the position as we go down because we need to get something out, especially if we get to the 50 period. We just bounced clean off 169. We don't even have a 169 fill. Our best fills here is at 30, which is right now. So we're looking for that break through 169. Then a 50 period would be fantastic. And if we get that, then we're in the money. So that'll be all good. And then VWAP and then lower as we want to try to stick with the plan of action. Look what just happened for us again. Let's spin it, Brancos, because there it is again. It's a nice little money trade there for Nike. And look, we said this, you said this, and I don't think it's rocket science. Wait for the setups. We said, what about a move? Remember we said, play the gap back to VWAP. You can teach that if you want in your lesson. Maybe tell that to Wayne.
Yeah.
There's a nice move up from Brian Shannon. The
Yeah.
Anchored VWAP book
Yeah.
right there. So I know that's a book that's on the desk over there.
Great book.
Great book. So anyways, there it goes to the upside. It's so good of a book, I forgot that there was a chapter on IPOs.
Wow.
And then when he came on the show, I was like, how are we trading these IPOs? He goes, see chapter 11. So that was pretty important. But okay, so here we go. We'll have a green day today, but we did lose on that first Nike position. We'll get it back now. And now we'll see where Nike goes from here. We'll hope that it continues to move to the downside for that trade. And what's getting juicy right now is Tesla, because now we're in the money. So finally in the money here on Tesla. It just bounced though off of 169. Let's put another bid right here. We'll cross that bid and we'll get out there at 169.07. Now we'll see if it drops in. Yeah, let's go. Now we'll see if we can do this. And remember what I said before? It was the same sort of talk. You got to let trades breathe.
Yeah.
And although sometimes when we're talking this fast, it seems like we have inability to breathe. But at the same time, this is one thing that's changed, honestly. And I know it's changed for you guys too, and we talked about that. I can sometimes see, I look over and you'll have like a nice, huge, not a huge winner on, but like one that's extended probably past where maybe you would have gotten out in the past.
Yeah, so a lot of that has to do with just like
Like the current market we're in, I feel like has been so aggressive.
yeah, but it's also, I think a lot of it has to do with like what's and I'll keep repeating myself, what's the plan going in? Is
Right.
this a trade that I'm like, this has a potential to go? If so, then what I have to hold for the move, right?
Yeah.
And that usually occurs when? In the morning and in the power hour, right? That's when the volume's coming into the market. That's when there's the biggest potential for moves, right? Obviously, Reddit was a little different because it opened at 1 o'clock, but it's essentially the same thing where as stocks are opening, as that volume's coming in, those are when the potential moves are going to come fast. So if that's your play, then you got to hold for that move, right? When it becomes midday, kind of when like Sharif and Adara come on, that volume's kind of dying down, and you got to maybe be more in that scalp mentality, right? So yeah, you just got to play by your own rules.
100%. Take market timing as very, very important. Although I've said this before, I've come back on the afternoon show, and I find out actually sometimes I trade better on the midday.
Yeah,
because
you're more of a scalpy guy. Like you want to get
that
in
too.
and
But I was also going to say the levels.
Yeah.
Like sometimes you'll just get a stock running up to a VWAP or running somewhere, and you're like, okay, I actually like that short, and then you have more confidence because there's some defined.
Structure.
Yeah, there's just more defined levels.
Yeah.
Like now we can clearly see on a stock like a Nike or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, this is where the levels are for Nike, or like 92 could be good support.
Yeah.
Potentially up here, but off the open, very, very tough sometimes to judge that. So I think patience is very, very key in everything that we're doing.
What's interesting is like
Come on, Tesla.
It's so cool to see how personality bleeds into people's trading. Like for me, I'm like I just want to trade for 5 to 10 minutes a day, have a good day, and be done, and just like be like, all right, I'm done. But you do have a lot of guys that come in and just like want to grind all day, right? So what's funny is like most people get into trading for it not to become a 9 to 5.
Right.
But what ends up happening is people sit here from 9 o'clock to 4 and trade all day. So for me personally, like why I got into trading was to get away from a 9 to 5, even though I got a 9 to 5 because of trading, which is funny. But for it just depends on the style of trader, right?
100%. And I think it's about knowing your plan. And that's what we said. Like Neil will have a completely different style than you, than me, than Obi, than Sharif, than Adara. And that's where you want to practice your wares. Like you don't just want to always hop into something because I say something or you say something.
Yeah.
Get the traders, we have so many examples of traders behind us that'll take 3, 4, 5 months to find even what symbols they like. Get them on Tesla.
You
get
gotta
them
play
on
the field
Palantir. Right, exactly. See what is available. And what's available right now is another money-making opportunity. So we'll go drop some money down here for Tesla because here we go, Brankles. We just shorted 170 was our last fill, and now we're starting to get some out at 169ers. So, all right, good little trade there. Reddit still $1 in the money. And by the way, Nike, hey, what about if we break this time 92? Well, let's not answer that question too much. We'll get a piece out right there, and there it goes again. We reload that position in Nike, and we're pretty happy with that one. So let's go over to Adara and find out what is up with crypto.
Yesterday afternoon, BlackRock, so this is the fund that brought us IBIT, one of the more popular of the spot Bitcoin ETFs, now apparently unveiling its Ethereum, a fund on its Ethereum network. So this one has announced the launch of its first tokenized fund. It's going to be BUIDL as part of its larger digital asset strategy, and it will be on the Ethereum network. So interesting look there for BlackRock. We also do have Bitcoin continuing its move in this really tight 62,000 to 68,000 range over the last couple days. Right now, just above 63,000. A lot of weakness across the board here. Pretty much all these major cryptocurrencies to the downside. Bitcoin down 6%, Ethereum down 6.5%, just holding on to that 3,300 level. Solana down 12%, Ripple down about 3%. So weakness across the board here for pretty much all of these major cryptocurrencies. And we are brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Sign up today for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV, capital letters. Use the link in the description to go to checkout.
So we're hearing right now that DWAC approval to turn into that social media site is what's going to be wind up happening. And look what's happening now to DWAC. Remember, when they're going to get their own symbol, and we're going to find out more about this, but there's the move down right now. It's going to be SSR here, Brankles. I think we're going to have to pay for shorts on this, but it is starting to reel to the downside right now for Digital World Acquisition Corp. So starting to make the move down here. We'll get it. We just talked about Benzinga. So whatever I do when I see this is I go into just type in DWAC, push enter. You know, it's a button on the keyboard, you know, generally gets things pushing. And then we'll wait for this. Not a good opportunity for me to do this right now because it's not loading for some reason. So it's probably our internet, nothing to do with Benzinga.
Yeah.
So we'll wait for that one. But here we go. Nice little push down for Tesla. And guess what? It's not $1 yet. We won't hit that one yet there, Branko. So you know, it's not club time yet, but here we go. Nice little push down there for Tesla. Here it is. So there it is right now. I apologize for that. I don't know. Sometimes we have so much information coming through here. It's ridiculous. There it is. Preliminary majority of DWAC shareholders favors merging with Trump Media and Technology Group. So there it is right there at 10:20. Looks like the majority will get that going. Now we'll have to see what's happening with TMTG. So on Friday. So we'll find out here what exactly that means for DWAC. I haven't been a big fan of IPOs or SPACs or anything like that.
What a crazy story.
And there it goes with DWAC. Most likely, you know what? We don't talk about politics, but maybe it is important to figure out, like in the polls, because if he's going to be the next president, and that's where he's going to be conducting his social media ventures, we know how much.
It's going to be important.
Yeah, I mean, we know how important sort of Twitter and social media has been, especially during the Trump campaign.
Yeah.
And even when he is the president, he likes to use platforms to reach the people. So DWAC there, very interesting. What's up, Adara?
Just some more context on that, the DWAC decision. So it has been approved, but the deal is actually uncertain as to whether or not it will go through because there are some suits on both sides trying to block the merger. So DWAC's former CEO and some of Donald Trump's business associates have both on different sides separately tried to block the merger, saying that they're basically entitled to more shares based on their work for the previous deal. So just some context there. This has been approved, but it hasn't necessarily gone through, though. Apparently what I'm seeing is if all goes well, some people are expecting the deal to be completed next week. So still some uncertainty with regards to DWAC, guys.
It's two.
Yeah.
All right, so we're just talking about cannabis. So right now, CGC is going insane. And by the way, we've got another Dollar Club winner on our hands right now with Tesla, finally. So there it is. So we can celebrate Brankos. We've got $2. So by the way, we're holding 3 positions, 80 cents in the money on Nike, $2 in the money on Reddit, and again, another $1 there on Tesla. And just to your point about time of day and everything like that. Mm-hmm. The market is slow right now. There's nothing happening. There's not that much volume in the market, really. Yeah. I mean, this is what's happening, and you're still able to find monster trades. So, you got to wait for your levels and take care of that. There goes Reddit, by the way, Brankos. I think if we could break VWAP, we're gonzos, man. Here's another trade. This is $2 in the money off that bottom. I've been really busy today. I haven't been able to tweet out some of the positions, but I mean, you guys can see the damage that's being put on here. Nice little trade there for Tesla as that came back in as well, right there. And we just took some more outs. We'll wait now for a downside push. I mean, the market's underneath. Tesla's been weaker than the market. If this really starts to go down, we could see, some extended moves here, even more than what we currently have. So.
No.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I really like that Reddit trade. Like 45 was that low of yesterday. So
Right.
the fact that it really held, you know that people are looking at it, whether it be retail or like kind of bigger institutional people. Like there's a reason why levels hold, and it's because of institutions. So the fact that 45 held yesterday, look, you know, obviously we want more than 47.40 at this point, but hey, like that's still a great trade. Good job.
Yeah. We always want a little bit more than that. I'll highlight that a little bit later on the stream. We could do a walk and talk about that. Let's look at ALAB quickly here. Another one that would be moving around a little bit today. Here's ALAB. So yeah, not much. We get to that 70. I think you mentioned that earlier on that spike when you were looking to see what the high of ALAB was yesterday.
80.
Yeah. And then, so I think we got to wait a little bit until we get going on that one. So $68. Again, look at the spread. For me, that's a puff pass on that one. Oh, we did talk about CGC a little bit here. So I'm guessing that, they must smoke a lot of weed in Germany.
Medicinal. It's medicinal.
Sure. Yeah, because doctors don't write prescriptions for no reason. Come on, dog.
Hey.
I told my kids, it's like, yo, if you could be anything, man, be a lawyer, be a doctor, be a dentist, be something like that.
Pothead?
Not a pothead.
Okay, just double check.
Yeah, and I just want to tell you, like, when and if you have kids, do not give that advice to your kids, Brancos. Do not tell them to be potheads. Tell them to be something like what I was saying there.
I might have kids soon.
You are going to? Is that?
I might. Yeah, that's crazy.
The only way to go.
I'm getting married in May, by the way. So. Cash?
That was the cash register, but I meant to hit congratulations.
Oh.
It's going to. The thing is, you know, again, Russian, right? What is she?
White.
White.
I don't know.
You don't know?
She's like German, English, French, Canadian. I don't know.
You're
white.
marrying her, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know when her birthday is.
That's good. And I want to make sure that you also don't forget your anniversary.
Yeah. But
I know, it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, like, once it happens.
May.
Don't worry about it, but I'm just saying, those are two things. Her birthday and the anniversary is something that you definitely...
Flowers,
and then
flowers, chocolate, and
Good.
jewelry. One of the
You're sure
the
she
three.
said yes, right?
I was just I was surprised.
Yeah. You have it in writing or on video or anything?
Yeah, we have pictures.
Okay, you have pictures?
Yeah, there's proof.
Thing with AI, it's... Okay. All right, so... All right, well, yeah, congratulations to her and to you, and I think that's a great thing.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's an exciting year for sure.
Good, man. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
So congratulations on that one. Let's get some big trades. The reason why I hit the cash register is, and why I asked you about nationality and things like that, is because nowadays, if you invite the right people, sometimes your wedding can get paid for. You know what I'm saying? They give the gifts.
Actually,
and you have like, anyways.
It's only going to be us.
Oh, you're eloping?
Yeah. Everyone knows, so it's not like a real elopement, but we're actually traveling to South Africa. So we're going to get married.
Actually, I knew that.
We're getting married in a safari. So hopefully we just don't get eaten alive.
Yeah, and you know, while you're there, you know what you should do is, and we could do this for the show, you could expense it a little bit. Why don't we do Naked and Afraid Trader TV style, and then you and her spend 21 days in the Amazon?
That's a little intimate for my liking.
Is it too intimate for you? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I just think that would be fun.
Can we just be afraid?
Do
we have to be naked?
Part of the show is, unfortunately, it's called Naked and Afraid.
Okay.
So, yeah, they give you like a little... Have you never seen that show?
No. I've heard of it, though.
I really like that show. We actually, the wife and I watched...
Do they blur? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, do they blur? Yes. It is on...
I don't know if it's on after 12. I don't know if they have to blur.
Yeah. It's not like that kind of Naked and Afraid.
Okay.
It's just what they try to do is survival. So it's like they put you in...
But they are naked.
And some of them are afraid as well.
Okay.
All right, so let's go over to the to the screen and
my dad probably watches.
Talk quickly to Adara.
Pretty flat on the day right now for the S&P 500, though we do have some outsized moves here. Some of the chips still strong. NVIDIA, after its GTC conference ended yesterday, still strong here. AVGO, Broadcom also seeing some strength. Google to the upside here in technology services with that Wedbush price target increase and being added to Wedbush's best idea list. So nice look here for GOOGL. Some weakness in certain sectors. Finance a little bit weak to mixed across the board despite a strong performance yesterday off of still recovering or still working off of that Fed-related news on Wednesday. We did get the commercial services sector a little bit weaker here. Tesla still a bit weak here in consumer durables, but overall pretty blank and flat look across the market, guys.
Thank you, Adara. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like right now, as we start to approach some of these lows right here, we're just going to hold on to some of the trades that we have. We have the long Reddit, we have the short Nike, we have the short Tesla, and let's start looking again. So a big name. So, oh yeah. That all started with us talking about Germany and
that went off.
And CGC. But welcome to the jungle, my guy.
Yeah,
this is what we do all the time. We just have a great time here. But I was looking at this CGC and
that was great.
Immediately,
that was great.
Because that's one of my favorite animations of all time.
Yeah, that was sick.
If those of you on the show ever hear me say Weed Batman, that's the Weed Batman. Dun-dun-dun. You never watched that Batman before where they did pow, bang, oomph.
No, that's probably before my time.
Yeah, that's where we came up with that.
Yeah.
That's where we came up with all of this. All right, okay, so I just want to say CGC is back to the highs of the reverse split. So again, I'm only down about 98% on my CGC shares, so I was thinking about potentially holding on.
I'm with you with the weed stuff.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I got a couple.
So I was debating holding on, but now that I see that we've basically come all the way back to 22, now again, you know what? Forget about this. I have to call up another chart because our charts don't show the splits properly. So this is how bad it's been. So you go down from 48 bucks pretty much back in 2022, and if I put a weekly chart on this, I may...
Puke?
There might be something that happens here. So in its heyday here, this is when Canada legalized everything. Basically, CGC was $525. So when I say I'm down 98%, like here's $500, it's now worth $5.
I mean,
So
it's
that would
still
be
worth
minus 95% or so, all the way down there. I'm just joking. I'm not down 98%. I'm down like 78%. So I'm probably long somewhere in here. But it's just been destructed. So I don't really know what to think about all this. Like when I look at the charts and we sort of think about it, I mean, I just look and say you're right back here. You're crossing the 200 period. You know, if these are some possible outs, this goes all the way back to the beginning of the year, 2023. So again, that could be some areas where you're looking for something. So maybe $7 or $8 on a dream move up for CGC. I mean, that's another, and we could do it. I mean, you're up 25% today. So you have another day like that, and then you're into 650, and then, you know, you're not too far away from that 750. So I would look at CGC as possibly fading these tops. But again, if you're stuck in position, you're stuck in position. And I don't think what's happened in the past is not necessarily a sign of what's going to happen in the future. If you were a buyer of Canopy anywhere on some of this news over the last couple of weeks, this would be a spot, honestly, where you may want to be considering taking something out on CGC. So that's my thoughts.
And if you think about the bigger picture, like how many countries are still have weed as an illegal substance.
Right.
So as kind of that more modern approach to weed comes in, more countries are going to come out with better and better news, and these companies are hopefully going to be better prepared to service the needs of people that want to smoke marijuana. And so these stocks could, like the market cap or the market potential of these stocks are still huge. So it's just about being patient and waiting for more news to come out, like Germany today.
All right. Yeah. I mean, those are all. I mean, that's good talk right there. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that we're waiting for. Is a little bit more approval across the world. And you said it was just medicinal and things like that. So, okay, we'll wait for all of that. Let's look for some more trades. We did talk about Nike $92, and I just saw someone in the chat. It looks like you guys nailed that. So we'll go props up to that. It does look like Nike's going to hold down there. Now we only have about a third left of that position, but it's like 20% left of everything. We were able to cover some there at 92.07, and it does look like 92 holds. So watch out for this 93 break. Again, we still want to trade in our pocket here. So I am going to re-short up here. Let's get some more. Actually, I do have an offer already. So I already have an offer at 92.90. So VWAP is now at 80 though, that I see this. So it's come down a little bit. So let's reload a little bit right here in the 60s, and then let's put something up near VWAP, and then we already have a break. I got to change that now. Now if we can break above 93, then we'll get out. But see, we just recognized that we got a little closer to VWAP. So guess what, guys? You know what level we just shorted there? 63s. Now it's back in. It's only 10 cents. Let's see if it falls back. But I like this short into 93. So now we have an average price of 64. So we'll take a 40-cent hit if it goes to the downside. Or sorry, goes to the upside. And to the downside, that same 40 cents is all the way down at 92.20 right now. Brankos, you almost did it, my guy. We're almost done. We have 14 more minutes left.
This is tougher than it looks. I give you a lot.
appreciate
I
that.
give you, Neil, and like all Adara and Sharif a lot of credit. Like, it's exhausting.
Yeah, but
I'm just
you
sitting
didn't give us much credit before.
No.
Okay, but I do really appreciate that. No, because we do talk about that on the show. It's tough because the thing is, I never stop thinking about the show. Also,
Yeah.
So like, you see why I have my work email up here? So like an email just came in, I want to click on it, read what it says, you know?
Yeah.
And then, so sometimes you often get distracted. And I think that we miss some trades sometimes because of that, which is why it's so important that we have such a good community in the chat.
Yeah, definitely a lot going on.
That can give us a lot of different opportunities and potentially highlight some missed opportunities that Neil, myself, or anybody who's on the show may have had. So without any further ado, let's go see what Adara's up to.
IMAC Holdings still very strong today. BACK. This one does have a really small float, just below 1 million share float here. 5% of that is going to be a short float, market cap of about 1.05 million. So very small company here. BACK, very strong to the upside, guys.
I guess I'm not going to Ottawa then. Oh,
It's starting to snow already.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Fail.
know it's expected,
Can I press
but it was
the button? Yes.
Yeah, the buttons work for you as well. So yeah, but
What's
no,
this?
that hit that more often. But yeah, anything you want, just because it'd be funny, because you're not Neil sitting there. That's all. There we go.
That's a classic Neil one.
Is there anything else you want to hit? Or?
Yeah, I'll hit all of these. I'm like a little kid.
Okay, we'll wait for that. But yeah, oh yeah, this is the one we like.
This is a good one?
Yeah, bang.
That's sick, actually.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. That was a lot of fun. Thanks, Brankos, for that. Okay, so that's that. Let's take a little bit of a bid here on Nike. It's holding 92.50. If we could.
I didn't press that.
And never forget, do not put
Did I?
on your pizza.
I don't think I pressed that.
Well, I didn't. Who knows? Probably Sharif did. Sharif did not.
We'll say I pressed
Ty
it.
did.
I don't know.
Ty
Yeah,
did.
come on, Ty. He's
on.
probably waiting for the chicken already.
He went to go wait in line. Yeah. He's coming back. There's no food there yet.
He's waiting.
coming back.
He's going to take all. If he.
Oh, it's
takes
there
all the-
already. Oh no, we better go. No, it's not. It's already gone. It's already gone. It's already gone.
He went to check.
Yeah, we'll wait for that. It's breaded chicken fingers today. Okay, having a lot of fun here, which is always a good thing. We did not reload Tesla, but it did come up to 170 there. We did not reload Tesla up there at 170. So we're just really looking at Nike because it's starting to fall in a little bit here, and we do take that pressure off a little bit on Nike. We did take something out at 50. It is now into the 30s. So again, we'll see if we can have a little bit more diamond hands on this one. Wait for 92. Again, wait for this 50 period. We called that. So again, up to VWAP, back down to 50. We'll take that every time and see if it comes in again here right now. So that's going to be a trade. The one that's been the most disappointing for me today is going to be Reddit, unfortunately. It got going to VWAP, and I thought it was going to break that. Looks like it's coming back up. This is your opportunity to get out if you want to. It's $2 in the money for Reddit, but at the same time, we're trying to wait to see if we can break through VWAP right now. So let's go over to Money Talks with Adara.
Second in the row of a very strong green candle here for the DXY, breaking above this early area of resistance around that 104.20 area, pushing back above this. Let's see what we can do here around that 105, which was that earlier peak we made back around mid-February 2024. No real economic news today. We did have Feds Powell and Feds Jefferson speaking earlier today, but not seeing any updates from that. So it seems like kind of the normal comments there coming out of this. We do have Feds Bar, though, at 12 p.m. and Feds Bostic at 4 p.m. next week as well. A lot of economic data to keep an eye on. We had the Fed meeting this week, so that was the big thing we had on watch for this week. Next week, though, we do get final GDP quarter-over-quarter numbers, so that's absolutely going to be on watch here March 28th on Thursday. So keep an eye on that. Right now, though, the DXY just continuing to the upside on a very light day for data, guys.
Again, Powell. I mean, you know, not every day is going to have tons of information, but thanks to Dara for that one. We only have 10 minutes left in the show, and then we're going over to the midday show where they've been talking all week about different strategies of trading, definitely pullbacks or regression trades, things like that. And today's fake outs, so fake outs to breakouts, and you know, some of those can be tough.
Yeah.
You know, and so you try to figure that out, and that's been a lot of the problem sometimes with trading some of those breaks early, where you get really super excited, you think you have the trade, and then all of a sudden it'll break out, and then just completely. You have an example? Let's do that then. CGC. So let's go. What do you want to talk about there?
No, it was a fake breakout, so fake out, right? Is that? And then it keeps going. So it's one of those things with fake outs is, you know, you got to really like your level to put on the trade, and then you have to be what's it called? I've been talking for too long, even though Sean's doing most of the work. You have to be willing to be wrong, okay? That's why fake outs can really hurt people. It's because they get in, for example, 550, they're looking for this big move, and they don't really think about the consequences of the trade not working. I had my stop in, even though it faked me out and then ended up going. You know, it is what it is. I don't know.
Yeah, no, those are good. I mean, that's kind of why we're doing this. So to try to figure out, you know, what different strategies look like and when they work for you, when they don't work for you. So join, you know, Sharif and Adair on the midday show, and then me and Brankos will be back in the afternoon. And I was thinking we could have Randy on, talk a little bit about some cars, so we could do that as well. And you know, have some fun there in the afternoon. As it's a Friday, you talked about popping some beers, but then of course, you know, you have that trip tonight. And then I was upset about it too.
It's snowing, so I don't know.
Yeah, we have actually, no, tonight is movie night at the school, at my kid's school. So me and Brendan will do the podcast. I was hoping that the snow would wait because, you know, we wait a little bit after. Traders stay late, but tonight traders stay late to do the podcast. So we're here a little late tonight to do that. So I was hoping that just for, you know, Ramin and Fabian and Brendan, that it would be good, you know, conditions to get home later on. But we are getting one last, fingers crossed, one last dump here in the market.
Yeah. The video's still holding strong though.
Of snow,
Oh.
not in the market,
Oh.
of snow. One last dump of snow,
Gotcha.
hopefully, before we can hit the links. You know, Patrick is the golfer.
Yes, huge
So
golfer.
That should be a lot of fun when that hits.
Yeah, what's crazy was April last year, we were golfing. So
April,
we're hoping for that this year. Like obviously,
It was 20. It was it was
22.
70 degrees last week. Yeah, 22. Yeah.
Yeah.
70 degrees Fahrenheit last week, and now we're getting snowed on right here.
Look at you with the Fahrenheit. Good job.
Yeah, you got to do that. You know, you got to
Yeah.
do that. All right, so we just shorted again Tesla. We talked about waiting for 170. It came close enough. We just got some more shorts here in the 80s. We're going to get out if it breaks 170.50. Again, it's done this before and came back in. We don't have any losing trades on Tesla here. We did average up there, but then it was able to come back. And remember what we talked about? We were waiting for that 170. So we'll put on, you know, shares up here, which is why we have better average prices right now. So I just put a bid down here to get out at 169.70. So if that comes back in, we'll take a little bit off there, 20 cents. And then I'm bidding nowhere until the 20s. So a little bit lower. Actually, now that I see the 50 periods at 50, let's just put a bid down there. Here we are. We're at 70 on Tesla. Let's put a bid down there at 55 and see if we can get that fill. So there it is, bouncing off 70 again. So hopefully it will fill us and we'll get that fill down there. So those are the positions that we're working with. We have Nike short. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so here we go. So maybe we can get Reddit going right now. If we hit these buttons, sometimes they work, Brankos. And then, so finally trying to break above VWAP. Honestly, target for me on Reddit is to kind of wait. I mean, let's just see. Will there be some buyers coming in here, take down the 200, and then I'm looking at 50, man. 50,
I like that.
Yeah, somewhere up there.
Your
and then,
grandpa's stop.
Yep, the grandpa stop will be coming into place. Okay, so there it goes right now. Bang, 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 bang. One more time, hit the sirens because there's the Tesla reload to the downside, and now we're starting to get going here. We'll take a fill at 70, and then we'll see about a 50. We are bidding down here at 55 for this fill on Tesla, and it looks like that might not hit. So let's just put a 60 fill again. We'll cancel our 55s and get a low 60s. We're at 62. Oh, we just saw that, just missed us. All right, so good trade there to end the show with. We will look at some more marijuana stocks throughout the midday show as well. We'll talk about those. Aurora Cannabis is another one that was going today, up 14%. And I mean, look, again, reverse split. So this is not real. But you're going from $3 up to $4.50. Nice little move up there for ACB.
Tilray.
Yeah, go to Branko's screen there to Tilray.
What's interesting is like it seems like when these wheat stocks have good news, they all trade well, right? Like it's pair trading. So obviously the sector had good news with Germany. So like Sean mentioned, Aurora, Canopy Growth, Tilray. So these are all good names to be in today, with Tilray being up 12% as well.
Yeah, we definitely like that Tilray move. Okay, we'll wait to see again if anything happens with Tesla and Nike. And then again, I wanted to mention to everybody, do we have, I should have asked for this again, the link to all of our podcasts, that code, I have to go find it, because I want to get people to leave us notes. Like, if there's any questions, we're always looking for questions on the podcast, right? Like, what can I ask Brendan, or what do they want to ask us, or anything like that. So head over there, put some questions into either the chat right now, or go back to our last podcast, put it in, we'll review them, and then we'll see if we can answer some of those, because we always get some interesting questions, and we want to make sure that we talk about them on the podcast. So go back to the last couple podcasts, and there it is right here. I see it. So we'll copy and paste this. We'll put it also in the chat.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, just 1 second here. Let me just show this, and then here it is right here. So go find it right now, the podcast on YouTube, Spotify, or Apple. This is the link. I'll put it in the chat by pushing enter. Now it's in the chat. Go find it also. Tweet it out. Leave us some questions. Fire away, Brankos.
Who would you want to be like your guest on the podcast? Who would you want? Like, if you could pick anyone you would like to talk about trading on that podcast, who would you want? Dead or alive?
Well, be someone alive. Because honestly, like, I was thinking, we had this discussion about Cathie Wood versus Warren Buffett. And it was just like, I want to think about someone that might have some forward-thinking ideas.
Okay, yeah, I like that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And someone that could maybe change the game. Mm-hmm. So honestly, I mean, this is going to be very chalk, what I'm going to say, which means it's going to be a favorite pick of many people. I would like to have Elon on the show. I just think, just because we could talk about a lot of different things, and not only that, I think it would be great for the viewers as well, for guys like me and Brendan to talk to him about some of that stuff. And I know a lot of people like the Joe Rogan experience with him on there as well. And I just think that, opening up and being a little more honest about things, because sometimes if I say, like, I'd like to have someone that maybe some of the other shows have on, a lot of those people are just talking heads.
Yeah.
So they'll come on, they'll work for a major investment bank or a major bank, period, and they'll just talk their own book.
Yeah.
I want to hear people that might have new ideas, that aren't afraid to say things that are outside of typical media, you know what I mean? So that for me would be one of those kind of guys to have on there. I mean, I'd also like to have even just someone cool like a Tim Cook or something, just to see, like, hey, what's going on with Apple? I don't know.
We're
Things
manifesting.
Like
We're manifesting right now.
What would you be interested in?
In terms of trading, my favorite trading book is Alpha Trader.
Okay.
So Brett Donnelly, if you guys could catch him on the show, I think he trades Forex mostly, but I think he'd be a really interesting guy for you guys to talk to. Okay. Also, have you heard of Nick Colas at all?
I have not.
Okay, so Nick Colas, he's been on a few podcasts, like on YouTube and stuff. I'm pretty sure he has his own YouTube channel as well. He's a former SAC Capital trader. Okay. So he traded under Stevie Cohen. So I would be interested.
So similar prop kind of stuff.
Yeah, exactly, right. Exactly. So I'd be very interested.
Cohen would be a good one too.
That would be epic.
Yeah, I think we could rock it with him.
Yeah. So those are some big names.
So this is Bloor Street. Yeah, this is not outside right here, but it might as well be.
Yeah.
So yeah, my wife just took this picture. She's getting her eyebrows done. You know what I'm saying? So there it is right there. So that's what it looks like outside right now. She said it's snowing like a lot, but it's melting. It's not super cold out right here. Check the watch.
It's early though. It's going to be snowing all day.
I know.
Wow.
That sucks. All right. Thanks. Right, without any further ado, I want to thank Brankos here, and we're going to throw it over to, I want to thank Ramin, I want to thank Fabian, I want to thank everybody for watching. Thanks to Bears vs. Bulls and everybody in the chat again. Hope you got some winners on board, man. We've got Nike, we've got Reddit, we've got Tesla. All are positive names for us today.
Let's go.
So we'll go 3 for 3, and we had a lot of fun, and we'll come back during the 2 p.m. hour. But for now, let's go over to the midday. Thanks a lot, guys.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That right there is your girl Adara, and I'm Sharif. And I'm going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other side. Brankles, hang out and keep your eyes on the chat. Brankles, hang out and keep your eyes on the chat just for one quick sec, because we're going to show you some love, my man, once everybody comes in. We already have the Crazy Stitch Lazy. We got Chase Bands. We got Darwin. We got Derek Pillsbury. Yes, we already have a $2 super chat from Chase Bands. Thank you very much for that super chat. It says, always an awesome job. Sincerely yours, Mara Husband, Mr. Longshorts, Mateus Lane, Darwin, D-Loaf. What's up, guys? Fiddle back. We got Borja, we got NECA, James Foster, Thomas Johnson, Igor, Sebastian, Mary L. Midnight. Listen, guys, I think Brankles did one hell of a job. I think he's naturally hilarious, and he went really well with Sean. Throw up ones for my man Brankles in the chat. They're going to be coming fast. They're going to be coming furious. Brankles, keep your eye on the chat, my man. Good morning, Dan. Good morning, Arsenal Adam. What's up, guys? Coffee Trader, Hal R, Christopher R. We even have Adara in the chat as well. She's throwing up ones, baby. I'm going to throw up my ones. Throw up ones for my man Brankles. This man needs to be told that he did a fantastic job. There it comes, my man. Loving that coming in. Thank you very much, Brankles, for killing it as always. Good morning, Adara.
Good morning. Yeah, again, shout out to Brankles for killing it. I feel very lucky that I was able to learn when I first started here. I wasn't even supposed to be trading when I started, but I still, Brankles was great and just kind of taught me the lay of the land, even though I knew next to nothing, probably more than nothing. So much support here. Also, Ramin deciding to go, or is that Fabian?
Spamming the chat, bro.
I think Fabian.
Yeah.
Going the extra mile here with the one. So, but in all seriousness, thank you so much to Brankles and Sean. Great team, killing it there.
Yeah, straight up.
On the main show. But for now, Fabian's like, yes, it was me.
Yes.
But yeah, honestly, what a day. I know you have a trade that you would like to discuss.
I got out of it. I just got out of it. We shorted 178.30 on AMZN. Then we were nicely about like 40 pennies in the money on this one. But alas, this market's too strong, baby. We're bouncing off 18.5 with the viciousness there. As Adair likes to say, here's the look at the NQ June contract. We were ranging at that 18.5 all morning. I didn't have eyes on this for some reason. For whatever reason, I was not concentrating on the future today. I was looking at Reddit. I was looking at Lulu, Nike, FedEx, everything that, didn't end up working out for me. We'll get to that a little bit later. What's up? It's over here? Right like that?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ram instructing me to do better with the mic, baby. Yes, but anyway, 18.5 defended multiple times. We did break it here in the pre, but that's neither here nor there. Look at these prints right after the bell. 500 ends up holding to a dang T on the NQ June contract. So that precipitated this market pump to the high side, and we had to flatten out our AMZN short. But here's a look on Amazon. I mean, every time we kept coming into the 200 period moving average, wherever it was, whether it was at 50s, whether we're at 40s, or right back into that level now, we keep rejecting this downtrend line or the 200 period moving average. So I, decided to take a quick short there, and not a bad look. But NVIDIA is all the strength today, the strongest of the Mag 7. Well, no, Google's the strongest of the Mag 7 names, but NVIDIA, Google and NVIDIA both performing well. NVIDIA into that 930 area. Are you looking at anything before I start the lesson?
I'm looking at a little bit of disappointment. I got involved in this Microsoft short. We watched this reject this level for a while. I probably got in a little bit too late. I think the move to the downside might have already been happening. However, we are rejecting that 427.60, which is my sign to leave. If we break above 427.60, I leave the Bill Gates. I run out of the Bill Gates and we leave here on this Microsoft trade. But we did reject it really nicely a couple times here, that 427.60. In retrospect, should have been my entry point for the short. But you live, you learn, you grow, and you listen to this lesson about fake outs.
Absolutely. And this is, I think, the one, we probably all need to hear. Maybe it's not the most fun one because it doesn't really explain to you a nice technique for trading, but it shows you how not to get rinsed. And so we've been talking about pullbacks all week, right? You're waiting for a big move up, and then you're waiting for a pullback into a key level. You get long on that level, and then you continue in the upward trend. Same thing works for the short. You're in a big downtrend. You wait for a pull up, you get short at a key level, and you wait for the downtrend. But what happens if that move back up on the short or that move back down on the long doesn't stop? And that's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to be talking about getting faked out on a pullback, and it's actually a trend reversal. One of the tougher things to spot, especially for newer traders. Let's get to it. So pullback trades offer great entry points, right? Because you don't chase it, you're not at highs, you're waiting for a pullback. But there's a sneaky villain lurking apparently, and it goes by the name of the fake out. Let's learn how to identify and defend against these deceptive price movements. They sound so sinister, Darren.
They are.
Right?
They are.
Yeah. So understanding fake outs. A fake out, essentially, like I just explained, is a pullback that tricks you into thinking that the trend is changing, right? Only to reverse course and continue in the original direction. Here's an example. This is a bearish pullback on a fake out, right? So you think, okay, look, the trend is reversing. Right back down we go, and we end up making newer lows. This is the US dollar and the Japanese yen. So it's Forex, but it doesn't really matter. Everything still applies. So you're making lower highs, lower lows. You're staying true to that upper trend line. Then the market makers or the algos or whoever wants to fake you out. They want to take all those stops, get everybody offside, and then let the trend continue in the original direction to make new lower highs and lower lows. Perfect example. Thanking you for adding that in, Adara. So why do fake outs happen? What is the mechanism that causes them to happen? We need to understand. So the first is stop loss hunting, like I just finished explaining. What's going on over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man is still short Tesla at 17170. So keep your eyes on that trade with the Katina Man, short Tesla at 170. So stop loss hunting, one of the reasons that fake outs happen. So traders might place stop loss orders just below support or just above resistance for downtrends. Fake outs can trigger these orders, forcing losing traders and potentially pushing the price further in the original direction. So as we know, there's algos that stop hunt. You know, if you believe in the whole level 3 theory, the market makers are looking to take your money as well. So there's a lot of reasons why these happen. But there's also profit taking. Let's be real about it. People could be looking to whet their beaks on some money here. They've held the trade well, they're in the money nicely, and they don't want to see a lot of those profits dwindle. So they wet their beak. They take their profits. They put out those profit-taking orders. So traders already in profitable positions might close their trades during a pullback, causing a temporary price dip in an uptrend or a rise in a downtrend. Again, we're talking about both the long and the short when it comes to these fake outs, okay? So how do you identify? What are some techniques you can use to identify the fake out red flags, right? So the first one is a weak pullback, pardon me. So you're looking for fake outs often involve shallow pullbacks that don't reach key support and resistance levels. Be cautious of pullbacks that seem insignificant compared to the overall trend. So what am I talking about here? Well, on Tuesday, we talked about pullbacks into support and resistance. On Wednesday, we talked about the measured move pullback. And these are all ways you can kind of gauge where the price should retrace to on that particular instrument. You should be a little suspicious if it doesn't make it back up into that key price, okay? Again, it's gonna be more of like repetitions to be able to figure out what levels are key and what levels are insignificant. A lot of screen time, a lot of reps. I think that would help with that. But there's also the way of a lack of confirmation that you can spot these fake outs. Remember, the confirmation tools from the previous lessons, like divergence, like we talked about yesterday, or strong candlestick patterns, like we talked about in that week a while ago on candlestick patterns, their absence during a pullback might indicate a fake out. If the breakout candle fails to make a lower low, for example, in a bullish trend or a higher high, in a bearish trend, it may be a signal of a fake out. So keep your eye on that. lack of confirmation. And then the third way is to look at unusual volume. And by unusual, I mean like lighter volume than would typically be the case. So sometimes fakeouts are accompanied by lower trading volume compared to the overall big trend, the main trend. This can suggest a lack of conviction behind the price move. And here's a great example. And again, thank you for adding this in Adara. So we keep, is this the one? Labeled fake out, fading opportunities. So which one is it?
Yeah, this one, sorry, this is the one where it's, this is the actual
This is the
fake out.
first one, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this was the one that I was talking about. This is the fake out. So keep your eye on the volume here. So here we're breaking down, yet the volume is going higher. The green volume is going higher. So a little bit of the opposite look there. So keep your eye on weak pullbacks that don't come into key areas of support or resistance. Look for a lack of confirmation, right? Where, you know, you're not seeing divergence or you're not seeing the right candlestick or chart patterns, and keep your eye on light volume. That might also indicate that the fake out is, well, the pullback is fake. So how do you defend against these fake outs? What are some techniques that you could possibly use? The first one is strict stop loss placement, right? Don't place stop loss orders too tight, right? Give the price some breathing room during pullbacks to avoid fake out triggers. Consider trailing stop orders as well that adjust as the price moves in your favor. And here is a nice example. Well, we'll get to that in a second, okay? There's also proper risk management strategies that you can employ here. So you can always maintain proper risk management. Don't risk too much on a single trade, right? Especially during pullbacks when you're going against the trend with a high fake out potential. So risk management, key. We talk about that at almost every lesson. And patience is key, guys, right? Don't rush into a trade based on any pullback willy-nilly. Wait for a pullback with strong confirmation signals. Wait for it to come into that support or resistance level or that key Fibonacci level. Look for divergence like we talked about yesterday. Try to check all those boxes, as many as you can. You're not going to always check them all, if even half, but as many as you can to kind of put yourself in the best statistical odds position to take a winning trade, all right? And here, this is, okay, so this is, I don't know which one this is. Okay,
Oh,
so
yeah,
I'll have to do
sorry.
these
I
after.
feel like
Okay.
I struggled with the labeling of some
Oh,
of
it's all
these.
good.
I
I'll
apologize.
mention them. I'll mention them second time around once I've had an opportunity to look at it. So here's a couple of bonus tips though. Imagine fake outs as the market testing your commitment to the trade. Be patient, guys, and use proper risk management to avoid getting fooled by these deceptive breakout price movements. Stay vigilant. Don't let fake outs derail your pullback trading strategy. Hope that helps everybody. And yes, and I'm happy that I got out of this AMZN position because those higher lows came and they were indicative of possible higher highs, and it absolutely pumped up there into 178.50. I haven't had a look at the future. Are we positive? No, we're just down 0.07% on the NQ, so it looks like we're really trying to head positive here as we break through, or we're breaking into 18,550. So nice look right now in the future.
Yeah, and thank you so much for that lesson there, Sharif, for going over that and those charts. And yeah, what a market we have, and especially too with pullbacks, it's always very important to kind of have your eye on everything and look at different levels and different types of confirmation. Also, I want to mention Phony Baloney saying, guys, can you discuss how to handle fake outs in extremely volatile stocks like NVIDIA, please and thank you. So the thing with something like NVIDIA, as has kind of been mentioned in this chat in response to that, this is a really hard stock, and you really want to make sure to have that, to strike that very hard to strike balance of being careful, making sure that you don't get, chopped up, but you also want to make sure that you aren't, that you're giving it enough room to run, right? Because you need a little bit more wiggle room on some of these more volatile NVIDIA-esque stocks because they do tend to move a little bit more. So I would really say just be cautious of your own risk management. Don't go in a trade based on what someone else is saying. Go based on what you're saying and make sure that you consider risk to reward. So if you're trying to get like $1 off of NVIDIA, maybe keep that stop a little bit tighter. But if you're trying to do a hodl type thing in NVIDIA, that's where you might want to extend the stop. But of course, use your own discretion. We are not here to give advice, just to look and give our takes on charts. Also, Microsoft
Softy's
has
tanking, bro.
been, pardon?
Softy's tanking.
Yeah, I'm in a long, so that's fun.
Oh, my bad.
No, it's okay. It's
I
true.
didn't see that. Yeah.
It's a truism. No, I'm just laughing at myself here because sometimes that's what you have to do. I'm getting out of this though because we broke below 80s. This is another one where it's like, I think I am struggling with the sense of direction on this stock. I thought we were going to kind of maybe do a bit of a reversal here. We were in the short timing was bad. We had a nice short off it earlier, scalped it. Then we held that 927 really well. So I tried to add to the position, I tried to go long, sorry, it didn't quite work out. We are down on this name, but I think to me, honestly, this is kind of like Adara, why are you trading it? This is a trending type name. This is not a range. We have lower highs, lower lows. Happy I got it where I did though, because we just made a lower low. If there's another short opportunity here, I might take it, but I have this really bad habit where I'll trade a stock and then I'll be like, oh, that's the one stock I have to trade all hour. And it's like, no, Adara, there are other stocks. Just because you start trading it this one time as you began the day does not mean you are married to the stock, does not mean you have any kind of financial obligations to the stock. So there you go. Let's
Perfect example from vis-a-vis the Chilean nightmare. The Chilean nightmare pointed out to me that Lithium Americas LAC on the NY is down and it is almost at the volume weighted average price. It bounced off VWAP last time, which prompted me to get into it. I got in half a position here because I want a planned DCA if this makes it back into the volume weighted average price. So this is a perfect example, Fabian, of a pullback on a trend, except it's intraday. So we're not looking at the daily chart, we're looking at the intraday chart, and absolutely valid in my opinion. So if you're looking for a nice move up like we see here on LAC up 6 3/4, well, where would it pull back into? Well, you have this crest over here at 677 that we had as a resistance point last time. In addition to that level, you had the volume weighted average price hanging out at 678. So you had two pieces of confluence there to support your thesis that this area could be an area to get in. But that's not always the case. Sometimes the price doesn't make it all the way down into that key area of support. So I got long at 86s in case, it went without me. And right now it is up into 92s. So we'll look to wet our beak maybe into 7. So we'll sit here at 99s, or no, we'll sit at 98s to wet our beak if it makes its way up there. Otherwise, I'll be looking to add in front of that 677, 678 area on LAC. Thank you, Fabian, for pointing that out. If you're wondering why this monster is moving, I saw LAAC, Lithium Americas Argentina, that was up on something. Yes, okay, so Scotiabank with an outperform and a price target of 8. You have Worthington Steel, so Scotiabank that upgraded LAAC, which is a derivative of LAC, obviously, right? It's just with its operations in Argentina. So LAAC trades differently than LAC, but I think that's probably what's prompting LAC to move up. Anyway, long 86s, looking to wet our beak here at 98s. We'll see what we get. Now, I haven't looked at any small cappers. We'll do that in a minute. But this 170 defend on AAPL was just absolute money today. And I was staring at this. I don't know why I didn't get into it, but I was watching this happen in real time. Anyway, it's done really well. $2.50 off that bottom. And this candle was quite indicative over here, being a bit of a reversal candle, showing you that the trend was reversing owing to that huge bottoming tail part that it has there. How big is the bottoming tail? 43 down into 7. So yeah, quite a big tail and a very small body on this name. We'll see what Apple does on the day. It's coming into that IB high that we printed there at 172.56. It hasn't been above that level, and it's had trouble breaking above the 200 period on the 5. Look at all the pops here. They're all into the 200 period with a downward slope. So we'll see if we can make any higher highs here. We haven't been able to, and whether we can close above the 200, not just wick above the 200. So good stuff to look at there.
Yeah, also Dan Ives actually and Wedbush did comment on Apple earlier today too. I think I saw that while I was at the big desk. Positive comments there from noted floral shirt enthusiast Dan Ives. In all seriousness, I do love his shirts. He's a great Twitter follow. I was telling Sharif about that. He's always posting his shirts and his talks, and he has a lot of really interesting insights on big tech. Tesla, lots of notes on Tesla, lots of notes on Apple. And kind of what he said here, this was on was this on Alphabet? I'm trying to see what he was speaking on here this morning. Maybe no, sorry, this was on Alphabet. This was not on Apple. But with that in mind, let's take actually a look at Alphabet because it's a mega tech name. I saw some people mentioning that one earlier, and why not? Yeah, this is a really nice 90 MA hold. Nice. We had a slightly higher high. I would be kind of worried about a double top, except look at the slightly higher high we have. Look at that hold of that 90 MA curl. I kind of like this.
All right, let's see. Yeah, that's fantastic. Another higher low.
Exactly,
yeah,
right?
Yeah,
so, and I think I love this level for whatever reason. I like that 90 MA. So let's see what happens here. I would be vaguely tempted to get long here, except Adara, you are a range trader. Things go bad when you do not try to trade ranges. Cough, cough. Microsoft, you make decisions that don't make sense.
Hey. I saw a Reddit trade that says completely differently than that yesterday.
Thank you. That was very nice of you.
Yeah.
I appreciate
I saw that Reddit trade. We all saw that Reddit trade.
I like how you're making it sound like this salty thing when it's just a very nice thing to say. But thank you so much, Sharif. No, let's look at Reddit, though, because Reddit was on my radar. I did do a thing. Once I have a phone that has a microphone that works, I'm going to start doing this, and I'm going to call it on my Instagram Tea and Trades, or Trading Tea, where I just, before the midday or before How to Trade, talk about, drink my tea and talk about some trades. And I did film one for Reddit, and then my microphone didn't work, so we couldn't post it. But I do like this. Let's see what we do here as if we make a higher high at this 50-40. I like this bounce off of this 48-20 area. Look, we can't break below it. We see these wicks, these failed wicks here. We push above. And I filmed that video before we got back up here and tested it. So I should have been looking at this. My bad. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. We're going to keep an eye, though, because look at this area earlier. We have these failed wicks below it. Then we can't really get back to that 48-20 in a way that holds. Spread is 3 pennies. As someone who will sometimes trade the 20 penny spread on Eli Lilly, I cannot complain about this Reddit spread. So it's a nice look. Not too much of a spread it there. Also, let's look at Tesla, because I am involved in a short here. We are taking this to that 169 area. So this is just a very scalpy type trade. I am not saving a piece for the dream because Tesla, it's hard to sleep. You have to sleep with one eye open in Tesla. You don't really have time to dream. So there we go. I would love for us to get to that 169 area. We seem to be very skittish. We've had a couple touches of it, and then we've said no. So if we're going to give this like 20 pennies. If we break above 169.50 area, I'm going to get out. I know we just said, NVIDIA, you want to give that a little bit more wiggle room. Same with the Tesla. But if I'm going to scalp a Tesla, I can't plan on scalping 30 pennies and then give it like $1 to run. Sure. Do you know what I mean? The risk to reward on that is negligible, to use a Sharifism. So that's what I will be trying to take a look at here on Tesla. How are you doing in the lake, the LAC?
Not bad. We're at 95s. We're having trouble breaking through 97s, I guess, because maybe we have like these downward trends over here with sequentially lower highs. We had 710, then 705. Now we're getting like a little bit below 7. What's going on over there, Katina, man? Reddit is $5 in the money on the Katina Man screen, so that's a big boy trade as it got into 51s. Keep your eye on the IB high there at 51. That is how high we printed today. We could have resistance at that $51 area, but this is an IPO, baby, so anything could happen. Forget about these levels. Just wanted to point out at 9:35, we wicked off 51, and then that precipitated about a $4.50 move into $5.50 move into 45.50. And now we've recovered that entire move, but now $1 off the top there as we come back into 50 off that 51 level. So keep your eye on 51. If it breaks, this could be one hell of a trade. Now, LAC looks like it is going to print lower highs at the moment, but if it comes back into my level, I'll just end it there. We're still in the money on it. Keeping eyes on Apple. We're also 16 pennies off the high a day on Apple, 172.56. I'm sorry about these wicks. I'll fix them in a minute. But yeah, that's just kind of normal stuff around here. 172.56 HOD. Now we're at 172.46, so 10 pennies off high a day on Apple. Keep your eye on possible resistance there as well, as we did make it up there twice prior. The first at around 9:05 a.m., the second time at around 10:40, and this is going to be a third time. Will this be a charm? Can we break that high a day? We're now above the 200 period moving average on the 5-minute on AAPL, like we were talking about. We said the 200 was acting as a level of resistance on the day owing to these two rejections here. But there you go. We get the first 5-minute candle to close above the 200 on AAPL. So let's see what it does at the $0.50. Maybe this one can continue north. 3 different analyst agencies reiterating their outperform or their buy rating on Apple today. Chief among them, JP Morgan. Then you had Bernstein chiming in as well. And then there's one other, I don't remember who.
TD Cowen.
TD Cowen, thank you. With that upgrade and basically, given the you know what to the DOJ, I guess there. So we'll have to wait and see how Merrick Garland and his boys react to that. So yeah, Apple into 172.50, keeping eyes on this one. This could be an interesting trade back into a key level. We'll see. Or a rejection off this level, who knows?
Yeah, I have decided to start doing something in Tesla here. I don't know what we're, to quote Michael Jackson, I want to be starting something. I'm not really sure what we've started or how it will end. But basically what I'm trying to do is I noticed this range got tighter. I'm aware that we can break above here. And as I speak, we do kind of, I think we might have been breaking out here of this. We'll see what we do at 169.60s. But basically, I've been trying to scalp smaller movements. And as we get filled, we add a little bit here, right? So this is, I guess, a bit scalpier, inspired by Sean, who is always, king scalper there, killing it with those scalps. I really want to try to be a little bit scalpier. This is a type of trade I like. And this range is really tight. So, talk about micro scalping here. But as we get a little bit higher lows, I think I'm going to take everything out at 21s if I can. So not a massive trade by any means, but really just trying to take advantage of these opportunities. As Neil says a lot, as he said a couple times in his lessons of the day this week, shout out to Neil. Hope he is enjoying the baseball in Florida. He was really saying that, sometimes you have to be willing to adapt. If you're in a trade, what is the plan? And if your plan doesn't work, how do you change your plan? We're still valid in this trade. We haven't broken up with any kind of insane swiftness or viciousness, to use some words I use sometimes. And as I say that, Tesla's like, oh, you think I haven't broken out? But so yeah, we might get kicked out of this. Every time we try to hit that 60s, that we curl back down. So I'm watching you, Tesla. I am watching you, Tesla. I'm watching you. Like I said, one eye open. We don't have dreams when you're involved in Tesla. You have no time. You're so worried that you will be getting extricated from the Cybertruck and thrown it onto the highway. So let's see how this goes in T to the S to the L to the A. Microsoft, Softy was playing hardball with me earlier today. We were always in the wrong direction on this, except for that one nice little short we had. But if we keep projecting off this 9 EMA, I might see some shorts in my future.
I like it.
So let's keep an eye on that. Not short weather in Toronto right now because it's chilly willy, but definitely short weather in potentially in Microsoft and in Apple for you.
Yes. We trade our book, Adara. It doesn't matter whether it's against us or for us. Short AAPL into resistance. Stop is a break a high a day. That simple. We'll look to wet our beak possibly at that 172 area if we make it back into the whole dollar area on AAPL. Strong level here, but I'm seeing a bit of a topping tail candle come in on the future. Sorry, let me just adjust my screen here. I forgot to put the chat on all screens. There we go. So we'll look to see if we can make it down into that whole dollar level on AAPL or thereabouts. If not, stop is going to be break a high a day. That's already in, so we'll let that one run. What else we got? We got NVIDIA at resistance level 2. This thing is a monster, bro. Yeah. 937.06 HOD. It's coming into that blue dotted line. The blue dotted line is the second resistance level for your pivots. So the first one is the teal. Trust the teal, Max says, baby. And so that is the level we're looking at right now. Are we above all the local levels? I believe we are. Let's go into the hourly and figure out where we could encounter resistance on NVDA. Well, this is an interesting area right over here. Look at this topping tail candle over here. This was at 8 a.m., so that looks like maybe an institutional print, but we are looking at the hourly, so that could include the 8:30 release of the financial numbers or economic data. So I'm looking at that 940, 938 as a level of resistance on NVIDIA. On the hourly, obviously this area over here, that 958 as well as that 975 are also areas, but we really have to get parabolic to see that today. So we'll keep eyes on, what's it called? NVIDIA. All right, wet my beak here on some profits on AAPL as we continue to head down. Let's flip back to LAC. Okay, so now we're knocking on the door of my out here on LAC. Shout out to the Chilean Nightmare for pointing this one out to me. I'm sitting at 98s. I'm getting 98 on the ask. It's got to cross. It's got to go to the bid for me to get filled, and we're not getting filled now. As now we move back into 97. So we need about a penny or so more to get filled on that that LAC trade. We're looking for a 7 break on Lithium America. There is an LAAC headline, upgrade by Scotiabank, which is a Canadian bank, but that has precipitated some strength into LAC. So do with that what you will. What else am I looking at over here? Let me look at what people are talking about in the chat. I saw some tags earlier. Shout out to you, Jay Lee. Thoughts on shorting AVGO? It's too high, in my humble opinion. Expecting a $20 or $50 pullback. Jay, you probably are not wrong on this. I mean, I feel like all the microchips are extended at this point, but the market doesn't care what I think. All it knows is that this AI headline keeps pumping here. So what are your levels? You're talking about, it's too high right now. So 134.75 is HOD on AVGO. Let's put in the ticker. And let's talk a little bit about this. So very much an inside day so far, Jay, right? Like, I mean, look at that big move up yesterday on AVGO. We get off the schneid there, as my friend Neil likes to say, at 113.10. We make it up to 14, almost 05. So almost a $100 move on AVGO yesterday, so I can see why you'd feel that way. Today, though, like I was saying, an inside day, but look at this, Jay. Higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, with higher highs. So I wouldn't want to, even though there's not parabolic strength in this today, it's up almost 1 2/3, and it's putting in a series of higher lows. So I don't want to stand in front of this monster. I'm just going to let it be. All right, let's see here quickly. All right, should we get filled here on LAC? There's obviously a hidden seller at 98. This is so annoying. All right, Apple right back into my level at 136, but we already wet our beak. If this one makes a new high, I'll get out of that. Chill vibes. NVIDIA, 940 soon. I agree with you, my man. We just looked at that level on the wider time frame. It looks like that 940 area could be a key level of resistance. That takes us back a few days. Dan the Man Emmons. NQ closed cash gap. I don't know what cash gap means, Dan. But the Dow and the ES and the Russell did not. Index divergence, MSFT pulling ES down. Yeah, well, we can see that. Adara is looking at that as well. Along with Visa, MasterCard, JP Morgan, and Bank of America. Thank you, Dan, for that very insightful comment. I do appreciate that. Just tell me what cash gap means, though, because I don't know what that is. Casual Soze, what are your thoughts on coin? Next earnings is along a good look. We'll have a look at coin in just 1 second here. I just want to see if I got filled. Of course, I didn't get filled on Lithium America. Let's look at coin. Sorry, Adara, to be a little bit long-winded here.
No worries.
If you have anything important, yeah, just
I have
interrupt
nothing
me.
important to look at.
Okay.
Microsoft is taking its time.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
No, it's okay. We're going to throw the daily up here on coin, and I'm going to get rid of all these trend lines so that we can see a clean look on Coinbase. Derek, when is coin reporting? Is there?
I have not heard.
Okay, let me look. I got it.
It is gonna be May 2nd, 2024.
Thank you. Okay, so then we have some time with that. All right, so casual Soze, we got some time here. Coinbase though. All right. I mean, do you really want me to give you an analysis into earnings when the earnings are so far away? Look, 275 essentially is it's not all-time high. There's the resistance level locally here on Coinbase, but looking above that level, it takes us to these two crests over here. That takes us all the way back to July and September of 2021. We have a 294 top there in July, and then in September we have a 288 top. So those are areas that you could earmark to see if we get into those areas, whether we encounter resistance. To me, though, I don't think those areas are going to be as important as that $300 level, especially with how close we've gotten to it, about 25 bucks off that level. So that's what I'd be looking at. I'd be looking, the next key level for me is going to be that $100 level at 300. Let me know exactly how that goes, and we'll talk more about Coinbase, obviously, as we get closer to earnings. Nothing yet on Lithium America, but Apple still coming down off those levels. But look, even though Apple what are we, like 15 pennies in the money on Apple, nothing really to celebrate, we're still putting in higher lows. And we're also above that 10 EMA. So nothing to celebrate here on Apple, especially if we continue to hold above the 10-period exponential moving average. We'll have to keep eyes on that because it's higher highs and higher lows for AAPL in the day.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, AAPL does. I think it's an interesting look there. Congrats on those little beak wetters, dipping our beaks into the Friday. Also, not a duck but a turtle here. Shout out to Trend Ticker, the trading turtle, our little friend here. And also shout out to anyone who got that Tesla long. I'm seeing a lot of chat about that in the chat. I have to say I was short this, but I am so proud. I'm pleased this punch I left where I did. We broke kind of out of this little area. We broke above the 90 MA. I ran out of that Cybertruck, and we did get a little bit of profit here. So no complaints. All you can do is learn and move on to the next trade. Let's see though what happens here with Tesla. If we hold this 170, I might take this long to ones. You know what? We got a scared trader is a deficient trader.
I like it.
I like this. If we break below the area around where I exited, so around like 179, 169, like 70, 169, 60, we shall be exiting this Hypertruck once again. But I feel nice about this long. I don't know why nice is the word I used. I feel like this long looks nice, and I feel good about it. There you go.
Nice.
Words, and then as I say that, Tesla's like, levels, and then fell below. But that's okay. Tesla does that. It's a bamboozler, to use a Sharifism. But yeah, this is nice. I also like this IWM trade. I'm trying to take this. Again, not trying to do this purely on a dip by chart perspective. We're holding this 206 beautifully on the book, like just chef's kiss, beautifully. So I'm gonna keep building this position. We're gonna actually add a little bit here. And then as long as we hold up above 205.90, 205.90, I'm gonna stay in this. Trying to take some profit here as we get to 206.19. I talk about this ad nauseum, but I have a whole thing where when we get to previous areas of resistance, I will always take out some profit. I will always dip the beak there just to go stick your toe in. So we have three little pieces of the puzzle here in IWM as we dip lower. IWM, please stay above 205.90, just asking for a friend. We're gonna see how that goes. Tesla trying to make me question myself a little bit, but yeah, we're gonna stay in that Questla for now in Tesla. IWM, I'm not adding any more to this. Let's see how this shakes out. Honestly, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, as Wayne Gretzky says. So sometimes you see something, you have to try it, it doesn't work. You have to be prepared to take the L and move on. But as 21 Savage says, we are trying to, take less L's and make more M's.
Boom.
So that's what really matters here. And IWM is probably going to be a bit of an L, as will maybe Tesla. But that just means the only way to go is up. There you go. Go Apple, though. Damp it.
Nice. All right. We just took 30 pennies there on Apple, and I'm pleased. I want to mention why we're precipitating a downward move here on some of these NQ names, and that's because we got into yesterday's closing print on the NQ. Guys, chart these closing prints. It takes all of 1 second. Look how many times we've rejected off this print today. That's the white horizontal line, 18.562. It takes 1 second to draw this out. On my platform, I don't know if you guys can see this. Let me see if you guys can see it. Yeah, they can't really see it. Right here, there's a dotted line. It kind of imprints itself on all my charts because I've selected it that way. And that dotted line will show me the previous day's closing print. So it's kind of hard to see. So I always put this white line overlay on it. And look at that. Rejection right here at 10.05 on that level. Yet another, thanks for Chile Nightmare. Let me remove it so you guys can see that. See how it's a dotted line right there? And yeah, Fabian's going real deep, man. Okay, Fabian. Thanks, bro. I appreciate that. Oh, it's Ram. It's Ram. She's trolling me.
It's more like a Ram thing.
Yeah, it does seem like a Ram thing to do. I'm sitting there calling out Fabian. He's like, what? I'm just doing my thing, bro. But no, in all seriousness, chart the closing print, guys. It helps to know exactly where we are. On the day, are we above, below? I know you can look at that by the percentage, but reflecting it on the chart, it looks a little bit better. So anyway, that's caused a little bit of a down move in some of these names here. NVIDIA included, about $2 off the top, but that's a joke because it's up $23 on the day. So what's a couple of bucks here and there? But the softy, like Dan the Man Edmund said, it's really moving counter cyclically with the indexes today. Down and to the right goes softy, lower highs, lower lows. Any move in subsequent to 10.05 off the 20 period has been sold off. Everything. So the more aggressive pullbacks, and perfect way to phrase that, on pullback week. The more aggressive pullbacks are moving into the 20 period, which is the yellow line on my chart. The more shallow pullbacks are all being rejected at the 10 period. And so hence why you have these. We want to see what the instrument is jiving with on that day. One day it's flirting with VWAP. The next day it's serenading the 50 period. And then the subsequent day after that, it's having an affair with the 10 EMA. So you never know who is going to be in the sites on the day, and that's why you put all the technical indicators on there to see what's jiving. And Microsoft today, it's either the 10 or the 20, but I feel like we've been saying that a lot lately with some of these retracements. Anyway, fantastic look here. And I did wet my beak, it looks like. Shout out to the Chilean Nightmare for giving me this LAC trade, because we were long on that one. We took nice about 15 penny winner on LAC into that 7, but it's continuing to go, baby. Keep your eye on 710. That's HOD on LAC.
I like that, HOD on LAC.
It is.
Also, Tesla, what are you doing, bro? What a way to start this. I apologize, but honestly, like, serious question, because we're holding this 90 EMA really well, I must say. We dip below and we bounce off that 169.60 beautifully. So I said, you know what, we are staying in the Cybertruck for the time being. I added here because of where we held. I do think though we could go either way at this point. I think, you know, we either stay in the Cybertruck to the upside or it, you know, goes falling off the highway. So hopefully, or you know, it just kind of is like, right now it's just slightly off-putting, like that door gap you were showing yesterday, where that gap was slightly off on that Cybertruck that I know really upset you. But yeah, it was a weird look, yeah, the way that the door was on that Cybertruck. But anyways, let's see if the door in this Cybertruck stays open for me for a long. And also, you know, if a Cybertruck would ever open his door for Sharif, he would greatly appreciate it. So shout out to the Cybertruck for that. But yeah, I like the idea here. I don't mind my cost basis here just below 170s. Happy I didn't get in any earlier. We're going to have to see, though, if this ended up just being buying into a falling knife, because that's what's going to happen. But you don't know unless you try, and you don't know unless the market tells you what's happening. Let's look at Reddit, because I'm still fascinated by the idea of something in Reddit. You know, there's also Microsoft. Okay, we're going to deal with Microsoft later, because that one is bamboozlement central. But also, could this be a dip buy on Reddit? We're holding that 50 really well. Oh, I want to wait for one more candle, because the bamboozlement of that big bearish candle has me going, But if we have another nice candle here, this could be an opportunity. Also, the first thing that I thought when you showed that QQQ chart, or that NQ chart, was sort of rangy. So I'm going to look at this here too. Look at this. We have like this kind of base of 444. Yeah, 444.60. We come up into 445.90. So that's like quite the range. It's a $1 plus range, but there's all these little baby ranges as well, right? So again, it's a little bit harder. I always have to remember Adara, it's a little bit harder to trade the Qs in a range, because they're the Qs. They're going to do what they want to do. But I still think it's something I want to keep an eye on, because we do have these very clear levels, I think, on the
Can
Qs.
I make a suggestion? Do you know about the TQs and the SQs?
Yeah, the levered ones, right?
Yeah.
I should look at those.
I know that they're levered, but because they're smaller in value, like the dollar amounts, the moves are not as aggressive. So say if you're taking a $400 name, just even if you got 10 shares, it's going to move aggressively. You know what I mean? So I don't know if that's something you want to explore. It's a bit cheaper, but it is levered. So I don't know. You have a look at it, see if it's something that interests you. And then you make your own decision, obviously. I want to mention Chill Vibes here, if I can.
Please do.
Thank you, Chill Vibes, for pointing out. Very good look here. He's taken a very strong name. I'm talking to Chill Vibes in the chat. And wanting to look for a pullback trade on a strong name. I love that, dude. That is my mentality, and I like to trade that way, so I'm jiving with you on this. This is what he's looking at for here. He's looking at Google, and he was saying to me in the chat, look, 150.50 looks like a hell of a long. And I would agree with you on that 99% of the time. The only issue is we already have a defined low over here. Right? And that defined low is hanging out. Well, the bottom wick is at 59. The top is the closing print is at 67. So for us to come into 50, fine, fair. I'm not saying we're going to tank if we come into 50, but it will make a lower low. Now, the other side to that coin is it's coming into VWAP. So who cares if it's a lower low? It ends up holding the volume weighted average price. And we know from the NOS boss and from other people that institutional money often uses a volume weighted average price to gauge the success or lack thereof of their traders on the day. Go buy me 10,000 shares of Google, and then I'll judge you with how well you did on the day versus where it is relative to the volume weighted average price. And so, oftentimes we keep seeing these bounces off VWAP, and that's not by accident. We know there's retail traders looking at this. We know the institutional traders are looking at this as well. So, it makes sense. So if we look here at VWAP, I'm going to be staring at it, Chill Vibes. If it comes into 150.50, I'm not saying just because it makes a lower low, I won't get into it. I absolutely love this idea, and if it holds up at the volume weighted average price, we're going to look to punch in to that. So shout out to you, and thank you for pointing that out to me, because I didn't have eyes on that. Now, the other thing, NVDA. I won't be trading NVDA because I don't want to get shut down, but I'll be trading NVDL if there is a trade to be had. Now, keep a look at this. There's one time since the opening bell that the price action has broken the 10-period moving average once, and that was over here on the 5-minute chart, okay? And that was at 10:40, and it stayed above the volume weighted average price. Well, we're right back at that 10 period. Again, the 10 period is a solid green line on my charts. Now we're doing the dance with no pants here at the 10 period moving average, which is, give or take, at $934. So do we hold this level? And if we do we get in here with a tight stop, or do we wait for a 5-minute candle to make a new high to show that the trend is changing, that curl is starting to take effect? So eyes on NVDA. I'll be looking to trade NVDL for this name, but it'll have to hold above the 10 EMA. I don't know if you've had eyes on this, and I just wanted to point it out to you, but somebody, I don't know, somebody's range in here. Somebody's range in here, and it goes by the ticker of META.
I have had eyes on that. I've said this before. My one thing with Mr. Meta is I find it very hard to get in and out of because of the spread. We're about a 10-penny spread, although, believe me, Sharif, I saw that, and I went,
I feel you.
And I remember it was Meta, and I went, So, bit of a mixed reaction there. Also, the other thing about this range, if I may, is that we're kind of compressed a little bit, right? So we're starting to have higher highs and higher lows, lower highs. So for me, it always makes it a little bit hard to enter. That being said, my general opinion on this would be if I did enter now, we're down on the day, I'd short it, and I'd take, you know what, I'm going to stop talking, let's do it. Let's dance with danger. And I do think Meta is dangerous because that spread is not my bestie. If we break above decisively with this 506.20 area here, I'm going to have to be out. We're going to be taking that shares and leaving post-haste. We did get out of Tesla because there were issues there. We entered the Microsoft short, and this might be an example. We might have in the wild example of a fake out breakout. So we're going to watch and see what we do here. If we break decisively with a viciousness above 427, I'm outie. I got involved here because I liked these kind of lower highs, lower lows. We were rejecting this area nicely. I was like, oh, you have your opportunity for this short. And now Microsoft is trying to be bamboozling. You need to wait. And a lot of the charts that I found as well to put in the presentation were examples of a fake out breakout, but the fake out didn't make a higher high in a bearish trend, or it didn't make a lower low in a bullish trend, right? So you kind of want to make sure what we do here. If we hold up this area, okay, we're gonna be taking it to this 426.20 area. I have no idea what we'll do here though. Meta, my girl Meta, we got involved. It's already a little bamboozling. Let's try to get out around 40s. We'll take about 40 pennies on this. Let's do 42. So there we go. We're gonna see what happens. Let's give it 506 like 40. Let's see for a higher high what's gonna happen here. Microsoft, what are you doing, girl? This one has been remarkably hard to read. However, we're still below 426.90s. I like how well we're holding this level. This is also one of those levels I drew earlier. I've been talking about these. They're not fibs. They're just my Adara lines that don't really have a name yet. They're my micro ranges, and they're levels that I like to watch that are showing up on the chart in different ways. So in this case, look at this level. This level became support earlier, then it became resistance. So to me, that's a level. And they're hyper specific. They're really only based on price action and prices where we kind of had a little bit of breathing room on the chart for whatever reason. So we're going to be getting out of here. Let's aim for 526.40s and then, 426.40s and then 426.20s for this. So let's do it. As Nike says, just do it. And actually should keep an eye on Nike because someone reported earnings today. I don't know who. It was Nike. But let's take a look at that in a moment. I'm just going to get these little beak wetters, toe dippers prepared and ready for action, ready for battle. Let's see what happens here. Let's also, though, look at N to the K to the E. Because I'm going to look for other opportunities to trade here as well. Nike, stutter step to the upside. Really, I know, shout out to Sean shorting this into 92s earlier. Great look. Now kind of stutter step into the upside. This Nike always has a great spread. It's always like 1 or 2 penny spread. I might have to keep an eye on this. Also, I'm going to keep an eye on what we do here because look at that chop and turn earlier and then a massive fall. If we reject at 93.50s, could be a little bit of spicy and we could be running to the downside in our Nike shoes. Down.
Long NVDL, looking for continuation on this name, looking to take some profits. People are getting upset that I'm wetting my beak, and it's not a Canadian expression, guys. It's from The Godfather, which is an American movie. So, you know, you're wrong on that.
About Italian Americans, too.
Yeah,
So it's
exactly.
very cultural.
Exactly. Like, I don't know if it has any Italian ancestry. We'll have to ask BPI when he comes back. But BPI is Big Patty Ice, not an economic indicator. Calm down, Raymond. She's always trolling me from the back. I love it. Guys, I set up a dip trade at VWAP on Google. It keeps moving up a little bit, though, the volume weighted average price, obviously, because it's a static it's a static indicator. I've got my dip trade hanging out at 55, so it looks like we're finding a little bit of support right now at in the 70s. So I may not get filled on this. Okay, well, we just wet our beak right now on NVDL, so pumped. We're printing on this one. Let's see if we can make it back up into higher days. Adara, that's hanging out at 45.20-ish or thereabout. NVIDIA's pumping back up, coming back into 438s. The future is coming right back into yesterday's closing print, 18,561, so it's on its way up. And, you know, everything really is curling here. Even the dead one, Softy, is moving off that 426 low, now broke through 427. So pleased with these trades, but, you know, could always be better. Let's see if NVDL will pump back up. We'll keep eyes on it. Let's see what's being chatted about here in the chat. John, take it easy there, bro. Streamlabs is gonna block that comment, John. You know that. Check out guys for Lulu to breakout. Says down to Sky. We'll look at Lulu in a sec. Obviously, they reported earnings. We've been covering that all day. Kanye East. LOL. Love Sharif's commentary when he's replying to people's comments. I don't know. I just like to, you know.
You add a little bit of spice. I like it.
Yeah, why not, right? Alan San Sebastian. AAPL looks like it wants to break higher. Yeah, man, it looks really good today. I got to tell you the truth. Forget about the Department of Justice. Merrick Garland who? We don't know anybody by that name. Well, I don't. I know the guy. Anyway, 172.61. We just printed high days. Yeah, you're bang on. I mean, this one's been... And it hasn't really been that choppy. Again, it's kind of been holding above the 20 period. I mentioned this earlier, the entire day, saving except for a couple of outlying events. Ever since the 10 crossed the 20 to the north side, we haven't touched the 20 quite yet. Even the wicks that break the 10. The 10 is the green, the yellow is the 20. Even the wicks that break the 10, they don't make their way down into the 20. But look at this, Alan, is that, you know, yes, we made a new HOD, but like by how much, right? That's the thing. So this one could be a flat top breakout, except it's Apple, right? And we probably won't get a parabolic move to the north side because, well, there's just so many headwinds for this company. Slower sales, China, what's it called? The Department of Justice. So, you know, we're going to have to take incremental, you know, progressive gains. I don't see Apple going parabolic in the way that Tesla could or the way that NVIDIA does. So we'll see. There goes NVDL. Guys, the position board isn't working. And I don't know why my position is not showing. I'm long 44.89 on NVDL, and we're about to hit 20s here. So let's put in our out at 20s, because and there it is, baby. It looks like we're going to get the print, and we do get the print. Pleased as dang punch on this trade on NVDL. We take that big move up on NVIDIA, but we play it through NVDL, obviously. So that's all we've got that's all we've got in the clip here, so we'll have to look to get into another trade. Now let's quickly look at GOOGL, because I've been waiting for this one to come into the volume weighted average price, and now it is inching its way down, maybe below 70. My only concern with Google here is that the moving averages are starting to point downward. So obviously, you know, if you want something to come back into your level, it's obviously got to pull back. But I'm not sure if I like this aggressive point down, especially if the 10 ends up crossing the 20 here. Well, I'll have to wait and see. I might have a tight stop below this level. So We'll keep looking. Google's strong on the day, but it may not hold that VWAP, so we'll have to keep eyes on it. All right, what else we got? What else you got over there? What are you doing over there?
Honestly, I am being bamboozled. I wish I had a more fun answer than that. Why? It's been no, I'm just joking. It's just this market is whew. I appreciate the support though. It's just, I mean, I feel like the trades are of iffy quality. The one I feel really nice though is if we could get involved in the Cybertruck here. Look at this curl up. We're gonna miss our opportunity. Yeah, there we go. We're not gonna get filled in this. But I like that I got involved in the long. The timing was bad. Then we kind of chop and turn. We wait here. We're bobbing up and down here 169.50. Now we're continuing to the upside. So that's the dip I'm trying to buy right now. Meta, I had to get out of Microsoft because we broke way above my point of entry. Meta more or less at my point of entry. So I'm gonna stay in here. I have no reason to leave. We made a lower high, so all good for me. But if we could get to 505.40s Meta, I'd be so happy. Thank you, Zuckerberg in advance for doing that. Also, shout out, congrats to your NVIDIA trade. That's awesome for NVDL. And also shout out to Ramin with the real chips here. We have chips and we have chips.
Oh yeah,
that's
how it's gonna work, eh?
You want one?
She gets chips and I don't get chips? Okay.
You want a chip?
I make her protein snacks, which she leaves in the fridge for 2 days in a row, and I don't even get offered a measly chip. That's how it is, Ram. Okay.
Do you want a chip?
No, I don't. I want Ram to bring me a chip. No, I'm kidding. I'm not being a diva,
I know,
guys. I'm playing, guys. No, Ram, stay back there. There's nobody to change the screens. The Chile Nightmare. I love you. I'm actually playing. I'm wearing my stuff. Shout out to Ram.
Yeah, we love Ramin and Fabian and everybody over here, everyone in the chat as well. Always a great community. Yeah, Tesla, if I could get filled, I would be really happy. So I mentioned this in chat as well. I am trying to curb my setup issues because I know I'm not always great at my points of entry, and that's what I've said was one of the major things that makes me a little bit nervous to go live, although the goal is to go live. I've said that very soon, so we'll have to see how this goes. I think we might get filled in Tesla here, so let's see. I think I should still have... Yeah, I still do have an entry point there, waiting at the ready. I don't know if there's some... Oh, there we go. We did get filled Tesla, and now it's breaking down. Thank you, Cybertruck, for that. But Meta's breaking down too, and I'm in that short, so that's nice. I'm in 3 trades right now, which for me is heart attack inducing, but just trying to learn a little bit every single day. And we are ready for Reddit. I did get back involved. Shout out to someone in the chat mentioning this one to me, and I wanted to take a look at... They're saying it came into the level you liked, and it did, and so I entered... Yeah, thank you to whoever said that. I apologize. I don't remember who that was. But where are we from my point of entry? We're a couple pennies away from my point of entry here. Oh, there we go. Yeah, 3 trades. 3 trades here. Tesla almost at my point of entry. Meta basically at my point of entry. And Reddit also basically at my point of entry. So none of these super exciting. If we break below this 48.80 area, we're getting out of Reddit because I love this area for all that chop and churn earlier. That's where I will be waiting for. And let's see how we go. Let's see how we go here. Also, AMD. What are you gonna give me, AM Dizzle? AMD, if you will. Yeah, I want to wait and see what we do here because I think there is some kind of chop and churn. I just can't really read it yet. Someone earlier said the markets are all chopped today. I would fully agree. They've certainly been a little bamboozling, but that just means you have to work on being sharper and being ready for every opportunity the markets give you. Is there anything you're looking at right now?
I'm keeping eyes on GOOGL because it's coming into that key level at VWAP that I've been talking about for a while. So I'm going to let this trigger, even though big Kyle Burdett now has graced us with his presence in the chat. He says SPY shorts on. So, if the shorts are on, maybe it's not a good idea to get into Google here. But I see you, Big Kyle. We're doing the wick shimmy dance into yesterday's closing print on the NQ. So I get you. I get what you're seeing. How many times are we going to come into this level and reject, right? So it's been 10 a.m. We had attempts. We rejected. Another attempt at 11:30, we rejected. But the thing is, this last attempt, look at the retracement. The retracement held up at the volume weighted average price. So it's not just about holding up at VWAP, but it's the higher low here, right? We didn't make it back down to 18.5 to do the north to south wick shimmy dance. No, we held up at VWAP. That's a higher low. And so we could be accumulating here for that flat top break through yesterday's close. If that's the case, then the future is not a short. I know you're talking about SPY, but nary do they move differently. So let's keep an eye on the future as we come right back in to that HOD level yet, and it's not technically HOD because the overnight high is 1607, but it's an after the bell high. The after the bell high is 18,564 on the NQ June contract. 564? 565, correction. We're at 560, so again, into that key area of resistance. Let's see if we break it this time. I think that we probably do, just owing to that higher low on the future. We'll see. Google not coming quite into my dip trade yet. I know the position board wasn't working. It should be working now. Adair's positions are showing. Again, I'm waiting at 55s. We'll see if we get that 55 print, and if it is, we're going to give it a tight stop, especially if the future rejects off that HOD. So keep an eye on this. This is a trade, and you'll see the aqua line. That is my dip trade there. Big Kyle says, you say flat top break, I say filled retake incoming. It's very possible, Kyle. I mean, like, you know, but your look is accurate. My look is accurate with the higher low. We're going to have to wait to see how this manifests, right? I mean, Jay Lee, Adira, Sharif, can Ram bring the can?
Cam?
The can, because she had a can of chips. All right, you're killing me, Jay. All right, bro.
I don't know why I missed that. Yeah, she did have the can.
Big Kyle. Shout out to you. I didn't even know that your brother had a farm. Kyle, where are you living at? You don't have to tell me the city or anything, but what state you living in? Sounds like you might be in the Midwest there. So let me know where you're at. I know D. Westermeyer's in the Midwest. Remember he came to visit us, and then he had that big drive back. He took Neil and Sean and the Brendo out for Din Din. They had a great time. Shout out to D. Westermeyer, obviously. Matthew Cabral. Love everything you do, brother. Thank you. No, thank you, my man. Thank you for joining Adira and I today. We always love having you guys, and we're about to restart that lesson because it is now the noon hour.
I can't believe it's already 12.
Can you believe it? Oh. That was a quick one. So it looks like I got it out of my NVDL too quick here, as it did break up another 20 pennies from where I got out. So we got long 44.80.89, and then it made its way all the way up to 45.40, looking to hold up at 45.20 right now. It's a fantastic look right now in on NVDL and NVDA. Big Kyle. I'm not going to read that out, but yeah, he's in Pennsylvania. So you're not that far from us, because Pennsylvania is just like a throw stone away. I think Pittsburgh is like a 5-6 hour drive, right? Yeah, it's like a 5-6 hour drive, because we were going to go watch the Steelers and Ravens, which is a great division game there. And yeah, we didn't end up doing it because the snowstorm hit, so the tickets, we got shafted. We had to pay. Yeah, that's okay.
Baltimore Ravens, right? Mm-hmm. I know a little bit. I know a little bit about the NFL. Okay, Looking to flex the one team name I know. So no, is Raheem Alani not a Baltimore Ravens fan? Because I remember hearing about that.
Is he?
Maybe I'm wrong.
He is? Katina man? Yeah, he is.
Because I remember, because you're a Packers fan, Sean, I believe. And so I remember there was like a little bit of a kerfuffle I overheard about that.
Well, it's the Cowboys and the Packers that are beef. The Packers and the Ravens don't have beef, because one's NFC, one's AFC, right?
Oh,
yeah. So it's like different conferences. So the NFL was the amalgamation of two different leagues. There was, I forget, the American Football League and then the National Football League that ended up combining. And so they ended up making them into different conferences, but they're part of the same league now. All right, here we go. We're going to get filled on Google, it looks like, Adara, as Google coming into the volume-weighted average price. We're going to have to see here, number one, do we get filled? And number two, does it hold up at VWAP? I don't want any smoke from Google if it doesn't hold at the volume-weighted average price here. This is the trade. Yeah, this is the trade, literally. So we're already 3 pennies out of the money. So it's not holding up at VWAP here, so I'm going to have to send it to you to put a stop.
Yeah, I mean, someone in the chat said, yeah, I think this is the first time I've seen you trade 4 stocks. I think I'm in 3 right now, but I am in 3 right now. Shout out to Brad Gober. Thank you so much for mentioning this range on Boeing. I'm not going to say anything. This is my type of trade. I love this. I'm so happy with this. I got involved initially at 190.70. We only got part filled. That was okay, because then I could get a better entry point at the bottom here with the rest of my shares. The initial goal was the 190.60 entry. If we break below this 190.40 area, I am outie. I will be leaving the door there. Also, Tesla. What are you doing, Tesla? Tesla is trying to shake me out here a little bit. We're going to have to be exiting the Cybertruck with the business. How many shares do I have here before I punch out? There we go. So yeah, let's see how that goes. Honestly, not super happy with a lot of these trades today, but that means the only way I can go is up. And I have to say, I'm very proud of this Reddit trade. I'm very happy with this Reddit trade. So let's you know, I think I might actually get some out of some of this earlier than I wanted to. I was going to try to go for 50. Now it looks like there might be some issues here at 80s. And shout out, again, I forget who said this in the chat, but someone in the chat was like, this was the level you were mentioning earlier in Reddit. We just got to it. And I said, oh, we did. So I got involved. We still part of the position in here. So let's see how we go here with Reddit. Boeing, we're about 10 pennies away from that point that I would have to say sayonara and leave the plane post-haste. Yeah, Reddit, I think for my second point of entry or second point of exit, let's go. You know, we're going to go about 50-20, I think, for this one. But if there's any more dip opportunities once I'm out of the trade, I will get in. It looks like a nice dip might be off this 9 EMA. So yeah, pretty happy with this trade and definitely happy I waited for the levels. And again, thank you so much to everyone in the community who's listening and shouting us out when things come into levels or when things get interesting, because you can't have your eye on every stock at all times. And so that's why it's nice when you have a whole bunch of eyes there, you know, with you and being like, hey, look at these levels, right? So what a fun opportunity. I am not trading live, Air Trader. I am, though, interested in going live next week. And I've mentioned that. So we're going to have to see. Today is in so far in terms of the P&L, but we're, I just want to, you know, learn and take new opportunities. Also, I made the labels for the images more clear in the presentation.
So
I apologize for that.
I completely do that. I was supposed to do that. I forgot. All right, let's talk about the lesson. We're talking about being aware of fake outs. We've been talking about pullbacks all week. And so we're going to try to distinguish today, or try to talk about techniques to distinguish between a pullback and a fake out and an entire reversal, because that's where we don't want to get caught, right? So pullback trades offer great entry points, but there's a sneaky villain lurking, believe it or not, the fake out, they call it. Let's learn how to identify and defend against these deceptive price movements. So understanding fake outs. So a fake out essentially is a pullback that tricks you into thinking that the trend is changing. It's not actually. Only to reverse course and continue in the original direction. So an example of a bearish pullback, this is exactly it right here. Okay, so we're making lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, then, and we're also holding true to that downward trend line. Then you get a decided break, right, of that trend, and we start making a bigger move up. Now, one thing I would say about this chart over here is that, yes, this is a false breakout. One way you could look at trying to get around this is the presence or the making of a higher high. So if this was your trough, right, this was your crest right here, because it's a V shape, so you can automatically label it as a crest. What you could say is, all right, it's broken above the trend line, but has it made a higher high? Has it broken the previous crest? And in this case, what I can tell you is for certain it didn't. Right, so even though this is a fantastic example of what we would look for in a breakout, one way to kind of alleviate around that is to look for the making of a higher high in the case of a short, or the making of a lower low in the case of a long. I know I didn't mention that in the lesson, but I thought I'd include it now. So thank you, Adara, for adding that in. So why do fake outs happen? What are the mechanics that causes them to happen? Well, there's a lot of stop loss hunting, right? The algorithms are out there looking for areas of liquidity and a lot of participation. The market makers, you know, depending on who you believe, are also looking to stop hunt you as well. So traders might place stop orders, you know, just below support in uptrends or just above resistance in downtrends. So fake outs can trigger these orders, right? Forcing those trades and forcing losing trades and potentially pushing the price further in the original direction. And that's what we get when that happens. And there's also profit taking, right? When we come into key areas of either support or resistance, there's a lot of profit taking, whether, you know, to get out at a certain level or to get in at a certain level, depending on whether you're going long or short. So traders already in profitable positions might close their trades during a pullback to lock in those profits, causing a temporary price dip in an uptrend or a rise, obviously, in a downtrend for the short. So keep your eye on that. And then how do we identify some of these fake outs? Here are some red flags that we can keep an eye on. Weak pullback, right? So we're looking at the pullback with respect to the size of it versus how it's pulled back in the past. So Fakeouts often involve shallow pullbacks that don't reach key areas of support or resistance. Be cautious of pullbacks that seem insignificant compared to the overall trend. And so, yeah, if the trend is huge, like the way that NVIDIA has been breaking out from 500 onwards, and I know it was breaking out way before that, I'm just trying to give you the 500 as a cutoff. Look at the retracements on NVIDIA. Are they shallow relative to that overall $400 move from 500 into 900? I think, just without looking at the chart, I can probably guess that they are, right? And so that means really that we're, any dips there at around 700, 800 were bought up, and we continued. But there's also lack of confirmation that we can look for, right? Remember, the confirmation tools that we talked about in previous lessons, like divergence we talked about yesterday with RSI and MACD, or strong candlestick patterns like we talked about in that week on candlestick patterns, their absence during a pullback might indicate a fake out, right? If the breakout candle fails, for example, to make a lower low in a bullish trend or a higher high in a bearish trend, it may be a sign of a fake out. So keep your eye on that. And look also for unusual volume. And in this case, by unusual, I'm talking specifically about low. Is there a low amount of volume in an uptrend to kind of support the idea that we're going to continue back up? Is the volume dipping relative to where it used to be? So keep your eyes on that. So sometimes fake outs are accompanied by lower trading volume compared to the main trend. This can absolutely suggest a lack of conviction behind the price move. And this one, I can't even tell which slides these are. I hate this. 6. So this is the right one. Thank you, Adair. So this one is a fake out. So every time, we kind of break up a little bit through the trend line, look at that. The break above the trend line is very perfunctory. Again, we talked yesterday about confirmatory techniques. You could have a 3-day rule, a 3% rule. Go back and watch a lesson on that if you want to know what that's all about. And so in this case, you wouldn't have had the 3-day rule, the 3% rule here. It doesn't look like. So, this could have fallen within your allowable range through the break of resistance on the downtrend. And here's another one. This is a real breakout, right? So this one, we were making higher highs, higher lows continually, and then boom, the trend line absolutely got broken. And in fact, look at this. Even when we retraced and made a nice move off that support and went back in, look where it found resistance. Surprise, surprise, at a previous level of support. So support flips to resistance. That's, one of the main things in technical analysis. And as you can see, it's declining volume, and then the volume starts increasing on the breakdown, right? So it's showing you that the breakdown is real. It's not BS. Thank you for putting those in. And here are some techniques to defend against these breakouts. So strict stop loss placement. And by strict, I don't mean put it too close to your entry, because I heard the Katina man talking today about to Brenkels about having these really tight stops. You take a paper cut, you put in another order with a really tight stop. You take a paper cut, and by the end of the day, you have 10 paper cuts and maybe 1 or 2 winning trades. And that absolutely makes sense. So in this case, you don't want to place your stop orders too tight. Give the price some breathing room during the pullbacks to avoid fake out triggers. And so by definition, if you're trying to manage risk and give your stop a little bit more room, you're going to have to drop the size. If you take the same size and give it a bigger stop, you're going to have bigger losses if it goes against you, and that's not going to work with risk management. So if you're going to give your stop more room, which I definitely think you should, you need to look into your size. Consider also trailing stop loss orders that adjust as the price moves in your favor. I know Neil uses these a lot, right? He wants to lock in those profits, right? Keep your eye on that. So stop loss placement, risk management, always maintain proper risk management. Don't risk too much on a single trade, especially during pullbacks with high fake out potential. And patience is always key. Pack your patience. Don't rush into trades based on every little pullback. Wait for the pullback with strong confirmation signals if you're using them before entering. And here's a great example. Thank you again, Adara, for an example of a false breakout recovering at a previous support. So then it looks like it was going to tank, and then it comes right back into that support level and then continues in the trend. So it stopped making higher highs and higher lows. It has a little bit of a period of consolidation, but lo and behold, that period of consolidation low ends up being that key area of previous resistance, now current support. And here's a little bonus tip. Imagine fake outs as the market testing your commitment to the trade. You heard the Katina man talking today. You gotta be committed to the trade. And this, I mean, I didn't make this lesson in conjunction with what he said, which gives you an idea that what he has to say is full credence. I mean, I didn't make this lesson. This is from a source, obviously, right? So imagine fake outs as the market testing your commitment to the trade. By being patient and using proper risk management skills, you can avoid getting fooled by these deceptive price movements. Stay vigilant and don't let fake outs derail your pullback trading strategy, Adara.
Yeah, don't let fake outs fake you out. I mean, that's their goal, right? That's what they're going to try to do. So what you have to do is you have to be ready for that 1-2 punch to be like, no, nuh-uh, no stock. I'm in control. I don't know. But yeah, in all seriousness, you really... They're going to happen, and they are going to fake you out, and so that's why, you know, risk management is really important. You might lose the trade, but you know, you've learned something and you've protected yourself. As Neil said once, something I really try to keep in mind is your losing trades should be boring, and that was a huge issue I had when I started. Is I would have these like dramatic losing trades. It's like the Meta Connect debacle where it dropped $3 the second Zuck entered the stage, and it's like that shouldn't be happening, right? If you have proper risk management, if you have a plan, then that's really all that you want, right? So also, yeah, thank you so much to Kyle Burdett as well for the support in the chat and just talking through. I really appreciate it, and I do think this is a great community, and I feel so happy not only to be here contributing with the chat and everything, which I always think is really important, but also with everyone, Sean, Neil, Brendan, Sharif, Obi, Brankles, Marine, Fabian, everybody in the back as well. Just what a community that we're here and a part of. For some reason, only got part filled in Reddit, even though we should have been able to get everything out there. So we're going to get out of this now. But I have to say, very happy with this trade. This is my best trade of the day. Only green name, actually, right now, if I'm being really honest. But I had to get out because we started compressing a little bit. I will say I was very proud I didn't get out the second we dropped below here. I said, we haven't made a lower low, Adara. Stay in. So we did. We had that exit point available, and we are up on the name. So pretty happy. I have to say I'm pleased as punch. But I'm also always looking for new opportunities. That Boeing range, shout out to Brad Gobert earlier mentioning this one. Unfortunately, A, my point of entry on this was really bad, and B, we fell out of the range, but I'm still happy I had the opportunity to get involved. So thank you to Brad Gobert. Thank you to everybody always when they see ranges just shouting me out, because it is much appreciated. We know I like my range trades, and I'm actually just going to move these lines in case we come back into ranges here, because I do like knowing what levels were previously of interest. And yeah, I think I'm like accidentally drawing lines here, because that line is not one I would have probably drawn, so we're going to delete that. Great thing about charts is you can customize them and do what you need to do. Why not joking that I'm preparing for Jake Paul with that little 1-2 punch thing? Yeah, we have a little bit. I think that will be beyond fascinating when that markets on the brain. When that fight happens, I think that will be incredibly interesting. So very excited to hear what happens there. Also, there was a stock being mentioned. Oh, NVIDIA about to tank, says Chris J. Yeah, let's see. I'm seeing a couple red candles there on my side chart. So I would be tempted to understand, not tempted, I do understand where you're coming from there. Yeah, if we break below that 90 EMA, that's gonna get really spicy. I wanna see, I'm gonna draw a level, and the level I'm gonna draw is gonna be this area here, this 941.50. Also, NVIDIA, when did you get there? But I think what happens here, if we break below this is a previous pop, right? I want to see if we break that lower low, lower high, lower low. If we break a decisively lower low here, I think, around this 939 area, especially because look where we had that top and turn earlier. If we break below like 939.80, I'm going to get into a short because that was a previous area of resistance and support, and I want all the smoke. I might regret wanting it from NVIDIA, but that's what I want right now. Also, Sean has a new trade.
Yeah, the Katina man was looking at AMD short. It's right at the volume weighted average price. He just started it right now. I was just talking. I said, Katina man, what are you looking at? And he gave me a couple ideas there. So let's have a look at AMD. Let's bring in the side chart. We'll go to daily movers, and we'll take off a stock that's doing bupkis. Whoa, CGC. I promised someone I would look at CGC, and I totally forgot, and that's a mistake on my part. CGC is an interesting entry right now. It's again at the 10-period moving average, and it's at that low. Just big boy huadunked off 665 into 640, 635 there or thereabouts. This is what I'm talking about. Look how it's held the green line to a T. This is interesting here. I know I said I'd talk about AMD, but CGC caught my attention. So we need to look at CGC. And people were asking me about this in the chat earlier. So what I could do here is I could put a line in the sand here on CGC at 25. Here's the thing, though. This is the first time it had that big boy Huadunk. So is it better to sit at a different level rather than punching in here? Could we have a 20-period retracement? Maybe I should get something in at 16.15. Maybe I should be a little bit more aggressive with where I want the entry. Or I can have two. I can get in half now, and then I can put in my other half at the other level that I like. That's exactly what I'm going to do. So we're going to go long CGC here, and I'm going to look to DCA, dollar cost average, at that 615 or thereabouts. Where am I long? 38s, okay. So we'll look to get more possibly at 615, but I really want to see how it trades and what the volume is like around here. CGC's up 40% today, guys. 39 and change, 40% or thereabouts. It's insane, Katina, man, right? Yeah, so we're long CGC, maybe a little late to the party here, who knows. Anyway, we'll do the dance with this one if we have to. Small size, and I'll look to average in at a better price if it does make its way down there. Now let's look at AMD. All right, we're going to take off BAC. I didn't look at any small cap gappers today because they're kind of fading off, but let's look at AMD. Here it is. So this is what the Katina man was talking about. Look at this. I mean, we're getting, it's been an obvious downward trend for a few days. Look at that spike up at the open yesterday. My God, this thing took us to 187 3/4, and then it just absolutely tanked $10. It tanked $10 within, it's insane. It tanked $10 in an hour, all right? Ooh. Yeah. It's nuts. And since that time, it's been making lower highs and lower lows. Right now, the low day is 175 exactly, 175.05. So we haven't broken Wednesday's low. Wednesday's low was 174. That's where the wick stopped out at. So right now, we're still making lower highs and lower lows. That trend has not changed right now. Let me just load this. On the future, okay, so CGC is breaking down, so I have to look at this. Now, broke down below my level. I anticipated that this would be something like this. So now I'm going to have to put in my DCA at 615. I'm going to send it to you to put it in.
Yeah, I mean, I am dancing with literal danger, or we haven't yet. We're about to step into the boxing ring, I guess, and box with danger here with NVDA short. Now, we're scalping this. We're going to take this to 945s if we get there, and then I got in at 945.50, so I do think that's incredibly reasonable. If we break above 945, 946.50, we're out. Numbers. NVIDIA is really high there. But yeah, I think if we can get that 945, I would be pleased to punch. We're out. I'm really happy with this trade. Sorry for the shouting there. But just quick 50 penny NVIDIA scalp short. I didn't want to stay in there any longer because with NVIDIA, thank you very much for the bang button there. With NVIDIA, it's really dicey. Like whatever, that's another one. Like I said with Tesla, if you want to save a piece for the dream, sleep with one eye open. Same with NVIDIA. I have no dreams in NVIDIA. We're back basically to where I entered now. So pretty happy with that. I do have to say, I don't want to get involved again because I already think that was risky. And I also only got involved because I was watching the book like a hawk. With my NVIDIA scalps, I only take them if my eye is on the book for an extended period of time. And I feel comfortable enough doing it. I also consider doing it off the NVDX, except NVDX has the volume here it's below a milli. Lily's actually having worse volume, but still definitely below a milli. Also, speaking of Lilly, let's look at Novo Nordisk. Because I did see some weight loss drug related headline earlier saying that because of the amount of obesity, these weight loss drugs have a decent shot. I'm not seeing anything in Novo Nordisk, volume above a million though, but yeah. Sorry for the speed there. Very energized by that NVIDIA trade, I have to say. Let's see what the market keeps giving us. NVIDIA, if you want to give me some more scalp shorts or longs, I'm not gonna complain. But the thing with NVIDIA is NVIDIA gives back to you what you give to NVIDIA, right? So you know sometimes they say what you give to Life will give back to you. And I don't say that in general. Like I know people can be like, incredibly talented traders, and NVIDIA just, gets them, right? But my thing with how are you doing?
What's going on over there, Katina man? Short AMD 177.35. Shout out to the Katina man, baby. Watch out for that AMD short. Just want to let everybody know. Go ahead, Adair.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I think that honestly, yeah, that Nvidia is continuing to come down. But yeah, I think my thing is too with Nvidia, at least with the scalp opportunity, is I like to make sure that I've watched the book for long enough that I've given Nvidia my time and attention, so that Nvidia can give me a couple pennies. So there we go, or not a couple pennies, but like 50. You know what I mean? But the point I'm trying to make is, I think it's a little bit reciprocal, right? Stocks don't care about your feelings. So in order to combat that, you have to make sure that you're prepared to come into battle and fight, especially if the stock you're fighting goes by the name of NVDA. There we go. Pretty happy with that. Just wanted to wax poetic about that trade for a moment there.
I like it.
Thank you.
Long, I got filled on the DCA at the 20 period at 615. On CGC, let's see if it holds up here. My line in the sand is going to be $6, so it's going to have to hold above $6. Otherwise, I'm cutting it. So we'll wait and see what this one does. I'm keeping eyes on some other stuff as well. You have Lulu coming off that 390 low and came into back into 400. It's having trouble, obviously breaking above that 400 level. Kind of not surprised about that. But we also have VWAP and 400 generally in the same vicinity. I mean, I think VWAP's in the low 399s or high 398s. And obviously 400 is where 400 is, but we're kind of consolidating here. Not really seeing one direction or another, just a long period of consolidation at this this $100 level. So we'll have to wait and see whether that holds up or not. At this level, but it's going to be tough for me to trade Lululemon. It's awfully spready, so we'll keep eyes on that. Nike as well, getting a bit of a curl here. It broke above the 50 period, got into that 97.75. For whatever reason, dipped back into 93, did these bottoming tail candles into 93. Now it's curling right back up, looking to take that local high again at 93.75, and there it goes into 93 1/3. So Nike doing a curl and putting in higher lows. So even though we kind of huadunked straight up from the morning at the bell there, all the way down to about 91, let's say 70, thereabouts. So the amount of dollar range on Nike isn't not that much on the day, but I think this might be an interesting play if we are able to make a new high above that level. So we'll keep eyes on NIKE. We'll also keep eyes on Reddit. We've been watching that. That came in to yesterday's top over here and wasn't able to break through. So a bit of a V-shaped retracement, hanging out at the 220 period moving average right now at 49 1/4. So we'll see what Reddit brings. Definitely day two. It was an interesting day. And yeah, so we'll keep eyes on that. Keep eyes on CGC as well, as it's still in that general vicinity of the 20 period, not really breaking down below it. My out below $6.
Yeah, nice there, CGC. Hopefully you want all that smoke.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Okay.
But yeah, I'm watching NVIDIA because NVIDIA, I'm tempted to say there's ever a range in NVIDIA because we know she does what she wants to do when she wants to do it. However, if we fail this 946 again, some things might get a little spicier. I'm sorry for that face. I'm just really excited by this stock. I tried to go long here off that hold of 943.50. We did not get filled, and I was not chasing that because it's NVIDIA. You do not go chasing waterfalls, and you certainly do not go chasing an almost $950 stock. So with that in mind, I had to say, thanks, no thanks, NVIDIA. This range might be a little bit faster than I can talk and I can breathe, so we're going to have to wait here, but I do want to look at some other opportunities. In the meantime, yeah, nice look there in NVIDIA, but also, and shout out to Carrie Weaver saying that she has her eye on NVIDIA here as well. But also, there was someone else, there was something else here, Dragos, with apparently a $12 Lulu trade. So congrats to you on that. Wow. Yeah, I mean, this is fantastic. I don't know where you got long here. I guess at $12. Yes, you got probably long near the bottom, but this is I'm on the 1 minute here. Let's switch to the 3. I was on the 1 minute just to kind of trade NVIDIA because for NVIDIA, like I'll chart it on the 3, but if I'm going to scalp NVIDIA, you have to see what it's doing every second. So I'm guessing if you have like $12, you probably got long around this bottom here. That's a really nice look. Congrats to you. Not one that I have a read on, though I have traded Lulu in the past. Spread isn't bad. Spread's about 12 pennies. So for Lulu, that's not bad at all. Meta has had worse spreads recently, if I'm being really honest.
Oh yeah.
So let's see how Lulu goes. I'm gonna wait and see. This is not one I really have a read on right now, though. But congrats to you, Dragos. Fantastic look. Also, Meta. Speaking of spread over there, let's take a look at Meta. Meta, I was involved in this short. This is a boring trade. We made a higher high here. I got out. C'est la vie. on to the next, but I want to see what we do here. I think I didn't mean to draw this line. I was like, oh, I see a line, but no, that was definitely unintentional. Yeah, Meta kind of chopping and churning, right, trying to jump up above this 90 MA here, so not a bad look for META, but again, not one that I have a read on. If anyone sees any ranges, definitely let me know, because it's hard to find ranges in this market other than this very tight, very fast-moving NVIDIA range, so I might hop back into that roller coaster on an energy drink, because I feel like this NVIDIA is trading like it's on Red Bull or something, I don't know. But there's something really fun to capture, and I like scalping, I like ranges. Why not get you something that give you both? So I think NVDA might be my pal today. How are you doing with CGC?
Not bad, break even now, so the DCA gets me, well, the planned DCA, and now I'm in the money, but this is not it. I mean, we want to move up near that 6.5, 6 2/3. We'll see if we get it. Like, let's not get too excited at the moment. We do have this consolidation area here that we danced with at the third of a dollar, that we got to break above before we, start getting excited here. So this was a calculated guess. It was either gonna bounce off the 10 period like it'd been doing all morning, and of course we get involved and it breaks the 10 period, but it does hold the 20. So we'll see if this one can make its way back into 30s. We'll see what we get here. Mira, the orange blues. Thoughts on Intel? Well, now that Neil's not here, I can really tell you what I think about Intel. No, I'm just joking. No, Intel is the recipient of a lot of government money, right? $8.5 billion, that's nothing to sneeze at there. And so long as that money keeps flowing in, the lights will stay on, right? So let's have a look at the technicals on Intel.
What's the Intel and Intel?
I like that. So let's have a look here. Look, obviously, on the day, we're just marginally red. We're only down 0.12. Let's look at the 5. What are we doing here? So it's a bit, Mira, I got to tell you, lower highs, lower lows. Not the type of directional move that I would look for personally on Intel. I would look for something more discernible than the sporadic price action. In addition to that, we haven't gotten too much range, right? The low is 42.09, the high is 42.64, so we're really not even a dollar in with range there. Yeah, I don't have a read on Intel today. I think something, that's up 0.12, or sorry, down 0.12 by 12:30, it's not its day. So I'm going to stay away from Intel on the day, but, if you're asking me what I like on the daily for Intel, well, these are trend lines that I've had drawn for an awfully long time, okay? And even though you get breaks above them, look how it ends up. Extend your trend lines as far as they'll let you go, okay? Because you never know where they're going to come back into play. That's what all the TA books say, and just go with it. You have nothing to lose by extending the trend line. So what I mean by that is, even though we broke it here and the trend line ended up, was no longer valid once it broke up here, look how it came into play yet again on these uptrends. So right now I see higher highs, higher lows for Intel. You have some fake out breakouts right here, right? That's what we're talking about today, but it's continuing to move up in the right direction. The next area that I see is that kind of 52.50. We got almost into that area, 51 2/3 back in, when was that? Late December, but look at this consolidation area low over here that we had in mid to late 2021, that 52.50 or thereabouts. So we'll see on Intel. I like it going forward just because it just keeps getting more money, and so if the government's going to keep pumping more money, it's going to really help them change who they want to be, and they want to be a chip designer. They don't want a chip manufacturer. They don't want to be a chip designer anymore, or so it seems. Back to CGC, so we make it up to 6 1/3, but this might look like a lower high. And what I will get out, I will not wait till the break of 6. If this one makes a lower low, I'll get out and we'll take the L there. Could have taken break even, but that's not the trade. If it makes a lower low through 604, 605, that'll be the end of the trade for me on CGC. We'll look for something else. But yeah, keeping my eyes on that, keeping my eyes on Lulu, because I did see Lulu broke above 400, and we were talking about Lulu having trouble above that $100 level. Well, it just broke above it, but again, kind of, stale in its break, but who cares? Anyway, kind of wide, the spread is a little wide, so I won't be trading this, but I can call it out for you guys. Anybody who wants to trade it at home with smaller share size, we'll be calling that out.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get out of NVIDIA because, again, I apparently forgot how many shares I had in this, so there we go. We're not, oh my gosh, we're not out. Okay, cool. Thank you, NVIDIA. Oh, we're out now. Okay, awesome. We did lose on that trade. It did go out from under us. We held the level really well. We didn't hold it anymore. Yeah, on to the next. You got to stay positive, you know what I mean? That's one thing that's really, I think, interesting, too, about trading in front of everyone as well, is it's a good practice of just keeping your cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Market's going to do what market's going to do. I added it because we were holding that 943 really well at the time. We stopped holding it. I should have gotten out earlier than I did, but woulda, coulda, shoulda. Where's the next trade? So there we go. Congrats to Kyle Burdett, though, saying NVIDIA
Big
short on.
Kyle.
Awesome. Big Kyle Burdett. To call him by his proper name. BKB, shout out to you there with that short. Honestly, congrats there. Picky Eater saying Reddit trailing down. I love that name. And Reddit just fell with the viciousness there. Swoop to the downside. This is a nice level, actually, this 49. And look, we had lower highs, 49. Oh, this is nice. Anyways, massive short. If anyone had this move down there, congrats to you. You were more than $1 in the money if you took that 49 short. So that's a nice look there. Bears vs. Bulls saying buy SPY ? So let's see what we spy with our little eyes here on the spider. Pamp it, Sharif says quietly. I like it's like pamp, like it's like a whisper for dramatic effect.
What's going on over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man's still short and printing on AMD 177.50, baby. Shout out. Thank you very much for that, Ram. Gives us an opportunity to show you the Katina Man's trades right there on the side of your screen. On the right side, you'll see all his entries and what he's in currently. Brenkel's not doing much on the day. He's chilling. I saw him back there in the bathroom. He was really happy to be on. Ram, let me show that. And today we have today's biggest movers. We have the top stocks, the economic calendar. You got the ticker on the bottom there with the latest post. We have our ticker for the watch list on the top there. So make sure to check all of that out. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, check out the watch list. We try to put some fun stocks on there every morning. I'm always in here and chatting with Sharif about the watch list, and Sharif would be like, "Oh, I saw this thing," and I'll be like, "Ooh!" So very exciting times. And yeah, shout out. I love being able to be here and seeing what the markets are doing ahead of time. Mira, the orange blues. I want to address this question because I think it's a really good one. Why not get in short now and earn back what you lost with NVIDIA? I think it's a solid question. It's one that I thought about. However, my other thing is, I think if I did, I wouldn't have had the planning there for it, right? I was scalping this off of a very specific range that fell through. And so I don't want to go short just because the long didn't work. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense. I know that's one thing that Neil said as well that I really tried to listen to is he said, it's perfectly fine to reverse the direction on the trade, but you have to have kind of a plan for it, right? I remember actually earlier I said if we decisively failed this 939, I'll get short. So maybe that's my reason for entering short. Look at that. I said it earlier. But yeah, that's what I mean, right? So I think I don't want to get involved willy-nilly just because one thing didn't fall through if I don't have, confidence for it, right? But I do totally see your point, and I appreciate you for asking it because I think a lot of times too, sometimes asking questions can help you realize the way you're thinking about a thing, right? And it can kind of help you contextualize your own thoughts. So I always appreciate the questions in the chat. It helps me kind of understand why I'm trading the way I am, and maybe there's, I'm not trading well. So I think that's always really important. I always appreciate the questions there. Tesla moving says, Chow Buster in all caps. So I think they're very excited about Tesla moving. And let's see if we can bring that for them. This is interesting. Yeah, Tesla moving, but Tesla's still struggling with that 169.50 area. And if you're guessing based on this chart that someone was a little upset with Tesla 169.50, that someone was me and that someone was upset. This is a very bamboozling area. We hold it, we break below it, we break above it, we hold it. I don't know, if we keep holding it, I want to wait to see what direction we go, but something spicy is happening in Tesla, except we have had lower highs and lower lows. So, je ne sais pas, I don't ever read, but I do think, NVIDIA, I appreciate you for saying that, Mira, the orange blues, because now I'm thinking about maybe an NVIDIA short, because I did mention I was tempted to short it earlier. Let's see what we get. Small share size, perhaps, may chance. And I'm so excited to keep seeing what these markets give me. Only way for me to go today is to the upside, because I'm very down on the day, or not very down, but I'm down on the day.
That's all good.
But that means that, exactly, right? I try to think of it in optimism. That means the only way I can go is up those stairs.
There you go.
How are you doing?
Well, we're still we're 2 pennies out of the money right now on CGC, as it's not, vaulting to the upside like it was this morning. So maybe we'll just take what we can get on this one. So this one at that $6.25 area. We'll see if this one can hold up at that 50 penny, or move up, sorry, into that 50 penny area. That's where I'm looking at taking profits. Really, I don't want to get out of this trade because look at this. I mean, after that move down, it's been putting in higher highs and higher lows, but they're kind of anemic. And that's the thing, right? So that's what's concerning me a little bit about this trade, but we'll keep eyes on it. Magic Mike, Sharif, Adira, took NVIDIA short for the first time in my life. It ate through my whole day before giving me $100. Respect for Sean, who has been shorting it like a champ. Shout out to the Yucatina man, getting love there from the chat on NVDA. Yeah, man, it takes a certain beast to short that monster and stand in front of it every day, day in, day out. So shout out to the champs who do that. Let's keep eyes on Google, because I've been looking at going long this one because I want to go in the direction of the trend, right? And Google has been strong on the day, 1.84 to the high side. But it looks like, number one, it's kind of off the highs at that 150, 150. In addition to that, broke below the volume weighted average price. It does look like it is holding up at the 50 period for whatever reason. Let's see what it respects on that day. May not be VWAP, may not be the 10 or the 20. Today, Google's flirting with the 50 period, hanging out at 150 and a fifth. So if this one starts curling back up, showing you its inclination right now to hold that level, because it hasn't printed anything below that. I'm talking about the 50 period on the 5, by the way. The moving average is different depending on what time frame you're looking at. Anyway, so holding up right now is until it starts showing me its intention to maybe get away from the 50 and that 150 and a quarter area. We'll stay put on it for now. What else is popping off here? Apple also coming into the 50 on the 5, looking to hold up there. I saw some people yelling in the chat there about an Apple short, and they may be absolutely right. Looks like we had a 173 or thereabouts rejection with those topping tail candles coming in at 172.90, and then we precipitated down since that time. Looking at areas of support, the first one that I really see here is 171 2/3. That's where the volume weighted average price is. Below that, it's going to be yesterday's close at 171 1/3. So we'll have to see what Apple does from here on in. All right, CGC putting a couple of more green candles here, not making me look bad. So we're about 10 pennies in the money right now on CGC. Yeah, it's a small position though there. I got to be real. So we'll, maybe we'll celebrate, maybe we won't. We'll see exactly what it gives us on the day. But this is the higher low and higher high. But look at this. These are anemic pops, right? You're not getting that move.
That's a bamboozling one.
A little bit. I like how it held the 20 though. That is kind of like one check mark beside its name. One X beside its name is the volume that it's kind of pumping back up with. We just talked about looking for a volume as one of the indicators for a fake out, right?
That's true.
So, I mean, it's in the lesson. So we'll keep eyes on it today. If it breaks down, it breaks down. That's just the way trading goes. What is this? AMD. Okay, so AMD's on the way up. Katina Man, yeah, the Katina Man's done with that. As soon as it broke the 60 level, the Katina Man cut it. Shout out to him. But AMD, I had this up on my chart because we were doing an analysis of it. Let's put that 178.50, which is yesterday's closing print on AMD. Now, Nike. Okay, a bit of a recovery here for NKE off the bottoms. We were touching 91.75. Now we're doing the dance with 93.75. So, but a couple of bucks off the bottom there, above the 50 period, above VWAP. So trying to make higher highs and higher lows. We got to break through that 93 3/4 to make another local high there. So eyes on Nike. It reported earnings yesterday. Kind of tough for them, I think, with all these athletic retailers and I think just discretionary goods in general right now are taking a bit of a beating. So we'll see. All right, let's flip back to some of these big tech names. What do we got here in big tech world? Oh my God. NVIDIA's the gift that keeps on giving. Great defend off that previous resistance level. Now formally support. Look at this. The wicks over here. I tried to get it on NVDL and then I misplaced my stop. I fat fingered it and it got right out. So I did actually get in here on NVDL, but then it stopped me out immediately. I could have got back in. That's my fault. Anyway, support becomes, or resistance becomes support here. We reject off that level initially, then we make our way back down to it. So essentially $940 holds on NVIDIA for now, and it's back up into 943. So we'll keep eyes on that.
Yeah, I mean, I was keeping eyes on it because I was involved in it. The short, I timed it badly. We lost. But, honestly, I think my biggest issue is my timing, and I think working on those bad entry points is my biggest thing I'm trying to do. I have a knack for getting involved in stocks at the wrong time. And you got to admit that sometimes, right? So that's really what I'm trying to work on. I think the short might be here. I got short because I noticed we were failing that 942 a couple times. I saw it. I liked it. I wanted it. Now, je ne sais pas. And we broke above that 943.50 with the viciousness. We broke above that 9 EMA. I get out and NVIDIA's like, ha, 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 jokes. We're going to go back below. So you know what? It's a bamboozler, but you know that going into it, right? You can't go into NVIDIA and be like shocked that it moves quickly, right? So say la vie on that. If I don't have a read on this one right now, so I'm going to be all hands off deck on that. Also, shout out to Picky Eater mentioning Tesla's had a range of about $1 all day. My issue with this one, though, despite the beautiful range, is that it's hard to know what direction to play it. Because we'll have these opportunities where it kind of seems like a long, we might have some support, then we fall back down, right? We'll be above the 9 EMA and then we'll fall below, we'll go above, then we're up. Like, if what I'm saying sounds confusing, I think it's because Tesla is very confused as well, right? No, I'm joking, but I think it's hard to describe the movement of a stock that is ranging, but not in a way that is really super discernible. With that in mind, a stock I tried to hang out with earlier that is continuing to look spicy to me is Microsoft. I tried to get this double bottom, and as you can see here, this 3-minute candle, way too strong to get involved. It said, ha ha ha, Dara, you're not getting involved here. I don't know why I made it sound so nefarious, but it
so
did.
Sinister.
So sinister.
I love it.
But yeah, so let's see what we do here at VWAP. It's going to be looking for this double top. It is not a double top. So let's see if we push above VWAP. I don't have a read on this. However, if we get to this line I drew earlier, which is coincidentally around VWAP, 427.60, could be down to the downside. Would I short it? Yes, I would. Also, I like this thing from Diamond Realty Miami that I'm trying to take to heart. Never the wrong time, just the wrong direction. So I appreciate that. And I want to... I want to get better, and I think that's one thing to kind of learn. Stock traders saying they have the same problem, so I appreciate that as well. I appreciate everybody always being really honest with the trades in the chat. And also, shout out to Sharif yesterday, too, talking about, yesterday we were talking about Reddit. Remember, and saying how hard it is sometimes to just recognize when you're wrong in a trade. So I think, we always tell real stories on here.
Absolutely.
And I think it's a really good community. Just kind of learn how to trade, and I feel very blessed to be here.
Likewise, couldn't echo that sentiment better, Adara. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, I mean, you saw the Katina Man trade Reddit. You saw Adara trade Reddit. I find trading IPOs quite tough. I talked to a lot of the traders back there yesterday about what their techniques were. I talked to Josh. Josh had a really good technique on it. He made money on the Reddit IPO yesterday. He had a very interesting technique of basically adding aggressively on every dollar break. And I actually like that because what we saw yesterday was the break of the dollar, like say 54, 55, and then it would tank, but he was already in the money, so he could give it a bit of a buffer. So you talk to this person, you talk to that person, then all of a sudden you've got 4 or 5 different ideas that you can build off, and now you've got your own idea. So that's why, coming here, man, was like the best decision I've ever made, to come here, to be next to the Katina Man, next to the Neil, the Brendos, Brenkels, Wainers, everybody on the floor, man. Everybody has their own style, their own taste, their own flavor, and and Max, man. What am I saying? I forgot to mention Max, the Lambo man. Everybody has their own flavor and everybody does things a little bit differently. And I think that's how you kind of come to your own conclusion of what your style is going to be. Guys, Lulu is on the way up here, man. This is a V-shaped recovery for Lululemon. Let's bring in the chart because Lulu's doing things over here, as Adara likes to say. Look at this.
This is
I mean, we're not back at day's highs or anything. Let's not get carried away, but we were talking about a 400 top, and we were consolidating. We're at VWAP, 400's the top, this, that, and the other. Well, okay. 405 is now the top currently. So we'll see if this one can make it into that 410. I'm looking at this bottom end consolidation here at 412 to go into high days 418, obviously to go green on the day, which we probably won't. We got to break above 480. That was the closing print yesterday before the big boy Huadunk after the bell there I'm sure you guys caught that on the market recap show, baby. Did you catch that big drop on Lulu yesterday on the market recap? Oh yeah, I bet you, of course you did, yeah. Yeah, so it was all over that. Shout out to the Katina Man. No market recap today though, baby, because it is podcast day. There it is. Ram's on fire, bro. Look at that. Calm down there, Ram. Yeah, so Great look there with Lulu, and we'll see if we can make our way above 405. Right now, doing a bit of a topping tail candle dance at that 405 area on Lulu. Diamond Realty of Miami, when is NVIDIA going to flush? Brother, I think a lot of people are asking that question. So if you find out the answer, you send it this way. No, look, 946 HOD on NVDA at the moment. And the thing about this one is it dipped in. You had a couple of red candles over here, but look at where this support area is, Diamond. It held up right at previous area of resistance, that 940 area. So it put in a couple of candles. Keep your eye on 940. I think if you give up the ghost at 940, that'll be the second attempt, and you'll also have a lower high. So if that 940 breaks or you make another candle to make a new low, maybe it would be interesting here to take it short. But look, let's be real. It's a counter trend trade. This thing's up 3%. So taking it near the high short, you know, it's not for everybody. But hey, if it works, it works. So shout out to you. If you take it, let me know. Big Kyle Burdett Sharif. NVIDIA, max risk high of day. SPY, max risk, 522.25. Took some profits on the first move down. Have small positions left in both. Still looking for a larger move down with last piece. Shout out to you, Kyle. Hope you print. Mr. Lib, I'm thinking if it breaks 405, it'll be a change to the upside. I happen to agree. I think he's referring to Lulu. Because we're kind of doing the wick shimmy dance from the south side to the north side with Lulu. Keep eyes on Lulu. You moved to the market flush, says Diamond Realty. I'm pretty sure it has nothing to do with me, brother. Mahmoud, I think it'll never flush. Ha, 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 ha. I've been hurt so many times trading contra trend. I agree with you. I like to pretend that I'm a momentum trend trader. So I fall in that category with you where I don't necessarily like taking counter trend trades, but doesn't mean they're not profitable. And that doesn't mean people don't do well on them. And as I talk about that, now we are precipitating to the down side here on CGC as we haven't made another lower low. So we have made a lower high, we haven't made a lower low, but it is rounding now. And the rounding, I think, is more indicative of than the V. It shows that the selling is really coming in here. If this breaks that 605 area, 604, that's out. I'm not giving it to 6. If it makes a newer low, that's my line in the sand. We could have taken some profits up there in the 30s, but that wasn't the trade. So we'll take the L if it ends up breaking.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I just took another L in NVIDIA. I'm going to be out of this one for now. I think it's just not my bestie, so we're going to let her breathe. I think she needs some time away. Also, there is a trend tickler, the trading turtle, in the chat. I don't know if it's the real Trenda, but she is in the chat. And so this Trenda saying hi here. Here you go, Trenda. Lots of trending tickers today. So, I mean, definitely in the right place there, Trenda, and Trenda in the chat. But also this Tesla continues to be bamboozling, and I continue to kind of want to dance with danger here. I honestly, the direction on this is really hard to read. I kind of said that earlier too, right? Well, we have these bounced off the 9 EMA, so I think there's some kind of long opportunity, but we're also kind of curling down, so there's also, I think, a short opportunity. So my response will be to scalp. That will be how I said scalp so aggressively there, but I will be aggressively scalping.
I like it.
We're going to try to get involved 169.45s. We take it into 169.70s.
Pamp it.
Pamp it, indeed. You're in two longs there. We will really pamp it up there for you. Pamp season. But yeah, I think this is, I really like this Tesla. Let's see what happens. If we break below this 169.20 area, I'm outie. Also, Lulu I have up on my side chart because I want to wait for that 405 break because this is getting increasingly dicey. These little, as you mentioned, that 405 I think is really key, like these failed wicks in here. Then we have this little green candle. I want to see confirmation, but if we have this nice 9 EMA bounce, I will take it long.
You want all the smoke?
I want some of the smoke. I want a portion of the smoke.
Some of the smoke. I like it.
I'll take, a scintilla. How are you, speaking of smoke, CGC?
CGC's back up, believe it or not. So we didn't get stopped out. We put our stop. It's in place, but now we're back up to 620. So we're 7 whole pennies out of the money on CGC, but it did hold up that level. So not taking this trade out. And that was a bottoming tail candle on the 5. That's a bullish candle, but it hasn't closed yet. So it means nothing until it closes. And again, it's not that it means nothing, but also even if it closes that way, it's one candle. Let's not put too much stock into one candle. Let's break above key resistance. I want to see that $6.50 break here before we start celebrating on CGC. We may not get that on the day. Long Google. The reason I went long Google, let's talk a little bit about this trade here. We're about 10 pennies in the money on Google. Reason being, well, this was the area that I want to get long. So if we broke above that level of resistance that we had here on this range, then I want to get long. And look, we broke below the volume weighted average price, now reclaiming it. The market is in positive territory now. The NQ absolutely pumping up. I did not see that 18,577. We've broken the highest we've been since basically 7:15 this morning. The closing print on the NQ 18,561. We made it up to 18,577, and we're still in the mid 70s. We're at 75 right now, so we could see 600 on the day. 600 is exactly where pivot point is. Yep. If you don't know what pivot points are, go to the YouTube homepage for Trader TV, type in pivot points in the search, and the 2 lessons that Adair and I did on pivot points will show up there, and then you can have a listen and know exactly how these are quantified, how they're derived. But the future is on the way up here at Dara, and it is lifting some of these Mag 7 names with it. I'm talking about you, Meta. I'm talking about you, Microsoft. I'm talking about you, AAPL, and you, NVDA. They're on the way up. Let's wet our beak here on some profits on GOOGL. We'll look to get that print, Katina, man, but we haven't gotten it yet. We'll look for it. Hopefully, there it is, bang. Let's see if we can continue up to the north side there. Adara.
Congrats to you. That's awesome.
Thank
You
you.
were killing it today. It is a fabulous Friday.
I'm happy,
Sharif.
but I'm not killing it. Let's be real. Yeah. Thank you, though. Thank you for bigging me up. I do appreciate it. And
We're going to say camp it for sure.
Camp it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you can check out the video on Instagram if you want to hear me my attempt to say Sharif's camp it.
All right, so let's just explain to everybody what's going on here. So I used to say pam, right? And that was my little thing. And then, we were asked to kind of copy our cohorts. And Adara copied me in the way that she did best. And it was completely not how I do it, which is fine because she's her own person. But then I started adopting the way she did it, and that's how it spiraled out of control.
Yeah, so now there's I don't know who's the real Pampet. Who's the real Slim Shady? I don't know. I think it's definitely yours. But now they've all kind of warped and evolved. Also warping and evolving is Reddit for kind of a weird transition there.
Let's talk about that.
I like that we held up here. This was coincidentally the Adara level. Again, I don't have names for these. I call them my micro ranges or the Adara lines, but I draw them based on, I guess I should maybe call them, because I know you talk about previous areas of support and resistance, and that's what really inspired me to start looking for these areas. So definitely shout out to Sharif for that. But I liked that we had this kind of hold here on Reddit earlier, and we pop back into that area, and I say, yes, I do want the smoke. Thank you very much. I'm getting out if we break below 47.80, and I'll probably be taking out some profits around this earlier line I drew around 48.80. So let's see what happens here. Kanye Easting with a real pimp shady, please stand up. I mean, yeah, we'll have to wait and see on that. Also, 2 super chats to talk about. Thank you so much to Papa Powell dropping some hot lines this morning and also dropping some hot lines in our chat. Martin Lucas gave Tilray $40 price target. Crazy but possible. Let's take a look at Tilray. Tilray is certainly a good day to look at Tilray as well when you consider the fact that this one is moving along with Sharif's pal CGC, a lot of these other weed-related stocks. Also, shout out to Brankles, going to be killing it again with Sean in the afternoon, and he was trading CGC earlier as well, I do believe. But this one basically higher highs, higher lows. We did have one lower low, but we bounced off VWAP, and we do so with this chef's kiss of a bottoming tail cancels here. Look at this. They don't want to go below VWAP. So nice look at Tilray. But I'm guessing with that price target, you're going to be wanting to look at the daily chart. So this is just for context. That price target would be 20x what we're currently trading at. Because we're trading at around $2. They're saying about $40. So let's see. I mean, I don't know much about the fundamentals of the company. I'm going to be really honest with a lot of price targets. That's kind of going to want to be what you're looking at, right? So let's see when we have earnings last on Tilray. Not seeing anything here. But let me look up when they report next, because that could be what's happening as well. Tilray reports earnings next here, April 8th, 2024. Okay, so this actually could get spicy.
Nice.
They're coming up soon. Generally, what I'm seeing, lower highs, lower lows. So this might be a fundamental play. But yeah, I think 40 could be a bit ambitious for Tilray. I would wait and see. I would wait for a higher high. We could break above that 240. Then I'd be like, what are we doing around 320? You know what I mean? Keep seeing these higher highs. Actually, 420, ironically, also a bit of a level here for Tilray. We did have a bit of a double top here earlier at 420 for Tilray. So if we could break above 420, I think that would be a great look for this 420 adjacent name. Also, thank you so much to Ahmed Awala for this 729 AED super chat. A negative waiting for the next drop on NQ. So let's see what to do about this NQ here. We're not going to go the daily. We're going to go the 3 minute here.
Okay.
On the end or on the QQQ. Sorry. This is higher highs, higher lows. Honestly, this is a pretty nice look. But again, I'm trying to look at the charts less with ETFs because I know a lot of times it's price action. We did just break green though on the QQQs. I will say that, Ahmed. But we are coming into an interesting area of resistance. We're around that pre-market chop and churn now. So what are we going to do with that? We're going to have to wait and see. Slightly positive on the Qs. I think this break above this earlier rangy area that I'm really sad I didn't see is a nice look for sure, right? We broke out of that range. We said, nah. So I think we could continue positive. And I think this break above that earlier high of 446, not a bad look at all. Reddit pulling back a little bit. I had a dip buy in NVIDIA, but I'm taking it out because I think I'm going to have to say dip buy to that dip buy. How are you doing, though, in CGC?
Good. Back into 34s. We're sitting at 35s for a print here just to take some off the table because, a nice double bottom at 605, but that's not the end all and be all. I want to de-risk a little bit. Now showing 35s on the ask. It's going to have to cross for me to get printed. And, well, it doesn't look like I'm going to get printed quite yet, so maybe I should stop staring at it. Now, I made a big mistake here, guys, on Google. I took out everything at the wrong spot, so I have another dip trade set up at 1075. I didn't realize I took out everything on Google. That was a mistake on my part. We got long at 63s, and now it's at 87s. We wet our beak at 75, so I have another dip trade at 75. It didn't come into play, so it looks like I won't get filled at the moment. Right now because I'm looking for that dip trade on Google. I'm not chasing it at these levels. Well, let's see what it does at 151. What's going on, Katina Man?
We're still on Google 150.30.
The Katina Man is long Google 150.30. That is essentially the bottom end of this area right here. I think you got like 7 pennies above bottom wick, maybe, give or take. So I think we wicked the bottom there at 21s. Okay, so 8 pennies. Yeah, you're never satisfied. You're always angry as a trader, straight up, right? You never held for long enough. You never got the highest point. Never got the lowest point. You got pretty much the lowest point there. So be content with that one, Katina, man. That's a hell of a trade, especially since you didn't fat finger your way out of this one. I'm kind of disappointed in myself there. I'm going to have to cancel this trade because it's no longer valid at these levels. I want to watch what we do at the whole dollar level. Maybe we can get a bit of a rejection, come back down into the volume weighted average price. I'll be able to reload that out anyway. Very disappointed in myself with this Google trade. I had the right idea. The execution was very wanting. So that's neither here nor there. All right, now we're getting filled on CGC. There goes 635. And where is that dude in the chat that told me I missed CGC? Where are you at now, bro? All right, now up we go into that 650 area. We'll look to wet our beak at the $0.50.
Sharif just said, cash me outside.
Yeah.
So
dude was chirping.
Yeah, I know someone earlier as well, I think it was Kanye East, was shouting out your lively interactions with the comments in the chat there as well.
Yeah.
And
I'm going to let people hear it when I don't like it.
Well, it keeps it entertaining, keeps it fresh. So I think this is a really nice look there. Also, thank you so much to Rocco saying, Dear Adara, thank you so much. I don't know what for, but I'm really happy to be here. And thank you so much for being here and participating. We really do appreciate it. I have nothing else to say to that, but that's very sweet of you. And thank you. Also, Jay Lee saying, Adara or Sharif, please bring this up. Maybe a bounce play for ENTX or MRNO. MRNO recently got de-SPAC'd. I'll look at MRNO first because I remember this story from earlier today. That's Murano. I weirdly, I don't know, sometimes I remember tickers. But yeah, we're kind of pushed above here. I would see pretty clear resistance around this 21 area. Why? Look at this kind of area we had support early. We break below it. We can't even get 20s now. Murano says, no, and we continue to fall to the downside. Volume here just above 1 million, so a bit of a weaker volume kind of play here as well for the day. We did get a little bit of volume, though, on those green candles to the upside. I have to be honest, I don't really have a clear read on this because I think this stock is just kind of trying to find its wings. It looks like we just halted, so I'm going to go to clarify that. This does look like a halt to me, though, that we just broke out of. I'm not seeing anything on... Oh yeah, there's volatility due to its recent acquisition. Kind of as I remembered it there. Yeah, I don't have a huge read on this. I think there could be a bounce play. I'd like to see what we do with the 9 EMA, and I say that because look at that top and turn read earlier at 16.5.
Good call.
16.5 comes again. 16.5 is near where the 9 EMA was when it broke. I think I like that area. I do like that area.
Oh.
Also. Oh, you like that?
I do.
Was that too much?
Yeah. I was like, yo, I don't think I know.
Yeah, I mean, I think, who knows if this area will hold up, but I do know that it's an interesting area.
I like that.
Appreciate that. ENTX also, I'll look at this quickly for you as well, Jay Lee. This one I know nothing about, so let's learn, because this is what we do here on How to Trade. E to the N to the T to the X. Intera Bio. Oh, I remember this one a couple days ago. Yeah, so it was from a couple days ago. GLP-2.
Okay.
So, the GLP-1 trader in me would have liked that. GLP-2, peptide tablet treatment for patients with bowel syndrome. So, yeah, this one to me, though, I'm going to have to immediately say no to, and I say that because of the volume. We're just above 200,000 shares, well below 1 million shares. To me, the volume's not really here, and I'm really only seeing lower lows and lower highs.
Okay, Google rejecting 151. This is interesting. This is what we were talking about, right? So this, now, a bit of a topping tail candle, and it's completely counter to what the future is doing. The future is pumping to the high side. We are at local highs. We keep printing local highs. We're on our way into 18.6. And then you get a nice retracement here on GOOGL, rejecting that whole dollar level. So is this the entry here on Google? Is this as good of a pullback as we're going to get? Because the future is headed to the high side here. Apple's on the way up. Meta is far off the bottom there, $3 off the bottom. Softy's on the way up. Even the dead one today, Apple, is moving up a little bit into high days. Apple's like 15 pennies off high a day. Decisions to be made here. And yeah, there you go. Let's look at this. Right back into near the highs here at 150.95 Adara. This is a tough decision to be made. What's your look here right now, Katina Man, on Google? You see that move through 151?
I'm more excited about shorting Meta.
The Katina Man is more excited about shorting Meta. Are you looking at 509?
Well, yeah, my head would be 510 and change.
The Katina Man, if he gets into Meta, his out would be 510 and change, thereabouts.
I'm in Meta. I'm short at 508.75.
The Katina Man is now short Meta 508.75. Keep your eye on that trade, baby, as we move up here, baby, on the future, on Meta. What's going on? He was doing that from the side, the corner of my eye. I could see him doing that. I was wondering what was going on. But obviously, he was trying to get Ray Ram's attention. So, yeah, looking at these. Sorry to interrupt you, Adara. I think we have to do the lesson.
I was going to say, yeah, I think it is learning time. I have a dip buy in Lulu, so we'll see if we get dip bought.
I will mention quickly, CGC on the way to day's high, baby. 4 pennies off day's highs. Please, dank punch.
I'm so pleased for you, honestly. And he's punching the desk, so you know he's pleased. His literal punch there. Oh, sorry, I leaned in very intensely there. Shout out to Sharif. Reddit's still in, so I'm not getting out of this. Lulu, we're near my dip buy. Let's see if we get dip bought, and let's see if we run our little leggings to the upside. Metaphorically, of course, because Lulu sells leggings. Let's look at our lesson of the day, which I am not on the right page of. Here we go. First page, beware of fake outs. This is the lesson of the day. And certainly a lot of opportunities get faked out here, especially with some of these more volatile names. How do we try to combat that? What do we need to know? Well, here we go. Let's get into it. Pullback trades can offer so many great entry points, as we've discussed this whole week kind of ad nauseum, but there is a sneaky villain lurking underneath the surface, the fake out. So we're going to talk about how to identify and defend against these deceptive price movements. First, you have to understand fake outs. A fake out is basically going to be a pullback trade that tricks you into thinking the trend is changing and then reverses course to continue in the original direction. So we call it a fake out because it fakes you out mentally. It basically says psych and then continues it in whatever direction it was initially running. Here's one example here too. So we have the bearish trend, then we come in here and we have a false breakout. Also, you can tell it's false because it actually kind of didn't even really precede the previous high. We still had technically lower highs, but then it turns out it was a false breakout. It was for naught, and they continued to the downside. So nice look there on this example. Why do fake outs happen? They could happen because of stop loss hunting. Traders might be placing stop loss orders just below support in uptrends or above resistance in downtrends. And so fake outs can trigger these orders, which force losing trades and possibly push the price further in the original direction. Profit taking is also part of why these happens, because traders who are already in profitable positions might close their trades during a pullback, which can cause a temporary price dip in an uptrend or a rise in a downtrend. You want to be able to identify some of these fake out red flags if you can. So how might we go about doing that? Well, here we go. Weak pullbacks can be a red flag for a fake out or a false breakout, because fake outs will often involve shallow pullbacks that don't reach key support or resistance areas. So you're going to want to be cautious of pullbacks that seem insignificant compared to the overall trend. You also want to be looking for a lack of confirmation. We've mentioned earlier this week and basically in all our lessons, you always want to make sure you have that confirmation to ensure the movement is doing what you think it's going to be doing. If you don't have this, if we remember earlier confirmation tools from previous lessons regarding divergence, strong candlestick patterns, etc., their absence from a pullback could suggest a fake out. And if the breakout candle fails to make a lower low in a bullish trend or a higher high in a bearish trend, that could be a sign it's trying to mess with your head. It's trying to fake you out. And that it's not a real breakout. Unusual volume is also important to note here as well. Sometimes fake outs are accompanied by a lower volume compared to the main trend, and this can suggest a lack of conviction behind the price move. So here's one example of a true fake out. We had, the example here earlier to show the trend was still active. We had this long wick of sellers saying, no, you don't, to buyers and continuing to the downside. Then we have a couple of attempts to break out, but there's no follow through. And in this second case, we have another wick to the upside, which looks like we still have some buyers in control or sellers in control in this trend. Here's a real breakout though, and you can tell because we have lower volume on the move up and then a massive move to the downside with strong volume. This breakout was real, it was not a fake out, and it is a dicey look there, for lack of a better term. Defending against fake outs is something we all want to know how to do, right? How do you do that? Strict stop loss placement. Don't place your stop loss orders too tight. Give the price some breathing room during pullbacks to avoid fake outs, and also consider trailing stop orders, as Neil is wont to do sometimes, that adjust the price or adjust as the price moves in your favor. Risk management, also really important. You want to maintain proper risk management and not put too much pressure on a single trade, especially during pullbacks with very high fake out potential. Patience is also going to be key. You don't want to rush into trades based on every pullback, something that I struggled with a little bit today with NVIDIA. And you want to wait for a pullback with strong confirmation signals that says, hey, get involved. But maybe not like that. So here's one example here too. We're in an uptrend. Then we have come into previous support here. We think we're going to break down. It's actually a false breakout. We hold support and we continue to the upside. So here's one example, looking at previous support to see, hey, this trend might be still valid. Here's a bonus tip. Thank you to Sharif, as always, for putting these lessons together with these fun little bonus sprinkle of tips as well. Imagine your fake out as a market, testing your commitment to the trade. By being patient and using proper risk management, you can avoid getting stopped out or getting fooled, or hoodwinked, if you will, by these deceptive price movements. Stay vigilant and don't let fake outs derail your trading strategy. So that's our lesson of the day. One last time here, and Lulu's running to the upside, and I'm really happy. I got involved at 405.50, and we're almost $1.50 in the money. We got involved while I was in the lesson.
Hold on. You said $1.50 in the money?
I did. Oh, thank you.
Was
Thank
that
you so
loud,
much.
Ram Ram, in your ears? Oh, okay. I was going to do it again.
Was it loud? I wanted to torture you
No,
before.
she said no. It was like, aw, anticlimactic.
But yeah, no, I'm really happy with that trade. Reddit, I'm going to have to get out of, but I'm really proud I took the Lulu. And congrats to Dragos. I don't know if you're still in this trade, but I remember Dragos earlier saying $12 in the money.
Ivan
in
Drago?
Lulu. No.
Oh,
No.
come on, bro. Ivan Drago.
How are you doing? I know someone was saying in the chat, CGC getting high.
I'm up, baby. I'm out, baby. We got out at 70s. I'm very happy. We were long 15s at that point. And okay, so the initial entry over here was at 39s, but I said very specifically, Ram, that I was looking for that 20 period defend on the let me show you, on the 5-minute chart. Guys, we're on the way into 15.6. Sorry, I keep saying 15. I don't know why I keep saying 15, bro. 18.6. We're at 18.6. I don't care right now about CGC. We have to talk about the futures because this is very important level, guys. Let's watch what we do at 18.6. We have the 100-point level, pivots also there. The overnight pop right there as well. Look at what we did at 5 a.m. I don't know why we were that high at 5 a.m., but whatever. We got into 18,607. So I'm watching right now. The futures is a critical point for me. Look what we did at 18.5. The wick shimmy dance galore at 18.5, and we didn't hold it to the T, but we held the level. Let's be real. The low is 18.492, so we held 18.5. Do we reject now off 18.6? Right now we're putting a bit of a topping till candle. I want to see what happens here. There are good trades to be had, whether on the Mag 7 names or whether on the future derivatives. I'm talking about the Qs, the T triple Qs, the S triple Qs. Whatever derivative you want, MNQ, NQ. There's so many ways that you can trade this depending on what you have with your broker. Right now, a couple of points above 18.6, but not with that vigor that you look for to take that level. So definitely not punching into here until I see more. I want to see whether or not we do the wick shimmy dance at this level. Again, the wick shimmy dance is not my own concoction. It is something shown to me by Arun, who is a former futures trader with the floor over here. This was kind of how he was looking at the futures at these levels. Obviously, his skill, not like mine, much more skilled. He has a lot more experience. But, that's my understanding of it. And so I'll just pass that on to you guys. Keeping eyes on these Mag 7 names. I know we're at HOD on NVDA because, well, I could have told you that we were at high a day just based on the futures because NVIDIA has been leading the futures. It has not been Tesla. It has not been Microsoft or Apple. It has been NVIDIA as of late, and there's been a lot of confluence between the chart on NVIDIA and the chart on the future. Not so much today, though, but we have seen a lot of overlap between those two charts as of late. So keep an eye on this name. I want to see exactly what we do at this level. We're not breaking it with any vigor, so I'm not ready to, take a trade on this one way or another. But 18.6, an important level for me, so we'll keep eyes on that. Let's flip to some of these other non-Mag 7 names that we've been looking at on the day. All right, so here is AMD. Our friend AMD is up into that $1.80. So if that rejects, if we reject 18.6, AMD, I'm kidding when I say AMD, 180, another critical level for that stock. So it could absolutely reject off that $10 level. So we'll keep eyes on that. Reddit, what's Reddit been up to? Not really, NQ related stock. It comes into that twice, Adira. Look at that. That closing print from yesterday, 50-50 or that 50-47, whatever it is. We wick shimmy dance into it 3 times, and all of them rejected, but with bamboozlement. Let's be real. Look where it went up to 51s. You had to give this one a lot of room. Right, so the wicks were real, and they probably stopped out a lot of traders. We're at 47.50 right now. You saw the Catena get long 45.50. Another bottom wick trade for the Catena on the day. Lulu, my God, Lulu, what a recovery for Lulu. I see it. I see the outs. That's a great trade, Dara.
Thank you so much. And I mean, the thing, thank you, I appreciate that. And I think the thing is, too, shout out to, there's a couple people in the chat here. I think Barcat, Drago still in the long, that are still long Lulu. And I want to clarify, I do still think Lulu could have some more room to run. Some people were saying potential inverse head and shoulders on Lulu. And you know what? I do see what you're talking about. We have here are the shoulders here, around that 396. We have a skosh of a neckline here around 400. If this was an inverse head and shoulders, we broke it many moons ago. But I don't think that means it didn't exist. You know what I mean? I just think it could be in the throes of it still currently. Look at that 388 area. We pop up there with a viciousness, really nice look. We have these double touches of 396. Then we break above that 400 area beautifully. Also, yes, I want to clarify why I left, because I do still, it's not like I left because I was like, oh, I think it's going to reverse. Like, I do think if you're still long here, power to you and congrats, because I think this has been a fun look. However, I left because honestly, the momentum-ishness of this, for lack of a better term, the momentum of this is not always my style, right? So I wanted to be very cautious. I got filled in this while I was doing the lesson, so I just had an eye on my side chart, and I was, I didn't even have really time to press out. I was gonna consider getting out of here around 406.50 or 407, and I'm really happy I didn't. But the reason I got out where I did is because look at the top here of this kind of bamboozling candle. It was around 409. That's why I got out where I did. It was really just me trying to use the scalpulation a little bit to help out there. But I am really happy with this trade, and I'm also very happy for everyone in our community who's involved in this and involved in any trades right now, because what a day. What a community. So happy to see as well what Sean and Brankles are up to and what they have to say as well. Shout out to TL Bryant, so I didn't see as well that you were in Lulu. So congrats to you and shout out to you on Lulu. Killing it there. Also, Trenda the Ticker, the Trading Turtle, killing it in the chat here with some points. And also here she is. So go Trenda, the sentient Trading Turtle. And Lulu, if we come back into having a dip buy opportunity off the 9 EMA, don't mind if I do. I'm really happy with this. And the spread is actually not bad here right now in Lulu either.
It's
probably
not,
helped, probably aided a little bit by the fact that the volume is at almost 12 million. So nice look there. Yeah, happy for my Lulu people running to the upside in the leggings and shoes.
Was it aiding and abetting?
I was just gonna make that joke.
You
oh
know
my
exactly
gosh,
what I'm
the
talking
legal
about, too,
joke.
yeah.
Shout out to Sharif and all the lawyers here, and also Law and Order Toronto. You might get my shout out.
Was it
shout
an
out.
accessory after the fact?
It was, and it aided and abetted, and it was criminally negligent.
State of mind, I love it. Yeah, I haven't watched Toronto Law and Order yet. I have to watch. I have to watch it. They have a bunch of whole the posters in the subway.
I know.
They're trying to advertise for it. You're not down, eh?
I like the OG better, and I will say there was one line, and this isn't a spoiler, so I will say it. There's one line in the most recent episode. I have been watching the episodes, I'm gonna be honest, where the guy says, you know, you can't convict people for liking the same soccer team. Believe me, I've tried, and it's like.
That would
Why?
That would hit home.
Yeah, it was a little weird. But I mean, yeah, you would, if for the soccer team thing, I'm sure that would be, I literally saw that and I thought that was.
For years, I felt I was being like condemned for being an Arsenal fan.
Oh, yeah.
You have no idea. It's suffering as an Arsenal fan. Yeah,
Idris Elba's an Arsenal fan.
Who?
Idris Elba.
Oh yeah, that I knew. That I knew. There's a lot of Arsenal fans out there. It's hard, Rojo. It's a hard time being a Cowboys fan too. The last time we won a Super Bowl was '95. Yeah, I was 13. You know what I mean? Like that's a long
Sharif,
time ago,
I didn't mean to like have this conversation. Take Sharif down like this trauma lane. I'm very sorry.
Yeah, it is trauma straight up though. Like I mean, it's not easy being a fan of certain teams because you just go so long without anything. You know what I mean? So anyway, hit it, Katina man. What do we got? What do we got? Okay. So let's talk about Meta because the Katina man was short Meta 508.70 something. And here we go. Now down into 508s again. Nice couple of green candles there, Katina man. That's a good look, my man. Shout out to you. Ram's always like panicking when that noise comes on. We are doing the wick shimmy dance. It does looks like right now we may be rejecting 1860. You have a big topping tail candle here, and now we're a little bit below it. So now we need to start thinking about what we're going to take south, and I'm going to take AMD south at these levels. Let's go. My line in the sand is going to be the break of 180. Let's see how we do here, Daryl. I'm going to send it to you to put out my stops.
Yeah, we're going to be, I think, chip twins because I'm taking Micron south, which I have to say I'm already regretting. MU said Micron, or sorry, not MU, that's the ticker of Micron. Someone is tired, and someone is me, but it's okay. Mr. Limp was saying Micron's starting to run, and I saw this double top, and I said, I want all the smoke. We're gonna have to change our point of entry here, though, because I've said this before. I have an issue with having the exact perfect, there we got filled. Okay, so if we break above this, sorry for the intensity there. If we break above the 1-10-10 area, I'm out of the short. Also, though, I think we might have to take some pieces out because I just realized we're kind of seeing this constant area with this 9 EMA. We're going to take some of this out at 109.71, but I'm going to stop talking because I thought you were going to press a button.
Oh, no, go ahead. Do your thing. No.
But yes, I thought you were going to press an animation. But I'm really pleased this punch here with this Micron short. And Sharif and I are chip twinning. Are you... Yeah, everybody's in chip names right now. We got part filled here on this Micron short. I'm so happy. I don't know. This is a really fun market to be a part of. I was feeling a little bit down with that the NVIDIA trades, and Tesla was being stressla. And it's really, the thing is too, is you just have to, I think it's best to kind of not be in that negative mindset when you're trading because you don't want it to be like a revenge trade, right? So we had the NVIDIA losses, and I just had to brush the dirt off my shoulders and see what else do I like. I like Lulu, I got involved, right? And so hope that makes some sense. But right now, the only thing that makes sense is that flush, Sean shimmying down the toilet there. I don't understand that animation.
Well, it's not him. It's Meta, baby. That shimmying down the toilet. Meta on the way down. Now Meta is now in negative territory yet again, baby. It tried its darndest, Ram, to try to take that 507 and change level, which was the closing print from yesterday, but it was not to be because 18.6 came in And we have local resistance at 18.6, which precipitated a lot of these shorts that you're seeing right now on the Mag 7. Whether you took Microsoft 429, whether you took Apple 172, high 172s, or whether you took the Katina Man trade, high 508s. What doesn't seem to be tanking at the moment, GOOGL, TSLA, even NVDA. Yes, I know NVIDIA is $4 off the top, but $4 on a $900 name is like a spit in the bucket. Let's be real about it. Obviously, it's hard to manage risk. That's why we've been trading NVDL. By we, I'm talking about me. All right, so keeping an eye here at 18.6. So far, we've rejected it. We put in this topping tail candle right here at the 100-point level, which is also overlapping with pivots. We haven't broken down below 18.6 with the viciousness. So we've been talking about fake outs today. Keep your eye out on a fake out here as we could curl right back up above 18.6. So make sure you've got profit takers in case, this is a fake out breakdown, right? I'm not saying that it is. I'm not saying that's what I see. In fact, I kind of see the opposite. We have a topping tail candle on the future. We have a new 5-minute candle to make a new low. So you've got all the good check marks there beside its name. You wick above 18.6, but very light wicks. By light wicks, I'm talking about 4 or 5 points, 9 points at the highest over there where we got into 18.609. So yeah, I'm just not exactly 100% sure that we do the wick shimmy dance and reject 18.6. And so in case, you're like me and you're unsure, take some profits, right? So we already took a couple of profits there on AMD. Let's have a look at CGC because Jay Lee was saying maybe right now, Jay's like maybe a short on CGC now seems a 50-cent drop is likely. I'm thinking so in any case. You're not wrong, Jay, but this thing is a monster on the day, 680, and I'm not seeing anything really make me jump too quick into the short, Jay. I'm not seeing any lower lows. I'm not seeing any lower highs. I'm not seeing a breakdown below a key level. So, me guessing up here isn't really kind of my modus operandi. So I'd like to see more confirmation. So let's see what we get here on CGC. I'll be keeping eyes on it as I typically do, right? Let's look at some other stuff over here, Adara. Wow, that was a good short, Katina, man. Shout out to you, brother. That's on the way down. Well, any profit targets or anything like that? The Katina man took one beak wetter at 508. And then another one at 507.60. He just got printed right now on that. Why can't we get VWAP, he says, which is hanging out in the 506, let's say, and a quarter, and a 50, in and around that area. Shout out to the Katina man. Great short on Meta there. As, that was perfect timing with 18.6. I'm really impressed by that trade, straight up, because, well, it's Meta. What are you looking at over there, Dare?
Yeah, these Micron shorts, I know everyone in the chat here is saying Micron go up, and I do think I have maybe played with fire a little bit. I was honestly, when everyone was shouting about these chips with the dip, shout out to Opie who said that in the past, I wanted to get short on this Micron move. We had that move down. I was really proud. I have to say, pretty pleased with Punch with his exit, but I did keep a piece. And I said, I knew this was a risky trade going into it, right? I think we are riding the 9 EMA, and I got in, I'm going to be a little bit honest, on the rush of seeing this double top and that big old red candle. However, caveats. If we break above 110.10, I'm out. This is a very tight stop. We've built a little position here. I have the beak wetters ready to go, so the ducks can just kind of bob their little heads at 109.75, 109.65, 109.55. Here we got at 109.50. I think that was... I'm very happy with that fill. I don't think we're going to get it again because I do think Reddit isn't a little, or not Reddit, Micron, I almost said MU, Micron is a little bit of an uptrend, and that was definitely a mistake I made. So let's see if we have this, if we have a solid, a legitimate push up here, up with a viciousness, as I say, at this level, I'm going to have to say bye.
Great trade. Is that bottom wick?
Yeah.
What's going on over there today?
I don't.
What was all these bottom wick great trades?
Thank
dude?
you.
And this is not a range trade either.
No, I don't really know what possessed me to take it.
Oh, okay. Good.
Thank you so much.
Who could not want to have more tools in their repertoire?
I appreciate that.
So if you can range trade and you can momentum trade, why would you not want? Why would you want to do one to the exclusion of the other?
Thank you.
You know,
so learning. I know you momentum trade a lot as well, and I think honestly, thank you to you, and I really appreciate your insight as well. Because I remember that Apple trade I took earlier this week. You were like, "That's a momentum trade." I didn't even realize it was. So it kind of makes you realize, don't think of yourself as one kind of trader. Think of yourself as a trader who mostly does this, but has some other little, as you would put it, bow arrows in their quiver. And so I appreciate, thank you very much for that.
All right. Yeah, shout out to you, Adair. Look, guys, we're still fighting the fight here at 18.6. You try to, let the price action play out and not to take rash decisions, but, sometimes it takes a few minutes to decide if we're going to reject a 100-point level, and some other times it takes 20 minutes and maybe even longer. Right now, we're in the 20th minute. So we've got into it at 110. Now we're going on to 130. We're still at that level. We haven't given it up or broken above it. So yeah, questions to be asked at these levels, right? And we have another, I already mentioned this level already at 5 a.m. So the NQ doing things.
It is.
I know, right? That's your line. Did you notice Tesla? Tesla's quietly put in a bunch of green candles over here. Yeah, off that 168.75 dip at the volume weighted average price, and now it's knocking on the door of support level 1 because it's negative on the day. Well, support level 1 at that 50 penny area, 170.50 here on TSLA. We haven't broken above number 1, the day's high, which is this print over here at 11:30. Got us into 170 3/4. We're still below that. We're still below pivots. But if we break above this 170 3/4, I think that there may have a move here on TSLA, especially if the future gets above and holds above 18.6. I think we could definitely see 172.75 to go at least flat on the day. If not 172, maybe 172.75 is a little ambitious. I think maybe we make it up into that whole dollar level at 172. That is, number 1, we print a new HOD at 170.75. Number 2, the future, I'm talking about the NQ, breaks and holds above 18.6. What is it doing? It's 2 points off 18.6. There's a fight going on right now at the wick shimmy, but I gotta tell you, so far, the fight is being fought from the south side, not from the north side. So it's not like you claimed 18.6 and then came back to it and you're using it as support. No, it's still a resistance level. You haven't broken through it. So even though you're getting a perfunctory print here and there, 18.601, 18.605, it's not being defended as that level because you're breaking down. So again, here we go. We're above 18.6 again on the future. Let's watch what we do here. Are we doing the wick shimmy dance for an eventual rejection, or are we going to claim this level and start using it as support? That's what I want to see. And sometimes it takes longer to find out. We'll pack our patience. We'll wait here. Tesla coming into that 170.50. In fact, it actually broke it. This could be an interesting move here on the MAX-7 and on the future there.
Yeah, I mean, I got back into Lulu, and then Lulu decided she wanted to take a little dip to the downside. That's okay. I took a much smaller position, though, on this one because I didn't want to give up the gains. I have to say I was really proud of that earlier trade on Lulu, and so I didn't want to go in and kind of give everything up there. I'm just trying to get out of this. So we're part out of this. Micron looks like I might have to be getting out of Micron here as well. Okay, we didn't get fully filled on Lulu. That's okay. Come on, Lulu. Please leave. Thank you. So there we go. Lulu is just dancing around in those leggings like crazy over here. Are we out now? We should be out now. We're not, so hopefully that'll get filled post-haste. We are still in Lulu. That was a bit bamboozling, I'm going to be really, really honest. But just happy, though, that I am still up on the day and that I took a smaller size because I knew it would be a little bit of a riskier trade. That also looks like it could have been a fake out because now we're coming back to the 9 EMA.
Oh.
So sometimes you get out bottom wick, and what you do is you just smile, you laugh, you brush it off your shoulders.
We'll go cry in the bathroom. Yeah, they all
That's
work.
true. Yeah, also valid. Also, Micron broke way out, and I completely missed that, so we're going to have to get out of Micron here as well. Shout out to anybody who's long that, which I know was a lot of the chat, so congrats to you. I did have a successful fill in here. I tried something, it didn't work, you take it, you laugh, you move on. Honestly, just really happy with that Lulu trade. We did give back some of that, but I did try to take a smaller size to mitigate a little bit of that risk, and that's what Refrain is all about. Definitely something I'm still working on. So there we go.
Did you see your friend Boeing today?
Yeah, Boeing was at range earlier. Shout out to Brad Gober telling me. Tried that range. I got involved right as we broke down, but I got out before we got the real breakdown, so pretty happy with that.
I like it because we pumped up big. Do you know why we pumped up like this? Was there something in?
I didn't
You don't
see
have to look
anything.
it up because it's kind of done now. But I just don't know why we
Curious
pumped
now,
up
though.
big.
With Boeing, it could be anything.
Yeah, straight up. Do we have anything on that?
Oh,
bad boy?
airline leaders to meet with Boeing's. Okay, these aren't really good.
Mm.
Airline leaders to meet with Boeing's chair over safety concerns, reportedly skipping CEO and high
Yes,
stakes
I saw
talks.
that was yesterday because I had mentioned that to Brendo when we were at the big desk.
Oh, then
in
they're
the
reporting
afternoon.
this late then.
Yeah. Because they were going to meet without Calhoun. They were like, no Calhoun for you.
No Calhoun for you.
No, but in all seriousness, Boeing popped up into that 193 area, and then we had the wick, like basically just showing you that sellers were in absolute control of this, given that all these candles here were topping tail candles, and then we had the break of VWAP, and then you used VWAP as that resistance level. Any pops into the volume weighted average price were all sold off. All right, guys, I got to keep eyes on the future here because now we got back above 18,605. Here comes 18,609 a quarter. That is technically the high of the day. So now if we start printing higher highs here, now you have to start wondering, do we take Tesla? Do we take Amazon? What do we look for? Do we take a direct trade on the futures here? So yeah, we're above 18.6, but again, looking like topping tail candles, no confirmation that you're going to hold that level, at least not for me. I don't see it quite yet. Now, as I tell you about that, let me tell you about this. Tesla's getting going here. So Tesla broke 170.50, and it made a new local high above that 1130-1135 print that we got into 170.75. This bad boy got into 170.82. Let's see if we can continue to pump up here on TSLA, broke these local levels, it bounced off the volume weighted average price. It's putting consecutively higher lows off that. What the hell is that? 165.40 bottom. That is a pre-market low. But look at this. I mean, we're putting in higher low, higher low, higher low, right? So it's a good look there. I mean, it's a bit of an upward channel, albeit, a bit of a deformed one. So we'll see. We'll see here on TSLA. I'm just not convinced that we're reclaiming 18.6 on the future until I see more, right? You're getting 1 or 2 points above it. No, this is not what I'm looking for here on the future. I'm gonna pack my patience because this could be a short. It legitimately could be a short unless we really pump up here. So we'll see. What's the chat looking at, baby? MU love you, says Samsung Comp. All right. Harold. Good, I didn't read that out loud. Push back and we'll be, push back and will be a Boeing. All right, whatever. Dushan, CGC still holding 2,000. Don't want to risk too much. Shout out to you, man. That's a whole bunch of shareage to hold up there on CGC, Ram. Woo! As it's a good look, man. Shout out to you. We're still not really above the area that I got out, but we're still holding these this 10-period moving average. So I don't know where you're long from, my man, but shout out to you. That's a whole lot of shareage to hold there. I hope you print on that. What else we got over here? Yeah, I know. People are like, what? Just looking at some of the comments there in the chat. BGZ is short Apple, he said. Let's have a look at the short on AAPL. Let's see what is happening there. Yeah, decent rejection off that 173 Ram. It came into that 172.94, and now we're kind of breaking down below the $0.50. Look, I'd say keep eyes on the 50. Right? Last time around, we bounced off that 50-period moving average. We ended up holding that 172.10 or thereabouts. If we get back, I would say into 172 and a quarter, 172 and a third. Keep eyes on the red line. Well, on my chart is the red line is the 50-period EMA. I'm looking at the 5-minute, by the way. If it comes into that level, I'd look for a bounce, but I think you're right, short till that time. Let's see what else people are talking about here in the chat. Dan the Man Emmons, short ES 5301 stop, 5304 targeting, 5287, 5282, 5274. Shout out to you, Dan. Let's have a look at the ES. We don't typically look at the ES all that much because we're looking at the NQ because we keep trading all these NQ adjacent names. Here it is, the June contract. Let's see what Dan's looking at here. So this is the 5302 that we touched. This is all pre-market stuff over here. This 5311 high, that is a pre-market high. So it looks like we're doing, Dan, the wick shimmy at 5,300 in the same way that we're doing the wick shimmy at 18.6 on the future. We're at above 5,300 right now. As I look at my side chart, we're below 18.6. It's nice when there's confluence between the ES and the NQ. That hasn't been the case as of late. It was the case for a while. And that's the thing that I got used to. The ES moves one way, the NQ moves another. And now that's kind of, we're becoming separated a little bit. But yeah, shout out to you, Dan. 5302. Yesterday is the closing print on the ES June contract. So it's obviously been a resistance level. There's that white line where I charted the closing print. Any pops into 5302 on the day after the bell have all been sold off, including the IB high, which took us into 5304. So shout out, Dan. Hope you print. And yeah, maybe we'll print with you on the way down on the NQ. Big Kyle Burdett. Back to full SPY short position, got stopped out on last trade, re-entered NVIDIA. Shout out to you, Kyle. Look, we're probably looking at the same thing. Jay, sorry, bro. We have 2 green and 2 red days this week. Sorry, Jay. I just didn't have an opportunity to go and look at the ES. It's just a quick flip to the daily. I could tell you which candles are red, which candles are green. It's just, you know, I got to do this, that, and the other. You get it. Magic Mike. We got to give Magic Mike a different name because he's been tagging a lot in the chat, and I feel like he may deserve a nickname here. Sharif, Dan, this is a big level on the TQQQ's hole 63. This rejection could be big if it plays out. Magic Mike, dude, I'm with you on that one because I've got the TQQQs loaded up, and there you go. So that is a double top so far at 63. The only thing though, Magic, is I'm looking for that 62 break, 62.80, excuse me, break. That's the trough that we put in here. I'm also obviously looking at the wick shimmy unfold on the side chart. I'm talking about the MNQ, or the, I look at the NQ, not the MNQ. The NQ on the 5-minute chart here. And we're below 18.6 again. So it looks like we probably will reject 18.6, but I'm not gonna jump into this. I need confirmation to there.
Yeah, so I'm just staring at Lulu. This was so stressful. I got back in. We were trying to get out. We accidentally bought in before we could sell. We flushed. So I think we're probably right on this name now, but it is what it is. I have to get out of this because this is not what I wanted for my life. And as I say that, we pop back up. So Lulu, if you want to make up your mind, give a girl a call. Just let me know, right? Just let me know. But no,
how you put that. This is not what we want to do with our life.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like the thing is, you have to try to stay calm, right? And that's what I've said. I think is one of the best aspects. I think for me, one of the healthiest aspects of trading when you're in front of people. Because as I've said before, I exclusively trade during the midday, right? You really have to stay calm because you can't, like, you know, go throwing things or pull out your hair when you're out in public, right? So I think it's a really good practice. We are unfortunately red on Lulu now with that fat finger move, and I was pretty good for fat fingers all week this week, so it's coach discouraging, but as Cindy Lauper says, don't be discouraged. So we just gotta pick back up, try again. And the thing is too, I can recognize this was a red day, we had some issues, and still be proud of this initial trade we had. So I'm not gonna be too upset about it. The market happens, and all you have to do is just kind of see what goes here. Mira the Orange Blues asking for a nickname. I am not the nickname bestower here. That honor goes to my pal Sharif, so I guess he usually does the bestowing of the nicknames. I can't believe we only have 20 minutes left here on the show. What a day it's been here in these markets. I hope everyone's been as energized and having as much fun here. Insect Uncle saying, I'm enjoying this, which honestly, love that. Hope you're enjoying the markets here and hope you're enjoying being here. And we're always enjoying everyone being here and being with us. So we do want to give a quick shout out though too, as well to our lovely sponsor at Benzinga Pro. In a moment here, let me get my life together. Here we go, this is Benzinga Pro. As you can see here, I was searching that Boeing news earlier, and they always have a lot of exciting stuff. I use this to help make the watch list. We use this when we go see what stocks are moving. If there's any news, it'll just drop right down, and then we know that something has occurred. And so we are brought to you, as we've said, you know, by Benzinga Pro, and you can actually sign up today for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders. All you have to do is use the code TTV, capital letters. That is T to the T to the V, capital letters. Use the link in the description to go to checkout. So thank you very much to Benzinga Pro. Always check out that news there. Very, very grateful there for their support and the ability to use their lovely platform. Lulu's being really bamboozling. I'm not going to look at her right now. We're going to let her do her thing, 21. NVIDIA, talk about a tight range. This has got to be for NVIDIA. This got to be like a dollar range or what? Tried this a couple times, had one successful trade, had more unsuccessful trades. NVIDIA, though, this is getting really compressy. If I keep an eye on the book, there could be a trade here. Overall, a little disappointed that I ended up fumbling Lulu a little bit, but still, I can still recognize that we're down in the day and be happy with some of the trades we had. And I think that's one thing, too, you have to recognize. This is a cliche, but don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. So that's what I'll say about that Lulu trade.
I love it. I like that attitude, too. Sharif, look up MO, please. Long or short? Yes,
Altria.
sir. How do you know all these tickers, bro? Like, what's going on? I thought I was supposed to know. Like,
I have an eidetic memory.
Do you actually have an eidetic memory?
Yeah.
So
not
you're
for
like
everything,
the Sheldon Cooper?
I guess. Like if I see stuff sometimes, or I get like deja vu because I'll remember like really specific. Like I was looking at this thing at that angle and saw that thing, and that's how I think I remember the tickers.
I love it. I
Thank
love
you.
it. I mean, like, my affinity with Sheldon, like,
Right?
right?
I think maybe that's why we get along so well. It's because I feel like you're like, oh, it's like Sheldon.
Right?
Cooper. I don't get sarcasm either, much
It's
like
all
our pal
good.
Sheldon.
Yeah. He doesn't have an idea about sarcasm. Like, that about the show, right?
Yeah, I've
he's
seen I haven't seen much of the new one, but I've seen some Big Bang.
I really wonder if he's actually based on like a character one of the people knew in real life. You know what I mean? Like one of the writers. It had to be one of the writers.
Because it's so specific.
It is, right? For him to have like that disposition. Anyway, let's look at MO. Altria Group. All right. What does they do? Tobacco. Okay. Smokable products. Do they have vapes? Because that's really the future here. But hold on. Somebody banned vapes. Was it New Zealand?
I didn't know that.
I think New Zealand banned vapes.
Oh, I know a couple friends that wouldn't be able to go to New Zealand now.
Maybe they have to take it with them. But yeah, no, I'm pretty sure New Zealand banned vape. Did they?
Oh, there's a couple that have banned. Australia, legal to use, illegal to possess nicotine.
It's probably Australia. Okay.
Yeah, so there's you just can't smoke a Nick vape. So at that point, you're just smoking a canister there, I guess.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, Altria is an interesting one.
Yeah. Let's have a look. This is the weekly on Altria. Okay, so like with a lot of stocks, Ram, we made that high during the pandemic, right? Or no, this is not even the pandemic. What am I saying? This is 2017. Eek. Okay. So we did make a bit of a local high during April of 2022. Look, I don't like this chart. 7 years is a long time to have a downtrend, okay? And that's the fact of the matter is we peaked in early 2017. So we have been making lower highs and lower lows on the weekly for 7 years. You have not made a new high. Look, I don't know, man. I personally don't care. You smoke one way or another, that's your business. But I'm just telling you what the trend is. I think more people are quitting these tobacco products and that are coming into the market. That may not be true with vapes. I'm not 100% sure, but I know cigarettes for a fact that's a matter. The data suggests that. So what are the ranges here? This is the weekly. To the low side, I like 40 as support. So you buy 40, and that goes all the way back to October of last year. Any dips into that 40 region have all been bought up. So that seems like a decent area of support. It also finds more evidence to support that level going back to September of 2022. That was a weekly low. Again, in July of 2022, we held at 40 or thereabouts. So 40 seems to be at least a 2-year support level. Okay. Before that, a big ziggy-zaggy, kind of hard to read a little bit.
Ziggy-zaggy.
Yeah, it is.
It's
super ziggy-zaggy, right? Look, the overall trend, though, I got to tell you, down and to the right, we're not at all-time lows, but we are not making newer highs and not making high. Well, we kind of made higher lows here a little bit with this dip down. That's March of 2020. That's the COVID low. That's the March COVID. So, I mean, you can't really use that as a base. Yeah, I'm going to say 40 you buy off 40 with a tight stop, maybe at 39. That's what I'd say to you there. I hope you print, obviously. Jared Tweedle, CGC wicked me out by 2 cents on the last dip and then goes onward without me, small tears. Brother, been there. Okay, hold on. That's not CGC. Wow, CGC. I thought I was a dang genius getting out here at 6 3/4, and the market tells you, you're no genius. You're just, you know what? $7 we make it up to here, it looks like. So 7 HOD on CGC. I'm sorry, Jared, man. I mean, that's just kind of how it works with this stuff. let's keep eyes on 7. We haven't taken a whole dollar level since we took 6, and last time we took 6, there was a bit of dance here. We dipped below it a little bit. Keep on the lookout. I don't know how much more we have here. 52% on the day for CGC. It's been a good time to be in weed, I guess. The Boring Man. I quit smoking 2 years ago, after smoking cigs for 20 years. My man, we're gonna hit the bang for you. Very happy. I know my old man, it took my old man years to curb that habit, and you know, he still has cravings every now and again. So I'm just gonna shout you out, and I'm pleased for you, brother. Obviously adding some years onto your life, goes without saying. Scott H, CGC at $7. I called this out this morning at 5 break. Let's go. Shout out to you, Scott. I know you called it out. I know you tagged me in about CGC. You know, I didn't listen. That's on me. Shout out to you. I hope you print. Samsung Comp, Sharif, thank you. And Adara, shout out to you. Igor, thank you. No, thank you, Igor. Shout out to you as well, my man. What else we got down here? Makes 2 of us. I got pulled out of CGC early, says Yoel. Kind of the way that it works around here, Yoel. AAR, Serious Canadian Colloquial Language. Really? I don't know. I feel like I just talk like my sister, and she's American.
That's
right?
true. Yeah, you do have an American family member you can compare yourself to.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Okay, we broke 7 on CGC, guys. 705 HOD. Now let's look at what we do here. Do we kind of range around this level, or do we take it? So let's keep eyes. CGC up 54% and counting, baby. It's been a good day to be in weed. It looks like this market is going up, Adara. So it's time to punch in a little bit here on these MNQs. Or sorry, TQQQs. Go.
Yeah, I'm in NVIDIA, so that market going up would be really nice for me. It's not a short, it's a long. So if you're crossing my face like, you know, the Edvard Munch Scream painting, but NVIDIA does make you want to scream, so I think that's pretty accurate there. Trying to get out just shy of 947s. That might have been a skosh optimistic, I'm going to be really honest, but I still don't think it's hopium. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I wanted to get out just shy of highs on the day. Highs on the day were 947.39. I appreciate the money button there. It wasn't a little optimistic. I kind of knew that going into it, but I did get involved because I saw us. Like I said, with NVIDIA, if you want to dance with the devil, you have to be like washing the devil. This is a weird analogy. NV Devil A, I don't know, but we got to that 947. We rejected it harshly. Then we recovered around this 945 area. But I was watching earlier as well. 944 was nice. I got involved a little bit early. 945.50. Added some at 945 when we held. And I said to Dare, if we break below 944 with the viciousness, you get out. We didn't even break below 944. There was no viciousness to watch out for, which made me, say it with me, please, this punch. Sorry for the yelling there, and also I slapped the table so hard my hands are red. But I had to say I was really happy with that trade. NVIDIA chopped us up a little bit earlier, and this is what I mean when I say an avenge trade. Although someone in the chat did point out accurately that avenge and revenge mean the same thing, I think sometimes, maybe call it an amend trade. You had a bad trade on the day, and you come back and you say, you know what, I'm not going to let that get me down. And I tried not to do that here. Also, Bonkzilla was saying air high five. So you know what? Air high five to you, Bonkzilla. And real high five there from this team. This has been a really fun day.
Yes.
Can't believe there's only 10 minutes left to reef. How do those TQQQs go?
We're long at 03s or 2 pennies. 2 whole pennies in the money, Adara. So it's time to count our blessings here. No, for real. I want to see where this is going to go. We're at high a day. We're printing high a day right now, guys, on the NQ. The NQ is at 18,619.5, but there's going to be, bamboozlement here and there. We're probably going to come down and test 18.6 again. If history's any guide, we'll see what we get. Nothing too crazy to celebrate. We'll see where we're pump up to, but it looks like we've claimed 18.6 at least. In my interpretation of things, we did the wick shimmy dance at 18.6 for a while, a little bit above, a little bit below, and now it looks like we've claimed it to the high side. We'll see if we come back and retest it. What are you up to this weekend? We have 10 minutes left, so
I want to do some writing for sure. I'm actually like kind of in a screenplay contest right now, so I kind of need to deal with that.
Okay.
Because that finishes tomorrow at
Pump the brakes.
midnight.
Yeah. You're just gonna throw that in there like that without me asking questions?
Okay.
So you're in a contest.
Yeah.
This is very interesting.
Yeah,
So
I like doing the contest.
What
but
are the rules here, if you don't mind my asking?
No, I absolutely. So this is the first time I've done this one since I've started working here. And the reason I add that caveat is because how it works is you have X number of days to write a screenplay of certain length with certain prompts.
Okay.
So this, we had 8 days, 12 pages, and you have like different kind of prompts. They give you a genre, a character type, and then just kind of a random thematic word. It's really fun. I really like doing
very
it.
cool.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. So I'm still kind of working on that. That will be what I'm doing this evening and weekend, but that's finishes Saturday night. So that gives me some time to do some other writing for myself and maybe go for some walks. And knowing me, probably sleep an aggressive amount on Sunday. What about you? What are you up to?
I actually have no idea. A buddy of mine just reached out to me now. He wants to hang out, but it's gonna have to involve no drinking because I will not be drinking this weekend. Yes. I'm almost. So I haven't drank. Since November. Yeah, when the Katina man, the Brendo, and the Neil and we all went to the basketball game. That is the last time I drank. I didn't even drink on New Year's Eve, right? Yep. Which is kind of a thing for me. It was the first New Year's Eve, like, I think, since I was 18.
Yeah.
Not
That's
that
cool,
18
That's
is
cool.
the
If
legal
you go to
drinking
something
age.
and you commit to it, right?
Yeah.
So,
No, for real, though. So we'll see. But yeah, it's going to have to involve no drinking there. So, Eddie R., just kidding. What'd you say, Eddie? Come on. What? I don't know what that means. Anyway, let's keep a look at the future. So I put another beak wetter here on the TQQQs at 6313, lucky number 13. When anybody ever tells me 13 is an unlucky number, I say my mom's born on the 13th, right? That way I can dispel all the negative juju.
Like the hands there, yeah.
So we're looking for a print here on 6313. On the future, we'll look to wet our beak at some higher levels, but we'll look to get some profits there. Guys, yeah, we're printing nice right now on the future. 18,622. It looks as if, the Bulls are going to win out today. Papa, what else we got?
You see Bob W's comment?
No?
This is pretty funny.
Where?
When Sharif goes to the bar, he's lifting it.
You know what? I lift the bar at the gym, but not the bar at the actual bar. That would be interesting. I'd probably get booted out.
Raising the bar.
I like that. I like how the bar is a synonym here. It's not a synonym, sorry. There's so many ways that you can use bar.
You could be dropping bars too.
Oh, there you go.
Like
there you go.
spinning lines.
Yeah, music bars as well. Yeah, come down. Sharif's mom is in the chat. All of a sudden, they've emerged.
Because you mentioned your mom, that's
13th, right? Shout out to Sharif's mom there. What else we got in the chat? Para dropping, says Eddie.
I
Let's
couldn't
have a look
find
at
anything
Para.
on that.
All right, well.
But I have my own, yeah.
Okay, we'll have a look here at PARA. Oops, is that Paramount, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Well, we've been looking for a deal to get struck on this name. I mean, how long do we have to wait for this deal to get struck? We heard about, several different interested parties. That Sharon Redstone, she owns this.
Sherry,
right?
yeah, Sherry Redstone is
yeah, so she's basically
killing it, yeah.
Yeah, she's kind of blocking anything. Anyway, here we get that big move up on earnings on Paramount. That was March 30th or something like that. March 20th. Sorry, we're not even at March 30th. Calm down, bro. We got off 11, hit 1285, and we're selling off a little bit. I'd say look for support at this level over here, this 1120. That was a long time support level on Para. So if we make it down there, that might be an interesting defense. So we'll have to wait and see. All right, baby, we got that fill at 6313 on the TQQQs. Let's see how high we can go. Honest Abe, $2 super chat. Haven't drank since December. Nice, Sharif. Thank you, Honest Abe. Shout out to you, my man. Just in time, taking Tilray long? Question mark. I haven't even looked. We'll look in a second. Roland Joe, she must be proud of you. You think that? She's not. No, I'm kidding. She is proud of me. She just gave me hell for finishing some food there when I went there last week. I raided the pantry as I typically do, and come hands full home. And apparently I took something that I wasn't supposed to take last week. So she gave me an earful right now vis-a-vis text message. So I'll be having to bring whatever I took last week, I'll have to refresh it, Adair. So I'll have to be going up to Markham this week. So that's just
There you go. You have to go just so you can like pay back the food.
I have to. Otherwise, it'll just be like constant harassment. Willis Addison, $2 super chat. Thank you very much, Willis. Crushing Lulu dip by calls, $3.91. Entry, 405 strike. We're going to spin the money for you, my man. Shout out to you, Willis Addison. That is a hell of a trade there. And vis-a-vis options, great trade. Britt Grant, I'm consistent in the gym, just like you, but my downfall is heavy drinking Jamaican culture. Look, man, I mean, you know, you can put, you decide what you want to do, but like I understand if it's a cultural thing and, you know, you feel yourself, you're always going out having to drink. I was there with you. You know, all my friends drink, and sometimes they'll sit at the table. They're the boring one, right? And they're drinking, they're having a good time, and I'm just sitting there. But shout out to you, Britt Grant. I hope you have a great weekend, Britt, and I hope you did well today. With that said, I'm impressed. Thank you, Britt. Thank you. What are you looking at over there, Adair?
I just took another quick NVIDIA scalp. I have to say, I'm pretty proud. I'm not gonna lie. And I have to say, I'm proud also because I struggled with NVIDIA earlier. Shout out to Eclectic Passions really in the chat as well, saying revenge and avenge are different. Thank you for saying that, because I've always kind of thought the implication was a bit different, right?
Yeah.
Revenge gives me you're gonna go John Wick this trade, and avenge gives you're gonna like calm down. You know, you're gonna like talk it out between the two of you, right?
Yes.
You're gonna be like, I still deserve what's mine, but also we're not gonna go, you know, full ham, right? So that's what I tried to do here. We had some rough trades, and I decided to be a little bit more patient. Here, I just got involved 946.20 to 947. It actually looks like that range is still holding up. So quick 80 penny scalp, might take it again, but also we only have a minute and a half left until the show ends, which is crazy because I feel like time flies when you're having fun in these markets, man.
Yeah, today was a good day. Yeah, today was a good day. It was like, you know, I think there was definite direction in the market. I don't think that there was a lot of bamboozlement, as sometimes there is during these consolidative markets. You're a little high, you're a little low, and that seems to chop me up a lot. Now, as I look up at my scanner, guys, BACK, for any of those people who are wondering why I didn't talk about any small cap gappers, BACK, number one name on my scanner, up 86%, but below VWAP, not tradable. For me. The one that is tradable, though, is CGC. It just dipped below 7, and there's a bottoming tail candle at that 7 area, which shows buyer exuberance. I'm going to show this quickly here on the 5 before we have to go. Here's the one makes it look better. There is that bottoming tail candle. Now, keep your eye for that 713, 712 print. If you can make another candle to break this hammer candle here, I think we could have good continuation on CGC into the afternoon. But that will have to be for Brenkels and Sean to take care of that. I'm sure they'll be looking at it. Brenkels was trading CGC today, so maybe he trades it in the afternoon or there.
Yeah, let's see how high we can take CGC. Congrats on your TQQQ trade.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll have to see you next week. Same bad time, same bad channel. Brendan's at the big desk.
Have a great weekend.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome back in. Happy Friday afternoon here as we head towards the weekend in what's turning into a nice move back higher. Overall for the market, just went green once again for the S&P 500. NASDAQ has been green for a while, still holding on to a 0.3% advance. Yeah, that's a board right now. I mean, down here, we're seeing all kinds of green once again coming back into NVIDIA, Apple, Broadcom, AMD, Intel, among others. Google with a nice bounce back day as well. Basically, everything else on the board red, including banks. Once again, they had a nice 2-day move coming off the Fed back on Wednesday. We have Visa and MasterCard back downside again today, coming off again 2 days in a row. Pretty positive for both. Tesla downside, we'll tell you well coming up here in a few minutes. 1.46% right now, well off the lows. It's been a slow grind back to the upside for Tesla. I went out to weekly charts here because I was just reading that we're approaching the best week of the year, best weekly performance of the year for the S&P 500. This is the SPY, obviously. I mean, oh no, it is the SPX. Never mind. I had the SPY up earlier. So this was the prior best week of the year. So we are very close to meeting that. It was 3.35% that week. We're at around 2.86% right now for the S&P. So still some time left in the day, possibly get that milestone. Before the weekend, CGC continuing to run here on that Germany note. I mean, there's a bit of a short percent, small float after the reverse split for CGC. Ton of volume at day highs here. A little bit of profit taking coming back in right now. Still 53.5% though to the upside for CGC. The SPY, yeah, basically back to day highs here for the NASDAQ and the SPY. As we near, I saw this note as well, yeah, we near the best week of the year so far for the S&P 500, NASDAQ already there. Bitcoin downside, we have gold downside I saw, we have the dollar downside, yields across the board coming off today, helping markets bounce back a little bit here. If you're with us this morning, we talked about a whole bunch of things as far as what was moving around on an individual basis. We can get into a bit of a review of some of those right now. We were talking about day two coming through for this one, Reddit. It's been a bit of a back and forth kind of a day, guys, for Reddit as we get going on a Friday afternoon. Brankles is back in for Neil.
Oh boy, we're back.
So it's always so funny.
Another session.
It's always so funny, Brankles.
What? Yeah, I don't know. It is what it is.
Oh, look.
What's that? Brankinator? I'll take it. I like the glasses.
I think that's pretty cool.
I have Neil's here. I could
Come out or anything cool like that. There we go. Now you're more serious. Yeah, now people will take you more serious. Like, you know, when Neil wears those, they take them so serious. And then now for you, you get to go there as well. But welcome back, Brankles.
Thanks for having me,
We nailed
guys.
that CGC trade. I mean, it's just huge. We talked about that $7 level. Looks like it's breaking through there right now. We've got a short on Meta that we were just taking about $1 on or so when it was down there at 508.50. We were talking about this trade throughout the midday there a little bit as we go into it. We did get a nice, I thought I tweeted this out a long time ago when I went for the walk right after the show, but this is what it was like here. As you know that, Brankles, you might have been outside here, but it was snowy early. It's fine now. It's completely fine. I was just outside. There's pretty much snow on the ground, but not on the roads. It has melted right there. So that's what we had, on our walk, talking some stock there with a little bit of snow today. So it's been nice. It's been nice. Neil's down there in Dunedin, hopefully enjoying that, saying that it's raining at the baseball game that he's at right now. So hopefully the Jays have started. I think there was a little bit of a rain delay there, but
Gotcha.
yeah. So we're ready to rock and roll into a Friday, looking for some good opportunities. Like I said, we're long Google right now, short Meta, and seeing what happens here at 18.6, Bitcoin 63.7. Did you get into any trades over lunch or?
No. I'm usually not a big midday trader, and obviously today's kind of like an outlier day for me. So I kind of just chilled by my desk, talked to some of the guys in the back, and had some chicken, so that was good.
Good, I like that. Yeah, I saw that chicken there. I don't think there was enough left for Ty. I think he left. He was mad. He went home. No, but all right. So talk about Reddit. Look, we'll talk about this tonight on the podcast for sure. I mean, what a successful IPO, honestly, and I feel that it's successful because it's still hanging around here, even day two. So now that we can digest what happened during the first day on Reddit, obviously a huge open. This is to be expected. Then the fade. I think that fade was a little bit more than expected. You never want to break that first price, especially on day one. But I just feel like, we got the trade that we wanted. We talked about this down here. It's on the sticky note. It's the number two trade idea here on the sticky note this morning. Buy these dips in Reddit. And it happened. I feel like a new man here, Brankles, because we were really patient with that.
Yeah.
Like sometimes I'll average in there or take the first position here at bottom support, then load up down there, and then if it breaks, we're screwed because we already have such a bad price because of that first wick. But we waited. The only problem is we only have one in. We could have reloaded it there, but there was our out. We were tweeting it out. We were actually up here a little bit higher than 51. Remember, we sort of joked about the prices, and I was like, how about 51.50? Well, that's where I was waiting. So that didn't come in, unfortunately. And we missed it, and then we played the 50-period moving average. So it's a big one, man. It's $4. That's 45.50 long. That last out on that break is a break of 49.25. So about 4.75 in our pocket there. We're pretty happy with that trade.
Yeah, I was talking with some of the guys at the back about, okay, fine. You don't take the initial long off the morning rip at 40, fine. I think that's very okay. It did come down pretty heavily. However, when it made that higher low, I talked about your mom's stop and your grandpa's stop, but 45 is probably, guess who? Your broker stop.
Okay, I like that. That
so
makes
they
sense.
didn't stop out the brokers today at 45. So when it made that higher low, I think that was a really good entry point and something that we're going to talk about in future meetings, because I think 45 being that all-time low, being that first day low, is a huge, huge level. level, and I think something to learn from for like the next IPO and like the next IPO and the next IPO. Because the beauty is, yes, maybe people didn't do that well yesterday or didn't do as well as they want on Reddit today, but we could take these patterns and take these lessons and push that into the next IPO and the next second day IPO and kind of get that experience in without actually needing to get in the reps every time.
All right, Randy's coming up here in a few minutes. We'll touch on some EV action this afternoon as well. Yeah, just reading through some of these headlines coming across out of the UK, it's pretty sad, man, that Kate Middleton, it looks like, has or is being treated for cancer, and that was the reason for the surgery back in January. So that's rough.
She's been getting the treatment from the media too, Brendan.
Yeah, no, of course, of course. Yeah, tough for her, but anyway, let's talk about Lululemon here. A huge move down after the close yesterday. It was the forecast on the earnings that was worse than expected. We got the follow through this morning. You never want to see that. There was really no bid at the open, just continuation all the way down to 390. Back above 400 here now. We'll see if we can hold 400 going into the end of the day.
Look, I mean, they beat on the top and bottom line. So with respect to the current quarter, they did really well. It was really the guide here and North American sales, which is their biggest market, that there was a biggest drop in. They grew in some other industries and some other geographical locations, but North America by far the biggest. They guided $2.18 to $2.2 billion in revenue for the next quarter. The street was looking for $2.25. So you saw the precipitous sell-off.
Yeah, 400 key here for Lulu, guys. Still pretty ugly, 15% today.
I was just listening. So I think Kate, she's out of surgery now or something. So I think it's we'll hope for the best for that. Okay, so Lululemon. We just covered. I just want to talk about Meta quickly because we just got a little piece out there of Meta. So out there again at 70 as we fell back in there. So we'll like that trade and see if we can hold on to it for a little bit here on Meta for the short. So okay, Lulu. All right. Good day. You had a trade on Lulu, didn't you, earlier?
Yeah, I could talk about it a bit. So I did take that first consolidation hold of low a day long. Had 2 ads in it, but I'm really happy. I had my stop in. Really happy with how I stopped that trade out. Obviously, it kept dipping down to this kind of 387 level. Another kind of consolidation low. If I was still trading, like at my own desk, I would have probably taken it again. And look, it did have quite an aggressive mean reversion back. So this is a trade that I really like. I take often. I know Neil talks about it from time to time on the show as well. And definitely a missed opportunity for me today. But hey, I'm going to be back Monday and there will be more opportunities.
Yeah, I just wanted to give that over to you because I want to talk a little bit about Nike as well. And I mean, we talked about that earlier at that 92 level and seeing if it was going to hold. We went short there, and then we kind of just started to short it against VWAP. It was always working. And I just want to say, like, this to me is how you play defense on a stock. Mm-hmm. You want to talk about that midday show, how to trade uptrends and, shorting trends against you, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, right here, I think this is a good example where we kept on playing pops and then getting out on some of the drops before eventually it wound up breaking. So Nike really battling back off that level. And yeah, I think it was a nice turnaround for some of these retail names today. Good for them, but still pretty nice misses on both ends of the spectrum here for both Nike and Lulu. And down 6 here and still down 15 over there on Lulu. So a little bit of work to do before we close that gap.
Let's talk Tesla here, back to the upside as well. 170 comes back into play. It looks like it's going to hold here, or trying to hold anyways this afternoon after 2 days in a row here downside. We were just talking about this note, 370 Cybertrucks in the Texas Gigafactory. I guess that's quote unquote ramping up production, but I don't know, we'll see.
Well, I was just telling you off camera that I'm seeing a lot of reservations now being sold off. And the ETA for those who have reservations for Canada is June of this year. So that's right around the corner. So it makes sense that they're scaling this. But the headline today, Brendo, was about the reduction in working hours for the Shanghai facility. Workers there were working about 6.5 days. They've now been asked to only take on 5 days because of the lessened demand for the Model Y and Model 3.
Yeah, there was this move move downside during the midday as well. There was CNBC was talking about overall a slowdown in EV sales this year so far around this time. So I didn't see there was a few of these. Rivian as well had a similar move back downside during that time. But here we are back to day highs almost.
Right, so Tesla, I mean, Meta pending right now. Tesla's going to be my #1 stock. And again, I feel like we fought the law today, Brankles, and the law did not win, actually. Because, you know, the trend was here. We're just breaking rules, man. We keep on going short this name. And then eventually we wound up getting a great level there at 170. We'll try to zoom in a little bit. I was talking with Ty and I was talking with some of you on the show. And I was like, I don't understand why we came in here with what I thought was such negative catalysts with Tesla and the weaker sales in China, them cutting production over there, weak EV sales worldwide anyways. We did get a story yesterday about possibly selling more in Europe. So I feel like there's a lot of mixed kind of back and forth relationships with the media and Tesla and what gets reported and what doesn't. But anyways, we wrote down 170. So we really had to sort of take it here. We realized that, and again, I hope when you're watching this, and this was during the show and I was talking about it, you could see my average price was always in and around here, 169. So when it came up into 170, that's when we put on our biggest piece. You know, that's what we wrote down. That's the level that we liked. We like even dollar levels. So then when this came back into 168.50, I mean, that's when, you know, the register started getting rung. And then we just did the same thing again, hit it again until eventually we broke. We gave it a little bit of room there, up 50 cents. So when we're making, you know, $1 and starting to piece that out and then $1.50, $1.30 on the downside, you know, you can hold a little bit there. So we got nervous. And I think that that's where you have those spidey senses where you just realize sometimes, hey, this trade is potentially not right.
Yeah.
And you want to get out of it as fast as you can. And we did a good job there with Tesla. I mean, you know, to not take that hit, we would have been up more. But it's my #1 P&L stock today. So I can't be upset with the way we traded it, really.
Yeah, so I talk a lot with the guys at the back, like, when it comes to trading, like, you're gonna take L's, unfortunately, but it's like how you take them. So it's one of those things where Tesla is in this downtrend, right? Even today, even though the chart looks like it's going up, like, it's still minus 1.5 on the day in terms of where it was at compared to the close yesterday. And it's like, do you really want to be losing long this stock right now when it's such a downtrend, or do you want to look for shorts and then be okay, willing to lose on the short side, right? Because more often than not, when a stock's in a downtrend, you're going short, you're going to make money, and obviously vice versa if it's long in an uptrend, right? So kind of Sean had the idea today where he's like, look, Tesla's obviously weak. I'm going to take shots going short. And I think, like, that's the type of mentality that traders need to have more often, be like, how am I willing to lose rather than how am I willing to win, right? So losing short Tesla today, even though I'm not saying he did, obviously he didn't, but it's just like, that's the type of mentality that I'm trying to bring into my trading more and more and more, where it's like IPO on Reddit, I'm not willing to lose short.
Right.
IPOing Reddit or like on Reddit on the first day, but I'm willing to lose, like, taking shots at the long, right?
Yeah, so more to that point, I mean, that's exactly dead on. More to that point was that I try to have a bias every single day on, I mean, that's why that was sort of the start of this, was that try to figure out, okay, are we short and for what reason? And that's why on today's sticky note, we said, like, these should be negative catalysts for Tesla. So we're looking short.
Yeah.
You don't want to short the IPO. That makes sense. Nor did I. And we didn't. So, you know, it's that kind of stuff. And lose smartly, win smartly. And at the end of the day, hopefully we're smart enough to survive.
Yeah. Hopefully we're smart enough to be here on Monday. I might not be.
You'll be here on Monday.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, the weather, like I was saying before, I think your trip, was it Ottawa?
Ottawa, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's back on, man.
We'll see.
Yeah, I think you should go.
I mean, I don't make those decisions.
Does that mean you're here Monday or no? It's a longer...
No, I'm here Monday.
Okay, you're here Monday.
Just Wayne's on vacation. I have to be here.
Oh, he's on vacation all week?
For like 2.5. He'll be back.
2.5 weeks?
I think in April he'll be
What?
back. Yeah, beginning of April.
Wayne, good.
He's going to Hong Kong.
Wow, good for... Oh, well, I guess if you're going, you got to commit.
Yeah, that's not a weekend trip.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, hey, congrats to and congrats to Wayne, and I hope he's having a good time there. That's awesome. All right, we'll see him in 2 weeks, and we'll see you on Monday for sure. But you're not going anywhere. Let's go back over. Let's go back over to the desk.
Let's go to Google here. A nice day as we saw on the sector board here for Alphabet. 2.2% back to the upside again. Back above 150 and firmly holding, in fact. Not a lot of volume or action right now, but Wedbush putting it on their top picks list this morning. There was all these headlines earlier in the week regarding Apple and the AI side of things as well. So as the daily chart shows over here, a pretty good couple of weeks for this one.
Yeah, the Wedbush thesis is that Google is best positioned here with the most amount of data to train their LLMs on. So Wedbush analysts basically arguing that, you know, YouTube, Android, and other Google applications are the perfect base for training that large language model, and he puts Google as one of the big winners of AI.
Yeah, bounces off 130. It's been no looking back ever since, guys, on the daily chart for Google.
Kablam. No, blam. Kablam. Blam. It has to make no sense. That's the fun part about it. Okay, again, another one. And the funny thing is that basically all of the sticky notes that we'll have written down will be because we've looked at the watch list. Get the watchlist.tradertv.live, and then also, you know, other sort of themes that we've been working with in the past. So Google, we've talked about this. I had it on the long yesterday. I really like this name. Forget about the news today from Wedbush. I mean, obviously it's great sending this name up 2%. And as my largest holding, we will go yes for that one because we are now implementing, and I want to thank Brendan for this, of course. We are now implementing the buy and never sell strategy. So more upgrades, the better for now.
Mm-hmm. That sounds like the Warren Buffett play.
It is. It's the Warren Buffett play. And it's not, we kind of joke about this, but like we don't, we're just giving our own financial advice about what we do with our own portfolios and things like that. But ideally, a name like Google, and I think this is why you want to listen to people that are through Wedbush and this and that, is that they're going to analyze.
They do research.
Right, exactly. No, that's what I'm saying. I'm taking this play because I love the macro idea.
Yeah.
You know, what Google means for us, what it means for AI, the story with Apple and them integrating Gemini into their platform because, you know, Apple doesn't need to worry about doing that. They can go out and purchase this. They can have a very similar agreement with Google as they do with Chrome.
Yeah.
You know, like when you buy your iPhone and you open up your phone, it has Chrome automatically installed.
That's true.
Right. So they already have a deal there with Apple and Google to say, okay, we'll pay you for every single install is 20 cents or whatever it is. So they'll do that with AI, and I think that'll be a good idea. But today, so we wrote that down. We really like that. We like the gap fill back into here. The problem is it just got going real fast. If we can come over to the chart, Fabian, quickly. There was the move early. It broke through. And I remember me and you were sitting here and I was like, yeah, you know, it's coming up to 150. But the problem was it just got there so quickly.
Yeah.
And we were looking.
No man's land kind of.
Yeah, no man's land. And then plus we were also thinking to ourselves like, hey, self, you know, what about shorting Tesla? So we didn't want to go too long here while we were shorting Tesla, let the market figure it out. And the market gave us the answers. So when we get these moves, we do like to look at VWAP. It was the #1 indicator that I showed Adara the very first day she started. And I just think it's safe to do that. You got to find bottoms here. So this was a little bit of a smaller trade because we weren't sure where the bottom was. Then when it came back in, we wanted to respect that there. We were probably going to hold this down to 150. Either way, we don't have a huge position on this, but we went from, you know, recent support up to the 200 period. So that is a long, well, you can see we still have it. So this is a long at 150.35 and it's at 86 right now. So a nice 50-cent winner for Google. I say stay the course.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like a lot of traders on our floor don't really talk about Google too much or really trade it too much. So it's interesting to see it today because it's not something I really track that often because people don't trade it. But yeah, huge uptrend for Google since, you know, it bounced 100 and just never kind of looked back. That's back in March of last year, it looks like down here. So yeah, obviously great company. We use it every day. And kind of like we were saying on Tesla, like Google's in an uptrend. That's a long that you want to be looking for rather than trying to short it every day to fight the trend.
Just before we go back, I just was, you might have seen us getting a little bit excited there because Brankos, guess what? It's the afternoon dollar club.
Oh,
so
wow.
Sometimes you don't go to the clubs, you know, this early in the day. But we'll do it right now. We'll go to that club, and there goes Meta. So we'll cover some at 50 right now. That's the dollar. We're going to wait for lower, man. We just put one at 508.30s. So a couple more pennies down. We'll get those fills. And then we wait for VWAP, and we'll see if this market does want to retrace back a little bit. Let's see if, Here we go, Brankos. Now the Dollar Club is on the ask. So we could slap that ask. Oh, there it is. Boom. We'll face slap instead as we get those fills on the downside. So it is. Shout out to someone who's maybe in the club right now as well. Another one. Shout out for DJ because there's another one, Brankos, and one more for everybody there live on the show. So, all right, back over. Oh, here we go. Apple and Baidu. Let's go talk about another big one.
It's a bit of a fade, to say the least, this morning. We were sitting here when this popped up to 108. On this note this morning that Apple was apparently, this is all pre-market, was apparently talking to Baidu over use of their AI over in China. Quickly gets faded all the way back to one. We're all the way back at this point, 102 now for Baidu.
It's tough to be Chinese ADR in 2024, Brendo. That's just the way it is, and probably going to the way to be until the politics changes. But yeah, what we're looking at here is Apple looking to use Google for their AI generation for the North American set or the English speaking, and looking to use Baidu there for their AI generation for all the Chinese users that are using iPhones there. So we'll have to see how they do. There's a good look for Baidu, gets faded.
Yeah, overall Apple, as you guys were mentioning, kind of hanging out, 172.5 here, up, still positive on the day anyway.
Really starting to get some spice here with Meta. Okay, and I just want to say to everybody else, we just discussed this again. Randy will be coming on shortly, so that should be a lot of fun. We'll have Randy coming through, and yeah, get ready. You know, everyone's got to get ready for that. I may punch out of a little bit more of Meta here. I know we're a little bit off talking about Meta, but I'm going to take one more fill if we can get it. Okay, Apple. So did we trade Apple today? And looking at my blotter is going to say no, so that makes sense. And then, I don't know. Yesterday was a tough one because that was down that 4%. It's nice to be up again today, so that's nice. So the second day play here seems to be long, which is really great. The problem for me is that we failed today. I mean, we talked about this name really early, and I said the only level we want to buy, Brankles, was 170.
Oof.
Oof.
Oof. Do you have an oof button?
I don't have an oof button. Can we, Fabian? Can we get like an oof button?
He says there is an oof button.
There is? Where? Oh, the Roblox one. No, I want one of those like Batman one, like oof. Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, thanks for the contribution there, Brankles. You just got us really offside there.
There, I helped.
Okay, I like that one, downside. All right. So anyways, yesterday was a big move down for Apple, but we missed that level there today. I like the 170. I think we actually wrote it down on here. Not on here. Must have been somewhere else. That we liked the 170 for the long. Until we get below it, I'm thinking about a long until we crack that level. So I like Apple here today. I think we can leave it alone. I mean, we've got this Meta short, we've got the Google long, so we're kind of picking our poison right now. But I like the story here about Baidu. I think that if you can train, and we talked about their integration with Gemini, but again, they're huge. They're 20-something% of sales, I guess, in China. So that's going to be a huge level of success if they can integrate a Chinese AI potentially into that platform and give the people a choice. Maybe you could choose which AI you'd want if you want. You know, but remember, if they use Gemini, Google products are blocked in China.
Interesting. You know a lot.
Pardon?
You know a lot of stuff. I don't know any of this stuff. This is great. This is great stuff. In terms of my take on Apple, I kind of mentioned it earlier. You kind of mentioned it earlier where it's like, this is what I like to see in a healthy market is the fact that like big names like Tesla and Apple aren't at their all-time highs, but the market is still holding up strong. So even though Apple's like, I would say relatively flat today, you know, kind of went to 172, 170, we're back here. Overall, like the big picture is like, this is nowhere near all-time highs, but the market is still holding up strong. So for me, I really like to see that. I feel like that's a really healthy market environment we're in right now.
Yeah, are you buying stock now for long term, or do you? What do you do? Do you do every month?
You want to hear the special sauce? The investing
I would
sauce?
love that. I mean, I'm the worst investor of all time.
Okay, so I think everyone tries to invest to trade,
right? Everyone calls themselves an investor, but they're always making trades. So it's like you have to kind of denote the difference between the two. Like a trader is kind of shorter term timelines, whatever, even from minutes to like 1 or 2 years, right? Whereas like investor is more kind of like the Warren Buffett approach, I would say, where you just like buy companies, and as long as they're good companies, you're going to continue to hold. I kind of do an invest to trade strategy, that being said, and if I follow the VIX a lot. I know like back in the day when Sharif was one of the trainees, I would have a morning meeting every day, and the first thing I would talk in the morning meeting was about the VIX. So for me, it's like at these levels, I don't really like buying because I'm like more of a contrarian person in general. So when the VIX is a lot higher, like, so I think the average all time for it is like just under 20. So one standard deviation away from 20 is like 28, 30. So I'm buying a lot when the VIX is really high, and I'm looking to sell whatever investments I have kind of in these ranges. So if, I'll be even more specific. If I get an alert and the VIX is like crossing 12, I'll probably be selling stuff. And then once it crosses 10, so 10 or under, I'll probably be all cash at that point.
Yeah,
so I don't know. It's just like a personal.
I'm the same way. I've actually never done the like drip in, except for my kids' RESP, where that's their education fund. So
and that's only getting more expensive.
School?
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is that what are you going to do? So, I mean, university right now, I don't know. You know, some people think it's, I don't know. So I just feel that there's so much experience you can get in life as well.
Yeah.
That I'm interested to see how much, and I still think university is super important. I mean, I Baxter's in it right now, and I'm saving up for my kids as well. It's just the more and more opportunity that's given to the kids these days. Like, I know my kids are into coding and into all this kind of stuff, and they're learning so much so young right now that I don't question the, you know, the university and what it means as an institution or anything like that, and what it means for development of experiences. Because I think that the experience that you get in university, just going there, is quite something.
You just getting, especially for people getting out of the house. I would say,
exactly.
I actually used to talk about this with the manager in the past, and like we have a lot of young people that come onto the floor, and you see a huge difference into the young people that actually went through university living at home versus living away. And it's such a big, like you were saying, like experience to kind of, when you're relatively young, whatever, 18, 19, to get out of the house and to really experience life on your own and to be responsible compared to like, you know, living those formative years at home. Hey.
He's here, baby.
All right.
Yeah,
He's taking over for a bit.
Oh, wow. And I get a coffee. Wow, this is something. This is a special one. Okay, thank you, Brankles. You'll be back, though. Yeah, we'll talk to Randy for a couple of 10, 20 minutes here. He will be here with us today, Mr. Randy. Okay. All right. Are we done with the board, or do we want to go back to the desk, or? No? Okay. All good, all good. All right, let's go. So today, a lot of people in the chat, I know we just got sort of off topic there with, but, you know, CGC today. All right, I mean, can we find out like what the exact specific news was with CGC, or is this just the fact that it is completely short floated out? What is the short float here for CGC? Because we talked about it. It wasn't as high as I thought it was. Wasn't it in the 20s? No, so only 6% here for CGC. ACB is 21. That's the one. Tilray rate here is 15. So actually, I take that back completely. It looks like CGC is the least shorted out of all of the weed names. So, all right, what's going on? So basically, I would assume that they're the ones that have the big exposure here to the German market. So, yeah, we'll just, Ricardo KP said Tara is Chief Executive Officer of Canopy. We're thrilled to be able to continue serving the medical community. Okay, so into medical marijuana there and whatnot, and products and whatnot, byproducts into Germany. So there goes CGC. And we actually talked about this earlier in the day. It's up to 740 right now. We talked about this earlier in the day that, you know, that $7 level there on CGC could be something again. So let me just look at this real quick as Randy's going to get locked and loaded here. These are those levels right there. not to tell anybody what to do, obviously, because everybody's going to do what they're going to do anyways. But this is a decent level coming up here into $8. There's always two ways of looking at this stuff. Once it gets to $8, like that's where everyone's thinking about covering. What if that doesn't happen? What if? So the next thing you're going to know here is you could blast through that level, and then all of a sudden the short goes up from 6% to 15%, and then you get the jet fuel to get through $10, and then who knows how, I'm not going to say it, how far this one goes. Not how, marijuana stock. All right, so that's where we are right now with CGC. I'm going to look to trade that here this afternoon, so stay tuned for that one. I'm going to have to find out if we have to pay for shorts. Remember, this is a recent reverse split name, so when you're going to see it down here on my chart, it's going to look like we have a huge move up, but realistically, it's a huge move up. It's 50%, but I'm just trying to adjust my chart there. We did have a split right there, so this gap is what did not actually happen. It pretty much reverse gapped the other way, and just our chart can't go below zero, basically, because you went from, this was 50 or so cents. Now, like Fisker, and how appropriate when we have Randy right here, I actually, and oh God, there's two of them? That's a problem. All right, so let me see what Fisker's at right now. Oh, no. I actually took a stupid shot at this, dropped a couple $100 into this stupid name here, hoping that we can buy a couple coffees if this name finally got going, and if someone said, you know what, for what they've developed and maybe for the technology they have, I don't know. Apparently those things on the roof don't even charge cars, those panels. I took a shot here to see if there was going to be something coming for Fisker, and I actually remember taking a similar shot down here saying, oh my God, we're out of the money so much. This is a degen move, by the way. Out of so much money on CGC, let's take a shot down here. Then a reverse split. It's still a disaster. But down there was 50 cents. Now you're basically up to 70 cents now. So nice little move back for Canopy Growth. I'm feeling like we want to short it, but I'd rather to go long. So let's wait for a 50 period push back into 7 before we get long here on CGC. So, hey man.
What's up?
Oh, chilling out. How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah, I've been doing pretty good here today. Neil's over there at spring training. You ever been to spring training?
Nope.
No? Okay.
I've not.
I went once when I was
Love
young.
to go.
That's a great time.
Would love to go.
You sent some picture. There was, it looked rainy there, you mentioned. There was a little bit of a rain delay.
Still better than the snow we're getting here.
Yeah, but you know what? That snow is actually, have you been outside recently? I think it's okay. Is it starting up again?
North of here, it's not.
Oh, north
so
of here
much.
where you live.
Fine.
Okay. All right, I just want to say right now, put some questions. If you have any automotive questions or maybe even energy, I know you've been looking at oil and nat gas.
I've been looking at FedEx because...
Or FedEx. Did you want to talk about FedEx?
Yeah, because, I mean, domestic package shipments in year over year are down 7.8%.
Right.
So for FedEx, it's all been about cost cutting, and they've proved they could do it. The cost of airline fuel, the cost of diesel fuel for the trucks. We now have electric FedEx trucks.
Yep.
So they proved that they could do it, and they had to, honestly. I mean, they've had a decent quarter, and the shareholders are apparently happy. So good for them, to be able to carry on in this environment where inflation's a thing and the cost of energy is rising and all the rest of it. It's been a good run. Fisker, I don't know. I mean, don't forget, they built a platform. It still has value. The sales aren't there. The execution, the excellence in execution wasn't quite there.
Bret Hart?
Nice.
Bret Hart used to be known as the excellence of execution.
But again, what they've built has an intrinsic value. If somebody's willing to step up to take that package and do something with it, will it be the likes of Nissan? I doubt it. If somebody else is willing to buy the value that they put into the platform and the models that are existing, and they do have a customer base, just all parts and service and things that need to happen.
Yep.
If somebody's willing to step into the game and assume that, but this is a cutthroat market, lots of competition. BYD and all the other Chinese EV companies. We have the likes of the big three, Stellantis, GM, and Ford, trying to build EVs, but not quite succeeding. So
how important is that charging network? Because, I feel that there's a story about Tesla that we always talk about their car deliveries, and then now today we get a little bit of a negative story from China that they're expecting lower deliveries there, and they've seen weaker demand, and the word was dwindling demand. So I understand that. I feel like buying cars is very sort of cyclical. Like when interest rates are where they are right now, and you're getting a car note for $799, or I don't know, even the leasing rates aren't super attractive anymore. You know, that's going to hinder, myself or someone that might be financing a car. And even cash has some value to it right now. You may not want to be putting it into a new car that's just going to depreciate. And used Teslas are also going down in price, I think, as you know,
Yes.
on the used car market. So my question to you is, my guy, how valuable is this charging network? Because there's now 20 or so manufacturers that have signed up. We just got one last week. I don't know who it was, Honda or somebody came in, and now they're part of that. Does Tesla make any money in that business or what? Because can't they monopolize the actual charging of all these electric vehicles?
The NACS or NACS or North American Charging Standard was their design. Whether they're getting kickbacks or feedback or licenses from that standard, because everybody else is on board with that standard, mostly, not everybody, but the big guys have all jumped on board. Sharif pulled that list, I think, just about a month ago of all the car companies that have adopted that standard.
Right.
Once you've got the momentum, it's
Tesla,
worth
how does
adopting.
Tesla make money there, though?
I don't know if they actually do.
Right, I
they
don't know
might.
either.
They might make a license fee on the NACS standard. I have to look that up. But honestly, is it a big piece of the pie? No. Don't forget, electric cars have become, in the last 5 years, a commodity.
Right.
So the original question you asked was, how important is the charging network? How important are gas stations to your ICE car?
Right.
Exactly.
Very.
So, I mean, you can't
ICE
put your
car, did you say?
ICE.
ICE?
Internal combustion.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you can't
I've
fill your
heard
car
of
up at your house.
Right.
You have to go somewhere to fill it up. If the gas stations are closed,
Yep.
your days are numbered.
SOL.
The ability for you to charge at home is wonderful. We don't all have that option. We live in condos, townhouses, apartments, whatever. So charging stations are the lifeblood of.
I know you're still a
every EV.
diesel guy.
I'm a diesel guy.
So I mean,
I'm
you get
old
the good
school.
mileage out of that as well. But okay, good. All right, we'll keep talking about that. I think that FedEx report was really huge, and we can have a quick look here just from a stock side of things here and how we maybe could trade that. So we saw FedEx breaking out on the daily. We actually had Daniel Shea on last night, and we talked all about this play there on FedEx. But as I see though, it's pulling back. I feel like when you get to psychological level like 300 right there, you are going to pull back when and if this chart ever loads. We did have a 280 break. That was the key break. We broke through 270 there, and then off you go. So we needed to break that high off their last report, and there it was. And here we go again, right? So you're going to see you still have this top. So you get up to 300. You didn't quite crack that very top of 320, but here we go again. I mean, as more and more of us shop from home, and it's not about being lazy. It's about changing the way we operate. I think FedEx does have a place. UPS pulling back as well here. I think you could probably get long on any pullbacks with FedEx. For me, the first area would be in and around 270. But yeah, FedEx a good name here. All right. Let's talk about some opportunities right now in today's market. So Reddit, you ever on Reddit?
Yes.
Cars are big on Reddit.
Oh yeah.
I'm
on Reddit every day.
Every day, okay.
Every day.
All right. So Reddit with an IPO, would you invest in this, or I guess you have to look into it. I don't know enough.
I'm going to let it run for a bit and see what. Again, it's not just a social media platform. There's other elements to Reddit that are kind of esoteric, kind of almost unique to the platform. It's been around a long time.
Really?
There's a lot of great contributions by the Redditors, the community that supports the platform. It's a unique platform, that's taken this long to come to an IPO, but I think there's a lot of value proposition there, and the content they create and how they curate it is invaluable in some cases.
So there's an underlying story, and I was leaving this for the podcast. See this? Okay, there we go. We're on the same page over there. Who was that? You, Fabian? I like that. That Reddit might run into a problem because they're trying to build an AI that kind of scrapes through all of their data.
Yes.
And then, pushes it on their users and gives them information and all that, but they're having a little bit of a hard time. I feel like this is what the investigation, they're looking into it, in how reliable some of that information is, because you and myself and this and that could go on there, is my understanding, and almost post whatever you want. Now there's moderators, and that's an important part of everything, and shout out to Bears vs. Bulls, who moderates our show as well, but I feel like that little talk there about Reddit scares me a little bit initially as an investor, but I'd rather just wait to see. We saw ARM, and I don't know how into the semi or the chips and ARM and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I know you're a tech guy, but we had a great IPO for ARM.
Yes.
This was their first earnings report. So they actually IPO'd here. Let me show it to you and everybody out there. So we actually IPO'd on ARM right here at 56. We had a good couple days, as many IPOs do. Good few days, and then boom, fell down, broke that $50 level, and then kind of just went started edge up. Nvidia's going crazy, remember, during this time. So are all the chip names, and then we get the report, and everyone's like, oh my God, we need to own this name. So I feel like that would be a safer play on Reddit.
ARM is almost ubiquitous to the point where, I mean, every iPhone is built on Apple makes their own chips, but the actual architecture is ARM.
In the middle.
In the middle?
Hit this one. Ubiquitous?
Ubiquitous.
Ubiquitous?
That's a Neil word.
This guy's killing it over here.
Hey. iPhones and your SoCs and everything's built on some sort of flavor of an ARM design. They're in everything.
Yeah, the architecture is crazy there.
I think there's 5 of them in my car. It's so because the IPL, the intellectual property behind the whole ARM platform, has been licensed to the likes of Apple and Samsung and everybody else.
Yep.
I just see it going like this. It's going to go to the moon.
We're still short Meta here. Meta's now $1 in the money. We're thinking this market can come back in a little bit right here. As I want to thank and welcome Randy to the building right now. He's not going anywhere. Any questions or any comments for Randy? Let's go and ask him ASAP in the chat right now. We'll talk about XOM in just 1 minute.
Yeah.
All right, so Tesla's still getting up near the highs of the day and looking like it wants to keep going. So here we go, man. 171.50 possibly here for a break on Tesla as we talk about it, and it goes to the high side. Let me just check in on Rivian real quick. So that already broke back down below. I recently bought this one at 11 1/4, trying to bounce off $10. Again, the demand's there, but apparently the deliveries are not, Randy. So this name just continues to not be able to get out of its own way. This was that. Please don't look at our company because we have a brand new flashy R3 or whatever it was. That was this day, Randy.
Yeah.
He came out. RJ hit the podium there. They rolled out this car that looked pretty small to me, but apparently pretty.
It's getting a lot of hype. The R3 is getting so much hype.
And but the stock is getting down 30% since said hype. So. Yeah. Maybe this is an opportunity then. If it's a decent car, the price seems to be right. You just mentioned it's getting hype. Is it getting hype on the performance side of things? What do people like about it?
The design criteria, the price, the range, the technical bits and pieces of what's been built into the platform. Yes, it's not in production. Yes, the one you saw at the release was a pre-production model. But, hype is hype. Trade the news. But the underlying production issues, there we go. It's cute.
It's not bad, huh?
Yeah. My wife likes it. I mean,
it's a little small, I think.
But that's
what it's supposed to be.
It's not a Denali or a
There we go. Actually, it's nice, isn't it?
I think it's great. It's got a little bit of retro styling to it.
Kind of looks like a Forester. Well, what has this kind of a back? Is that a different kind of a Range Rover?
Audi on the back.
Maybe
window.
an Audi.
Yeah,
okay.
it's an interesting design cue, and I think.
Here we go. Yeah.
I mean, again, they built this and shrunk it down on their existing platforms. So are we selling a product only on design? No. Do you have to deliver it? Yes. There's obviously more things they've got to do to accomplish that. Solving their, to quote Elon, production hell is going to be a key factor in getting this out the door. Hype is one thing, but maybe that's why we've seen the stock drop since the announcement.
All right, here we go again. Let's just ring a little bit of a cash register out right now and go bang, because there goes Meta to the downside. We talked about waiting for this play. It's now 244. Meta's coming back in right now, hitting 508. Let's see what happens down here at 507 and change. Meta starting to work. to the downside. Is there anything else hitting around? I actually just saw Ford just right now hitting, nope, I was going to say hitting VWAP, but again, it is. So my scanner, shout out to Trade Ideas, and shout out to IG right now, hit that QR code, find out more about IG, and what's up to Frank Caberna, of course, a good friend of the show. Ford not doing much, but Ford, look at this move. Okay, Ford, are we alive? Is the big and the baddest of the car companies alive? I mean, nice bottom there. I mean, everything bottomed in October, but we won't take that for granted. Nice little side move there. We just got another fill on Meta at 508. Guys, so that was good. And then there we go. Nice bottom upside. Looking to now take out this top here, $13. There's what? There's Ford Blue. There's Ford Original. I think there's 3 different divisions now. Can they ever make money on this? What do they have? The Mach Mustang there? What do they call that? Mach E?
Yeah.
The F-150. I feel like that was really hyped up. And then now I feel like I never...
Again,
heard too much about it.
Production hell with the Lightning and recalls, and it's the Lightning's been an interesting story for Ford, but potentially their best-selling electric and only electric vehicle, the Mach E, is going nowhere.
People want to know about what's up with that shirt. What does that represent? Is that what is that? Cars or what is?
Those are cars.
Right, that's what I thought. Cars. It's a Porsche, is it or what?
Porsche.
Yeah, Porsche. Okay.
Porsche 911.
Oh, I meant to ask you about that. Porsche or Porsche?
Porsche. There's an E on the end.
Right, that's right. Because I was listening to another podcast and they were talking about that, and some of them were like, depends if you're European or not. I was like, really?
There's an E there for a reason.
That's fine by me. I'm
what it is.
I'm going to ask the expert. Nice move to the downside right now in Meta, and that is continuing. Let's just check in on AMD and the whatnot, because we haven't really looked too much at NVIDIA here today. We will check out AMD in just a second. 180 top end there, trying to fade off. So 181. We can play it off the 50 period. It's starting to slope down right now. I kind of like this trade. A trade back in here to 180 using 180.20 or so as the top. I could definitely see that being something right now. NVIDIA, are we below 920? Not even close. Up to, wow. Did we get to 950 today? Hello, what? All right. Almost up to 950 today on NVIDIA. Wow, Randy. I mean, this name just continues to work as well. Huge upside move on NVIDIA. And the funny part about this is, just a couple days ago, you were at 850, 860. So you're 10% up. Like, people want to talk about, like, trading properly. This name might be one that we just have to average into on any dip. Meta is starting to go lower, lower, lower. So this is a print factory for us. We're now $1.70 in the money on this one as we continue to make moves down. I've seen in the chat here, and we're going to let you go. I know you got lots to do, and you want to get home before this storm as well. So I appreciate you for coming through right now.
Anytime.
Any thoughts? Because we keep on asking you about oil.
I'm looking at XOM right now. I mean, it's recovered back to almost flat on the day here. Refined products are going to go up this summer. The summer driving season's ahead of us. The cost of oil doesn't look so good. Some turbulence, we'll call it, in the Middle East. But XOM just, again, recovering just about flat today on decent volume. But there's deals in the works, but I don't know. I don't see the outlook for oil looking so rosy in the next quarter. It's going to be.
You do not like that.
Well, the cost of of everything is going to go up, and it's going to hurt, I think, their profit margins long term. But again, recovery to flat today. We'll see. Again, they had the deal that Sharif mentioned a couple days ago that they managed to beat Chevron on, but there's turbulence, we'll call it, in the forecast.
Recent. So we've seen we can watch out for UNG here. I've noticed a recent spike up in gas prices. I mean, I'm driving around here. We were about $1.30 change a liter. Now I'm seeing $1.60, $1.55 if you're lucky in places. And again, UNG kind of hanging around. Forget about this again. It was reverse split again. Still near the bottoms. I don't think gas has much. This is natural gas, of course, but we're nowhere near peak oil or anything like that. We're still going to have tons of need for oil in the production.
Oh, yes. Especially
if China gets back on board here with some of their production as far as goods and whatnot in manufacturing. We don't really trade UNG around here. But what are your thoughts about anything.
We have a
sort of-
surplus of natural gas. Prices are depressed. There was a lot of LNG deals happening when Europe sort of moved away from Russian supply. That it hasn't been a very cold winter, so demand is down, and natural gas prices in the contract especially are actually depressed. So I don't see a long-term play in natural gas right away. And again, summer's coming, so those who heat with natural gas, less demand in the summer, obviously.
Yeah.
But natural gas not so much. Look at Lulu, eh?
What do you like about that one?
Wow, 15%.
The thing is, it had such a huge comeback.
Yeah, it's trying to pull back here. Wow.
I mean, the story with Lulu was they had a good quarter, but again, a little bit of a lighter guide as a lot of these companies now start to worry a little bit here about the economy. But I mean, we touched right into, as a long-term, I own Lulu from a long time ago. I haven't bought this name probably in 10 years, to be honest with you. But down into here, that's a great support level again. We were there all year, broke through it last year, and really haven't tested back until this last report here today.
Yeah.
I'm not in love. Oh, and the reason why is that if I always think that you have a Costco membership.
I do.
So, I always just think that if I'm going to buy something, like Costco did the same kind of thing, it only went down to the 50-period moving average and then brought itself all the way back up. So I like names like Costco. I like names like Walmart right now that are more retail space related rather than specific, athleisure.
Singular products.
Yeah, like Nike and they had a deal with Peloton as well, Lululemon. I don't know how that's going.
Inflation's still a thing.
You're right.
And people's disposable income levels are not maybe as high as they were. So you're going to go and buy another pair of Lulus or another one of their product lines. People are holding back on their purchases as the cost of living and their lack of disposable income sort of dictates what they're able to spend. So, you pay your natural gas bill or you go buy another pair of Lulus. You take your choice, right? It's the retail sector's taken a bit of a beating, and that's, Costco aside, but Costco sells everything. It's again, singular product lines, and are they luxury, affordable items, or are they just everyday use items? And it's, again, inflation is still a thing here.
I'm really, really surprised how well Google's holding up here right now. Wow, okay, so Google with a nice little move. Considering what this market's doing, we're starting to push down. We've had a nice little sort of stair step down. Literally, it kind of looks like stairs here, all the way to the downside right now. And it looks like we may try to bounce in and around here. Now, we only have a piece left of our meta trade, so we'll see if we can let that one cook. But if I think the market has a chance of bouncing here, we're still above VWAP. We're coming into a little level here. We can absolutely hold this meta short and think about a Google long at the same time. So Google up 2% today. We could go over also. So VWAP is right here. We like these levels. That bottom was 150.50. We're not too far away from it. And the market could bounce off this level as we just mentioned. So I don't mind a long here in Google right now. I think we'll try it against. We could go against 150. We're a little far away to be loading up against that level right now. But that could be a trade there for Google. I think let's do it. If we can fall into 150.60 or so here, we're going to put a trade on for Google. So that's something I'm looking at. Just noticing, I just want to bring it back to stocks a little bit here. Just noticing that Reddit really isn't moving around too much. I'm putting a bid right now at Google at 62. We'll see if we get that fill. Reddit's not moving a whole heck of a lot. If there is anything you want us to look at, put it in the chat. Randy will call it up as well. We'll start going. But yeah, Google seems flat. I just saw someone in there, a 20-cent winner might be nice for Google if that does go. And yeah, you're probably right. So we'll slow down, get the price we want, and if we don't get it, we don't get it. DraftKings, you're not a big March Madness guy. I never hear you talking about March Madness.
No.
All right, well, that's on right now. And I would say if DraftKings went up because of March Madness, then I would think it should be a sell right now. And I'll tell you why. Because March Madness is happening now. So you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 moves up on, again, super popular. Thousands and millions of Americans and worldwide are right now hopefully watching Trader TV Live and watching the NCAA. So yeah, DraftKings is going to get a lot of exposure, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to exceed what we all think. The demand is already so huge for a lot of this, and the expectations might have outstretched demand. So I don't know that to be the case, but you've had such a great run since the beginning of the year here in DraftKings. 32 up to $50. Now we could still go higher here, but for me, I would rather trim out some of this position. You had a nice base here off the 50 period. It's a nice move up for DraftKings. I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention because, again, it's starting to break out here to the downside, trying to break through some of these day lows. So just be careful here with DraftKings. It's just one of those things where it's like, you know, the day something happens is the day too late. You got to be in as the rumor develops, and it's buy the rumor, sell the news.
Yep.
You know, the minute they announce something, it's kind of like, okay, you know, like all the hype is there, and then it actually comes out, and that's the dumping spot. It's like, why do people, Randy, only ever ask us about Bitcoin when it's at all-time highs, you know?
Well,
like when it's down there at 15, 16,000, people are like, aha, Bitcoin's dead and everything like that. And you know, they come out with their fangs and their hooks, and they tell you, you're an idiot for investing in crypto. And then everyone's like, at 65,000, like, well, when do we get back in? When do we get in? You know, and it's like, so I kind of feel that way maybe a little bit about DraftKings, but not as feverish as maybe I just acted there. But yeah, I like DraftKings.
As feverish as
I would be selling some of that.
Apple climbing back out of a hole here, but it's taken most of the day, just up, what, 0.8%. Apple's had a brutal month. They've just been all over the map. I mean, deliveries down, and I mean the new MacBook, the M3, got announced to. Not a whole lot of fanfare.
Oh, really?
Another ARM-based chip design, you know, lighter, and they put some of the older models on sale. But Apple's been kind of muted. I don't know. You Apple fan? Watches, phones.
Yeah. I mean, I got the watch. I got the phone there. We got my whole family's involved. We've got iPads. I remember I told you we got the. So this is another thing about iPad.
Oh, the cracked screen.
Yeah, she has like a Gen 8 or something like that. It's probably 5-6 years old, maybe even more than that. But again, completely demolished screen. You know, for $100 cash. You know, I told you I'd ask the guy cash. You know what I mean? Yeah, so I'm always, even my kids are like, Dad, why do you always ask if you can pay in Bitcoin or cash? But anyways, no, so I was just, this must be the Italian in me, but no, product quality. It's like they just replaced the screen. She's been having a great, I mean, I guess the guy knew what he was doing. The screen held up, and I think that's important too. But I mean, replace the screen. It's running perfectly fine. It's running all the, you know, all the new Roblox games or whatever. The performance, I feel like I just have a 12 Pro right here, and it's not slow. It runs all the apps.
Yeah.
Is that what's yours? 14? 14, yeah. Right. So I just think Apple struggles on product design, meaning that they haven't really changed the design of the iPhone in a long, long time. I don't know if it's 7 or 8 years. It's kind of that same blocky kind of,
right.
You
there
know,
hasn't been a really, truly,
it's been an iconic,
earth-shattering,
design.
innovative product release. You know, there was the iPod first, and then the phone, and then, you know.
Look at this. Dan, his Mac Pro from 2009.
I have a Mac Pro 2013. I'm still using it.
Yeah. So I mean,
hey,
I don't know. I remember buying like, or you would buy a I don't know, Dell or something that was maybe Windows based. And I always remember, like, you'd always wonder if you were going to get a virus or something. And everyone always used to tell me, oh, you know, if you ever bought a MacBook, you wouldn't get a virus. But I think right now, no one really talks about that anymore.
Not really. I mean, my wife got me into Macs, but we were a house full of Apple products. And you know what? You reach that saturation level, and do you need a new one? Just because there's a new one out? Maybe not. You get 3-4 years out of a phone, 4 or 5 out of a laptop. But some of these people are fanatics, and they want a new one every year. When the new toy comes out every couple of years, whatever the next gen is. And I think, you know, they built momentum on that for years. But now it's kind of leveled out. There's lots of competition. And again, the release of groundbreaking new products is not as frequent as it used to be.
And they recently just bought that AI startup there in Waterloo. So, I mean, I think they're trying to do something. But, yeah, you can never do enough in the space. They got to come out with something else. I mean, the Vision Pro.
I read a lot of articles on it. I was kind of disappointed in it. I've not had my hands on it. I watched videos.
What's so disappointing about it? The price point, or
the price point? It's $3,500 US dollars.
I mean,
that's a bit of change.
That's not for the average user.
No, I think it's a very narrow sliver of the market. For those who have bought it and I think are still learning how to use it, how to figure it out, you know, the augmented experience. Are there competitors that have done it better. I mean, Meta seems to think that, they kind of brushed it aside. I don't know. I think it's for everybody. Whereas these are mass market.
Yeah.
These are for everybody.
Literally
It has
for
a phone. My
everybody.
kids have a phone. I probably get one for my dog at some point.
I
Everybody's
already got one for my dog. Yeah.
Did you? Okay. I mean, everybody's got phones and watches, and again, you like a Tesla, they become a commodity device. The Vision Pro, not so much.
Put a jacket on your dog. You got find a picture, man. You have a picture? Yeah.
in for
I took my little cockapoo for a walk yesterday, and Marissa's like, "You got to put on her jacket." I was like, "Jacket?" Like, okay, she put on the jacket. I was like,
I'm logged in here, but I'll try and find a photo.
She just got a haircut. Shout out to Belle right there, and Marissa, she got a lot of hair off right there at the wrong time of year. You should have shaved her off when it was a little cooler outside there. But okay, yeah. Let's see. What's his name?
His name is Clyde,
Oh yeah, Clyde. Oh my God, he's so beautiful.
and he's a Great Dane, and he likes to sleep. I don't have it on here because I'm not logged in, but I don't know if we can see.
Yeah.
Can we see that?
Middle one. There. Oh my God.
He's
Try to
a
back
big-
away a little bit.
He's a big.
Weight 2,
He's
1.
about, no, he's about 180 pounds. Big, lazy Great Dane. He's on the Olympic snoring team.
Yep. Yeah, that's good. That's always a good.
Loves a good stroll and doesn't like winter that much, and barks at everything. And the Amazon guy comes to the door.
Oh,
He
man.
on it. It's
That's
a
hilarious.
cacophony of barking and excitation. But he's a big lovable lug. He's at home sleeping right now.
Yeah, Marissa had a Great Dane and loved it. So they kill like huge lap dogs, eh? Those Great Danes.
He's hard on the lap, I'll tell you that.
Definitely hard on the lap.
You need a lot of
160
lap.
pounds. Okay. All right. So we did buy some more Google down there. I mean, our most recent buy was right here at 60s. So now we're long at 60. So 150.60 for Google. Let's just see what happens now. We actually got at 62, Phil. We'll see if we can hold VWAP right now. I was actually going to, because the market's pretty snoozy right now, I'm going.
Snoozy.
Yeah. What's happening right here? It's Friday.
Yeah.
I mean, the market, I thought, remember, we thought that it'd get down here, and we were right, man. We picked up Google at the bottom. It's just, for some reason, it's not going, so we sort of just traded the market, to be honest with you. I'm actually wondering about doing that right now, trading the market.
The market.
Yeah, just like futures or something, because we're pretty dead right now. And I don't want to force anything. We've got, Encanto is being played at my kid's school tonight, so it's movie night. Encanto. That's a good Disney movie there. I like that one. So there. My son's not super excited about it because he's seen it before, and of course, it's just a lame Disney movie. So, and of course, he is 12, so he's not feeling that, but he's feeling the pizza that's going to be there, and he's also feeling his friends.
You got pizza?
Yeah, man, it's a movie night at the school, so yeah, they're throwing it down.
Maybe I'll drop by.
Yeah. I think it's like a not too expensive, $2 a slice or something like that. But yeah, you're more than welcome to drop by. I'm happy that you're dropping by with us tonight. You tell me, man. I mean, you stay for the close. For me, it's all good. That's up to you.
Yeah.
All right. So, I mean, what do you guys want in the chat? You guys want Randy? You guys want Randy? I think I'm happy with Randy here. So, all right. Yeah. And tonight, Brendan's probably preparing as I am hosting the show. We should have a fun podcast. There he is, right there. Yeah, he's looking to get the details going on there.
Occupied.
What I want you to think. Let me know when maybe we go off. I'll have to think of a question to ask. I want to ask Brendan something random. I got to figure out what to ask him. Oh, you ever have a Shamrock Shake before? We talked about this the last podcast.
Once.
And it's like minty.
Too much sugar for me.
Oh, the sugar. Okay, yeah, but
Yeah,
what about
they have
I
their.
agree. I haven't had sugar is a problem now.
My wife loves them, but I did.
Don't you take sugar in your coffee, or you take sweetener?
No.
Nothing anymore.
Just cream.
Just cream. Okay.
No, I'm trying
Trying to cut back on the sugar.
to. On the sugar, yeah.
Not bad. I mean,
Processed sugar and stuff
we're
like
getting
that.
way too old.
wondering.
Okay, so let's go back over to Reddit quickly. I just saw someone say that Reddit's breaking. I'm still looking at some of the, so what I do is I have alerts for VWAP breaks, 200 period moving average notes and things like that, but I'm not seeing that much. But here we go. Good call right now on Reddit. So here goes Reddit, trying to break back down below. That was a good call out, whoever mentioned that. This is a good little level right here on Reddit. So I feel like That would have been a good short. If you're short right now, I'd hold this probably back to 48. Let's see if Reddit goes down. You had a nice move down here this morning. You had a nice move into the close yesterday. Actually, that's after hours, my bad, right there into the close. I guess not much into the close. We had a nice move off of 2 o'clock bottom, but that was at $45. You get to there now, you're pretty fine with that. We only went long once on Reddit down here. We made a really nice trade. My number one P&L stock is going to be Tesla, but just behind it is Reddit. So that was a good one right there. Nice move, and we wind up getting about 450 there on the last. And I think we did pretty good about the last quarter of it. We wound up holding it because we knew it had the juice. So, well, we knew it was going to have juice. Now we'll have to wait to see if it comes back in. I would prefer those levels on Reddit for myself, but you guys can see if you like those down there on Reddit. I would be a buyer down near 45, not a seller. So that would be what I'm looking for down there. All right, so that's on Reddit right here. I'm getting a little bit of an indicator from Netflix. Maybe Netflix would be a good name to trade. The only problem with this is the spread, really. And again, okay, so pretty choppy. Whenever you see these kind of gaps in the chart, it's not a really smooth day right there to trade it. I'm going to stay away from Netflix. I don't know. Look at this. The stair stepping up.
Yeah.
You must have Netflix. You have kids.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
This would be the one service that there's no way we would be able to cancel at all. I'm hearing that AbbVie is getting some kind of an approval going through right now. They're a drug company, but not halted, and the news is here. Let me see if I can see it.
Home Depot is climbing itself out of
there it
the
is.
hole here, too.
Just quickly here, U.S. Food and Drug Administration grants full approval for Alahir for ovarian cancer patients. Okay, so yeah, that's awesome. I mean, the more drugs that get approved for any kind of thing like this is great. That looks like that hit at about 3 o'clock-ish. And, again, potentially something here to look for, especially if AbbVie can take out this top. I don't know enough about these drugs. Obviously, the addressable TAM there with ovarian cancer is huge as we look to always try to get that all figured out. So, 171 still on Tesla. I like that break long if we can get going.
Home Depot trying to climb out of the hole that started in this morning, but was there news on this, or did you hear anything about?
Well, how much is it up or down? Nothing?
Well, it's just still down almost 1%, but I mean, look where we were this morning. Like, yikes, it's working its way back, but I didn't hear any news on Home Depot. I mean, they're up 5.6% since earnings, but kind of didn't have the greatest open this morning. I didn't hear about the rest of it.
They're just saying housing-related stocks seem to be higher. Yeah, not much here. They're presenting at a retail conference yesterday.
Yeah.
So yeah, some news there. Just loaded up the Benzinga platform there. You guys can all find that or go over to Trade Ideas. They have a news situation over there as well. But yeah, not much. You like Home Depot? I mean, Home Depot.
I do because again, they're not a singular product like Apple or something like that. You know, they're like kind of like Costco, where I mean, but on the retail side, retail's been weak and for multiple reasons, not just inflation and COVID and all the rest of it. So they've all been suffering, and they've had to make cutbacks and layoffs and all the rest of it. And the cost of wholesale products across the board is up. We're talking lumber and house goods and durables and everything else. So it does affect their overall profit margins, and it's been a tough year. It's not been that much fun. Their ability to keep going is key. Again, up 5.6% on the earnings report. Not terrible.
All right, you know what? Oh, man, someone just asked me for an idea there on Nike, and honestly, guys, I screwed that one up because I should have had one for you earlier. So Nike was, again, we talked about getting away from this trade. Amazing that we were just so short this name early, and then it just did this. But we covered, look where we covered.
Wow.
It did come back, and we felt kind of silly for covering there, but, up it goes. And I was just saying, look at it. So again, thank you for asking me about it. There it is right there, Hope and Victory. So a shout out to Hope and Victory in the chat. We all hope for both hope and victory, I guess, yeah. So this is the thing, look at it here. So here's the 50-period moving average. It didn't really solve too many problems early. It was just all the way to the downside. You could have I could have got away. Now this is back looking because I don't know where the 50 period was at this time. You could do tick replays. Again, you could do that on Trade Ideas. You can't do that with our P Pro 8 platform yet. But I think that would be kind of cool, but that would take up too much data, I guess. So I would just say that That could have been the breaking long there, so that now, if you really think about it, we didn't break under. We broke under right there, but then you ran into VWAP in the 200 period, so that's not a great technical trade. But up here, you broke it again to the downside with a lot of room. So when you break the 50 period, and it's kind of like a little death cross there, you are going to run into VWAP, and then you got to break that lower. So I almost like that trade better. But up here, that's a great short because you have 95. That's where the 50 period was. Then you have a 20 cent worth of risk. And look at that. Now you're getting paid off 60 cents. So that's a great trade. So for you, hope and victory, I hope that this can come back to 94.80 or 95, and then we'd be able to short that, and then victory will be upon us. Because for right now, I don't like this trade. It could bounce off the 200 period. Not enough risk to reward there, but a climb on Nike. Let's hope that it can come up there, and we'll get that 95 short, and then we can play it off that. So I would still respect that 50 period, and you wanted a trade idea. I think we just did a pretty good one right there, in and around 94.80. Where the 50 period is, I think you can start a short. So I like that trade, and I think that has a chance of working.
Having a look at Eli Lilly?
Yeah,
Lilly.
Sure, yeah.
Look at this 1 minute chart, and it just rocketed right here. And I don't know what that breakout is, but what's the volume on that? I know you know better than I do, but look at this move right here.
Well, the volume would be on the very bottom there.
Yeah, that one spike. Interesting. It's only up 1/3%, but interesting look there. I'm trying to find a news on Lilly, but
well, Eli Lilly's that whole Ozempic, Novo Nordisk, and all the drugs and everything like that. So we'll look it up. Like I said, Brendan's busy. Adara's over there right now. I can always look up to see if there's Eli Lilly news. Let me look at it just from my side of things, just to see if there's any like unusual movement here. Yeah. Now remember.
No. Yeah, go ahead.
No. I was just shaking my head there because no. Like, this is, Eli Lilly, you're going to have to see a couple percentage points before we get a little nervous about that. But Eli Lilly today looks to be in pretty good shape. So we'll watch out for it. I think this is a buy the dip name 100%. I just think the chances here, I think this is the 5th largest by market cap in the NYSE at the New York Stock Exchange right now. They've had a pretty epic run to the upside here, Eli Lilly. So I like the story. The other story in the space, of course, Randy, is Novo Nordisk, and that's NVO. So this is another name that, again, nice rise up on the fact that a lot of these GLP-1 drugs do have an opportunity to not only help with obesity and diabetes, but also other possible.
There's an FDA delay on their decision for their Alzheimer drug, apparently, and that's what's.
That's another big drug in the pipeline.
Okay, that's an interesting move.
That's in their pipeline, Eli Lilly,
yes.
Right? Alzheimer's, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so just again, real quickly here right now, Novo Nordisk, that's not it. It's Google. So look at the market. We're flushing right now. Meta's $1.70 in the money, so we're happy with that, but we're leaving that right now. We don't have too much to think about right there. We'll let to see if that one wants to work. It's Google that could be a problem. So we're starting to break. Now, we just have, oh man, I hear this stuff in my ear. We just have a little small dump down right now in the market. This is not a huge position. We weren't overly confident on taking anything right here. We talked about waiting for this 150 level. I'm going to do that. So I don't have any more bids, man, until we get down there I did have a bid at 150.30. I'm going to cancel that right now and go into this area, 150.20, where we had bought it before, where it worked. So let's wait to see if we get a little bit more of a dip down here in Google. Again, we don't want to put trades on just for the sake of putting trades on, but we did dip back in there. What else was strong today that we should buy? Alibaba bounced off of 72 today, so that, not enough action, nothing happening there. But there's 72 again, nice little downtick there. I've liked Amazon for a minute up at some of these levels. So the reason why I'm long Google is because we've had that relative strength today. The market's flat, Google's still up 2%, so we kind of like that. Amazon, okay, see? So here we go. Amazon's dipping into a nice 200 period moving average as well. So that could be something. Amazon's still up on the day, dipping back in. But do we really want to marry shorts right now? I mean, the market is trying to figure itself out. I like the long because we did get that dip into VWAP and bounce completely. Like Randy, come on, you're not even a trader. I mean, you are a little bit of one, but not minute charts or anything. You could see here, look how good that VWAP is.
Wow.
like the biggest wick of the day pretty much goes right into that level, then bought right back up.
Bottoms out.
So come on. I mean, those are the levels that we're looking for. So we'll see if we can take advantage of that. And you know what? We should have bought some more Google down there. Look at that. There's the same kind of a move in Google, and now we're back into the money again, although 3 cents in the money. We'll wait for a little bit of a bigger play there. But when that happens, and I feel like this is a good teaching moment for everybody, you want to go over to names where you thought long on.
This potential Apple deal with Google for Gemini,
Yeah.
do you think that's going to impact both stocks? Because that's there's a lot of dollars involved there if that goes through. Yikes. What do you think?
So the thing that I talked about was, remember, when you buy an iPhone and you open up the internet, Chrome opens up, right? So they already have an install base with Safari,
Yes.
but Google has that deal on search with Apple.
Yes.
So the whole thing is that I feel that it can be a very profitable relationship
As
for
much
both.
as I love the Apple environment and the walled garden ecosystem, I am a Chrome user, and for email and for search and for everything
blends
else.
everything
But
together, right?
It does.
I mean,
I think it's a more integrated platform. Again, still love the Apple hardware and Mac OS and all the rest of it, but the maturity of the Gemini platform, I think Apple just isn't there.
Okay.
But the cost of Apple getting into that platform, is that going to be an issue? Or I mean, they've
Would you
got lots of
rather,
cash.
I mean,
but
as a shareholder, would we rather them spend? They were losing. What, 10 billion? No, it wasn't that much. Maybe $1 billion, I think, a year in their car. They scrapped their car business, Apple.
and happily so.
And happily so. I mean, we could discuss that, but
Yikes.
So I was just thinking, like, would we rather them? We don't know how much they bought that Waterloo-based AI company for, but the thing is like, at some point, it becomes more efficient to just outsource.
Yes.
You know, I mean, it's like, why build it in-house when you can have a working relationship with a Google? And again, I like it for Google too, because it would be in their Pixel. They're fine with that. It's their own business. They license out the use of Gemini and whatever, man. They adjust it with the phones, with the watches, with the AirPods, or
You focus on things
Pro.
you do well, and I don't think Apple was ever
Right.
going to do well building.
So I think I'm fine
cars.
with that, right? They bought Beats. They got the technology for
The
the
audio.
speakers
Yep.
and the audio. Then they went with the HomePod. The speakers in
great.
there. They have good speakers in those,
They're
right?
great speakers.
Yeah, I don't mind them doing that. So I think that's.
No,
what
I think
do you think?
The whole Apple automotive thing was, I think, an experiment. And again, let's rewind 5 years ago when there was a lot of hype around Tesla and a lot of hype around EVs in general, that they were the new latest and greatest toy. So you jump on the hype bandwagon, and Apple, with the funding behind them, of course, did exactly that. But to incubate and to learn how to build, and again, Apple's able to apply their technology into the car. But what about the car itself? Okay, you can load it up with chips and cameras and all kinds of other technology that Apple's used to building. When you have to build the car itself, you've got to really outsource, as Sean said, the components of the actual car. And I don't think it was their forte ever from the beginning. And they brought in lots of people and engineers, and outside resources to try and get this project off the ground. I think it was doomed from the start. The money they spent, they learned a lesson. Not to say that Apple's perfect, they're not. They put a lot of failed products on the market. They didn't really sell well. I mean, the Vision Pro could be the next one. You've got to try something. But I think that the car was a failure from the outset. Not to say that it wouldn't have been a great product had they put it on the market. Would it have sold well? Probably not. I don't know. Not their forte. Glad they tried it, but really, I think I'm happy that it's no longer a thing. There's been lots of car companies that have come and gone. Fisker could be the next one.
Ooh.
I know, but you know what? Fisker made
that's true.
a better
Why not?
effort than
Whatever.
I think Apple ever could have. And it's not to take away from their technology expertise. It's just that building cars is not the same as building phones. So
It's a completely different beast. Right?
it is.
The
And again, you can
warranty.
apply technology to a different vertical. Doesn't mean that it's going to shake that vertical in their favor. So
Okay.
I'm kind of happy it's gone.
Just real quickly, Randy, while you're here, we'll do this. Thanks for talking for a little minute there, because it allowed us to get a little bit more out of Google.
There we
So
go.
there it is. It went to the 50 period. So we're out there at 70. We just talked about buying some 60s. We get some out at 70. I think we might have got a 74 there as well. Now we'll wait to see if we can get back higher, man. My next offer is not until the 80s, and then we'll see if we can get into here, 151, and then take out some of those highs. So again, let's spin it for that. And then we did also put it out here. I went over and bought another name that I know is near and dear to both of our hearts a little bit anyways, maybe more to yours, but I just bought some Tesla. It came into the 200 period moving average right there. I'm going to buy it off of this dip into 170. I said I wanted to buy some strong names here into the close as we dance around that VWAP. We came back into it just now again. And look again, Randy. We're bounced right off of it again, supporting that level back to the upside. So let's see if Tesla can do something similar. It's been a strong name despite being down 1.4%. We were down 3 or 4% earlier. And as you can see here today,
clawing its way back.
yeah, so we were short, and then we got stopped out. Still my number one stock. Maybe we'll fall down here. But I like a tracement back to 200. Look at this. There it is there. It hits it and bounces, and now we're retesting for the first time right now. So let's see if we can hold these levels, and that's really what I feel like. Okay, yes, sir. We're doing pretty good now. Meta's holding, but Google's starting to go back up. We just wicked. Oh, so my net just took off a little bit there because we got 280, but then faded back out a bit there. So let's see if Google can go. We'll see if Tesla can go, and I'm going to buy some more down here at 170-ish. Like I'm at 170 teens, and then we'll see if we break through 169.80 because the imbalances are in like 25 minutes or so. By the way, I asked if everybody likes this on the chat, and we get like, yeah, man, Randy's great. Randy the Macho Man Savage is here. They like you. They like the change of pace. So that's that. So thank you so much for that, and thanks, Randy, for coming through. Just quickly.
Thanks to Neil for going to spring break.
Yeah, thanks to Neil for going on vacation. I didn't think we'd say that ever, but thanks, Neil. All right, so here we go. A nice little break higher here, and CGC could send this thing. Again, man, I like this break here at the end of the day. I mean, we're looking for something to trade, and honestly, the way this thing's been moving, why not, man? I mean, I don't know if Reddit is on this name or what. Like, CGC seems to be real spicy here today, needless to say, up 61%. My opinion.
Wow.
I'm having a hard time saying that I really think that we should just be hammering this one. And the reason why is that where's your out? So if you go long here at 70.50, I don't know. That's the 50 period. It's not. I mean, it was great there. I almost feel like you want to take enough shares to be able to hold it back to $7. I think if you break that, Randy, see how this was kind of the top, and then we broke it, but then it came back and hit the 50 period, and then it went. So I feel like if you break again, see right here, we broke this, we broke it. If you go back an hour, you could say, oh, if we take the high, go long. Okay, so now we're stuck long here.
It's been kind of bouncing off the 50 pretty much for the last while.
Maybe we wait for a dip buy?
Buy those dips.
Buy them dips?
Rivian's making a bit of
days?
a climb back here, just down, I guess 3% on the day, but it's come back up just a little bit. It's poor Rivian. They got to get their production woes figured out, but I think they'll be okay. I don't know. We're going to find out about production numbers in 3 or 4 weeks. There's going to be an interim production number. That'll be an interesting tale to see where we are with the R2 and the Amazon delivery vans, which are kind of their bread and butter. Sales aside, there's a contract for those vans. We talked about FedEx with electric vans.
Right.
Those Amazon vans. Now, I've not seen one here, but they're all over the States, apparently. They're everywhere. A friend of mine was in LA, and he saw them running around in Los Angeles.
What do you know about that deal with Amazon? Because, first of all, Google's starting to go right now. Tesla. Here we go, baby. We're at 170.60. Let's go. Can we put 30 more cents in our pocket, man? We have the Randy man beside us, but I told you, I said before, it doesn't matter who's sitting beside us, man. We're just going to start to trade. We're going to do what we do. We're having these great conversations. We're also putting on winning trades for you right now. We've had a great time with Brankles. We've had a great time with Obi. We have a great time with Neil. Join us tonight, and we'll have a great time again with Brendan. Man, we don't ever stop working around here. I don't know if you noticed that.
Notice that. Want a coffee?
I probably would.
I'm grabbing a coffee.
You're going to go right now and get a coffee? Are you coming back, though?
Yeah.
Okay, then go get a coffee. Yeah, Randy, I'll handle this by myself.
You won't be long. You want a coffee?
Yeah, I'll take a coffee. Yeah, man. Yeah, can't you see I'm losing energy here? No, I'm not. All right, but the first one, by the way, see, just so everybody knows, it's like half, but it's cold. It's cold. Okay, thanks, man. Much appreciated. All right, I'll fly this boat myself. Fly a boat. Okay, that would be the problem right there. All right, so you can see Tesla's starting to come back to the upside right now. And yeah, the reason why I bring that up, I just want everyone to sort of, we're putting out, some of this content, and that's why I'm asking you guys in the chat, we're trying different things. We have a great midday show. We have a few different segments that we've been giving you guys here recently. We brought Brankles on just to show you sort of, the different trading styles, the different personalities that we have. And I hope that you guys can, withstand me. I don't seem to be, I seem to be getting along well with everybody here as, oh no, Randy nailed that bear off there. Was it a bull? Maybe that's why it was a bull. But we actually turned a little bearish here today. But guess what's happening to Google, guys? There it is. I mean, look, there's Google. Here's the buy. I mean, we've given you, so I like this conversation, and the reason why I say about the different styles is like, it kind of feels like we're just like, running back, like we'd be at a bar, conversating, working through some of these ideas, little different strategy, or a little bit different relationship than we have with Neil when I'm doing that with him, so on and so forth. And I just think that no matter what you're doing, this is kind of the benefit of what we have here, and that's the environment, right? And it's the ability to pass ideas off of each other, have a good time, enjoy, like he's going to go grab a coffee, have this kind of laid-back kind of personality. And that's the thing. No matter where you are, you can join a trading floor yourself, unless, of course, you're in the United States. Why would I say no matter where you are? Join Real Trading. I mean, we're in lovely Toronto, Ontario, Canada, anywhere in Canada, anywhere in Europe, unfortunately not in continental United States, but over 50 plus markets, man. And I actually, yesterday, I got a message from Lars, which a lot of you might know, who helps run the campus program. And he messaged me, and there was an individual here that came from Quebec, and it was a recent, I don't know if he had graduated yet, but he's pretty close to hitting the goal that's required to make it to the next level to get funded, I guess, and go live for the campus program. And, he met me. He actually had on a Trader TV Live hat, and it was great. I didn't think he was going to let go of my hand, to be honest with you, when I shook it. But all is good, all is well. And yeah, we had security immediately. No, that wasn't true. But anyways, it was great to meet him. He talked all about his trading style. And actually, he's trading the Canadian market. So that's kind of what I was going to throw that to you is lots of different markets for different folks, different styles of trade, and just a great opportunity to learn. Join Real Trading, realtrading.com. Okay, let's just go over some of the trades now. So there it is. We'll go long there. It's not a huge trade, man, but we get long at 30. We get out at 60. That's 30 cents. It's really just about this. We are green today. I'm not having like a monster day. We're going to be third right now in the office. And it's still a pretty good day. We didn't have like that monster trade today for us, but it's still okay. Actually second, right there in the office, but still so. It's kind of as Tesla moves around, it changes. So we'll wait for that. Google's still that 25 cents. I'm debating getting out a little bit more here on Google. There it goes. Okay, well, we just offer 86 and it blows right through us. So we'll take out another piece there on Google. I was waiting for O's. If that comes in, great. If it doesn't, great. We're almost out. We're trying to trim out some of these positions. As now into the imbalances for tonight, let's have a look to see if we could be a little spicy. So Visa with a buy imbalance. Let's see what that stock is doing here into the close. See? So this is why I don't really trust some of these imbalances that we see sometimes. As Visa goes to the downside. We've been seeing some TD Bank weakness lately. Talk about the Canadian markets. TD Bank with the sell side as well. Thank you, Randy, as he's back, baby. We took that 30 cents on Tesla. We're going to see if we can get more on that one as well. Google's starting to go back up to the upsides. It doesn't look like those imbalances are anything right now. So there it is, man. We'll go. I joke about diamond hands, of course. I'm going to tell my wife, because my wife really likes Randy. Me and Randy being on now for 45 mins. Watch, she's going to be like, yay, why didn't you tell me earlier, probably. Okay, and you met my wife probably 20 years ago, honestly.
It's been a while.
Maybe 16, 17 years ago, when I met her. I mean, when I met her, you met her probably, so there you go.
That's better. Okay.
Much better. All right, are you juiced up, ready to go? Because I don't have much cooking right now other than a win on Google. That's 40 cents. $1.30 on Meta. And now A little quarter right
Rivian's
now.
pulling back too,
here.
eh?
You like that Rivian trade? You want me to go over there and trade that? What are you seeing in Rivian?
Well, we're up 0.2% in just
Rivian.
5 minutes here, and it's coming back. I mean, like I said, at the end of the day, it's pretty quiet, but it's just
Zoom
trying
back
to
out on that
clutch.
chart, man. Zoom back out on that. That's
What do you want?
Zoom out. I want that top
hour?
left. Oh, right here. Yeah, in the middle there. Yeah. Over. No.
Which one?
Stop.
Where? What?
Move this. The magnifying glass.
Oh, the magnifying.
Zoom out. There we go. See, this will give you a better look. See.
There we go.
So this is why, we'll get through all this, Randy. Like, you'll teach me about cars. We'll go back and forth about charts. When you see a chart like that, Randy, what does it tell you?
I haven't a clue.
Right. Me
I'm just
neither.
kidding.
No. Boring. There's not much happening. If you could put your little cursor down there to the bottom and show everybody, go down. You're using your hands. Go down. Right there. Oh, stop. That shelf up. There. So I feel like that was a good buy because look
Yeah.
at the last couple of hours. We did have some support down there.
And it's pulled back.
And now it's pulling back to the upside. So where would we short this? No?
No, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't really like that name. We'll hold off on Rivian. Not much happening and have another sip of our coffee.
Coffee's good.
Any plans for the weekend?
Gonna go home and shovel snow.
What?
We're
Is it
getting
that
snow
big? Really?
Yeah.
No.
A couple inches, I think. So and
Okay.
there's more coming. So I don't know.
What kind of luck do you have giving it to your kids as a job? Shoveling.
No luck.
No luck. Same.
Well, I have a snowblower.
Oh, so you're just having it for fun out there.
Yeah, I mean,
takes a couple seconds.
For them, it's playtime. They're older, but they've asked them to shovel, and they're like, nah, I'd rather
I thought
not.
I was being like this, like really kind of mean dad, and I was like, yo, you guys don't shovel this year, no more Robux for you. Like,
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
stuff like that. Stuff like that, because no, it's part of their chores. So the only
Yeah,
job
mine
my
are-
12-year-old has, he's got to take care of his room, laundry, put it away, and all that kind of stuff, and, handle his
Can't
bed
take
every
away
day.
their Roblox though. That's
No, Robux.
Oh, Robux.
Stop buying them.
Yeah.
Robux, not Roblox.
My kids are 16 and 18, and they have no impetus to shovel whatsoever.
No.
They're not into it. I
So
mean,
the story goes is that I told them, so this year you guys are shoveling. We've had one opportunity this year to shovel.
yeah, I have started
it's
my
like- it's
snowblower
like-
once.
Such a burn.
It is what it is. I mean,
like
we're
last
getting a
year
little
they're
bit
not-
of winter
Yeah,
now.
it's
but
not even worth shoveling. Marissa just sent, there's nothing happened. See, look, Marissa goes, Randy, with a big laugh emoji there. Oh,
Hi,
man,
Marissa.
Sure told her earlier. Maybe she'll.
We're getting a last lick of winter, and I think it's going to be over in a week. So, whatever.
I heard
It's-
+4 on Sunday, so it melts everything.
I'll take it. I'm not a fan anymore. I mean,
3:30.
I don't ski anymore. I don't snowmobile much anymore, and it's kind of
Yeah.
You just
Ice
drive-
fish.
you-
Ice fishing. You've been this
Yes,
year? I haven't heard
twice.
you- Oh, okay.
Twice.
Normally you tell me it feels
You know
like
what?
you haven't.
Overall,
By the way,
the
Google Moon.
winter,
Google Moon.
Google Moon.
What's up with that, Randy? What's up with that, my guy?
Go baby, go.
You won't believe this. I just tried to punch out, and the thing literally just went down 10 cents. So there you go. It's season order, and it literally tanks. I'm at 25 right now. Let's see if we get that back upside. But what's up with that? Nice. We get it. Did we get filled there? Yes, we did. Yes, sir. Right there.
Kaboom.
Kaboom. Goes the dynamite.
Not bad.
Having this talk, I feel like we could be having a beer right now. You know what I mean? Having good times and enjoying a good little afternoon of trading. I mean, we're adding to our net here. We're having a good time. The man, the
bad.
myth, the legend says Diamond Realty of Miami. You ever been to Every Day I'm Shoveling? I like that one. What's up, Zamalek? Little Rick
Every
Ross.
Day?
You don't know who Rick Ross is.
Do not.
Good. That's good, probably. All right. So he's from Miami. A rapper.
Interesting.
Not Christmas presents type.
No.
Rap Christmas presents, Okay. What else here? Any other names there? You got Rivian on
I just
your
want
mind?
to go back and check Home Depot again, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Did you want to look at the Home Depot on the daily chart or what?
I do.
Okay. Yeah. Have a look
I'll
at
buy
that
up.
because
I'm just curious as to the move and see what it's doing. It's,
I wonder.
that XOM and Lulu were the only three I was watching this morning, but there wasn't a whole lot going on.
So when you talk about watching stock, are you looking to potentially make some swing trades? Are you looking to invest in maybe in a little bit of longer term?
No, I don't really
plays?
hold much any longer than a couple of days tops.
Okay.
It's all about the moves. I'm not trading with the frequency that you guys do. But
You actually have a job, Randy.
I actually have a job. I just mentioned to Adara, we were out making coffee, that I sit on Reddit a lot and grab news feeds and listen to a lot of conversations, not just the auto industry, but about other stocks in general, just some kind of inside information and just see what's going on. There's lots of interesting. That's why I love Reddit. I'm a Redditor. Lots of interesting things going on out there. I just don't have the time.
Right.
There's always something else to do. Maybe shoveling snow, but. Lots of interesting plays out there. So that's my strategy, Just a couple of things. I do follow XOM. I do follow, obviously, the auto industry. Every morning and every evening it's on my sort of to read list. But I'm interested, that's all. So I have my daily sort of digest. You have your sticky note. We all have our sources of not only news, but just general information. And then there's some insider information.
Sure.
So
I feel like that's what the Reddit forums are actually all about. We actually have I got to go find it because there's a graphic that we're saving for the podcast. Yeah, Randy's probably all good there. Brankos, manage the. Where's the rest of the people on the floor, by the way? Did Brankos fire everybody or what? What happened over here?
They gone.
Maybe, you know what? It's probably the weather. Some people are sick. Wayne's on vacation, went to Hong Kong. Shout out to Wayne there as well.
Nice.
All right, what's the Lambo trade with engine light on? Lambos have do Lambos have bad reputations for repairs? I don't think so. Do they? How's your Lambo doing? It's all right. It's all right.
It's all right. Lamborghinis.
Did you just see my screen flicker there? By the way, did you see it go black?
Did not.
Okay.
Might be your leg shake.
What does Randy do for your job? Do you want to explain what your primary job is around here?
Oh, Robbie's on the ones and twos. Look out.
Oh, Rob's over there. That's why I was like, why did someone almost
that's why your
throw
screen's
up
flashing.
over there?
Rob's over there. Robbie, we had a loose connection on one of Sean's monitors. I'll have to fix that.
I'm not doing anything over here, but no. So you work in networking. What was your network engineer?
Director of IT. Which, we do everything. Ooh. We bring coffee and we keep the lights on and
yeah, man. I've known you for, like I said, you were here when I started here. So I've been here since 2002. Yeah, I graduated university. My very first job was here. So yeah, 2002. Wow. Yeah, man. 22 damn years.
Cheers to that.
Used to have hair.
That's a hell of
a lot.
Used to have hair. Yeah, I was
man. And then you've been here how long?
98.
98. So, yeah, you got 4 years on me.
We're dating ourselves, but that's...
No, everyone knows we're both 36-ish.
Yeah, Home Depot's flat, too. There's not much going on. 36. Interesting.
We glance over that stuff.
I know.
Stop talking about age. Okay, as we go. All right, so we got out of Google up there. Let's just address this Meta. It's 337. We're having a lot of fun. We already talked about holding on for the dream here on Meta. We really got a lot of covers here. We cover at the 200 period, man, and that's exactly what we did. So nice little cover down there for Meta. We're just holding on to one last piece. If you guys are still in it, honestly, this push back here to the 50 period, you're now swooping up there. And again, that's an indication for a long, not a short. So we're holding on to this short right now, but we've made not a heck of a lot of money, but we've about doubled our net here in the afternoon just by trading off this Meta, trading off this Tesla, which continues, Randy, to go higher and higher and higher. Oh, did we find that Randy graphic ever? There was a Tesla one or a car one. Did you ever find that, Fabian? No? Okay. Anyways, that'd be kind of cool to hit right now if we had that. But there goes Tesla. Nice upside move. We'll see if we can break the high of the day at least here at 171.20 or so. Or at least this high. Were we up higher earlier on? No. Okay, so that's right. So we're already kind of at this breaking spot right now. We just got to get a little more. I think we can do that into the close. Let's see if Tesla wants to work. It's a 50-cent winner right there, Randy. So we'll take that. 50 cents there on Tesla, 70 cents here on Google. And then Meta, we're just kind of waiting to see if there's anything happening.
Here's one for you to look at. Have a look at BOH.
Bank of Hawaii?
Bank of Hawaii, down 3%. Wonder what that's all about.
Are you impressed that I knew that was Bank of Hawaii without looking it up?
I knew that you knew that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Just wondering, that's...
Ooh, down 3%. So some of these regional banks have had issues. So
A rough ride.
Yeah, a rough ride as they. The problem with the regional banks, and again, see the volume here. This is not tradable for us.
Yo, I know it's pretty low volume.
So if you do like regional banks, you want to go over to the KRE, which is the regional bank ETF. So much more volume, and you can see still a nice little downside move. The problem with regional banks, and again, not my specialty would be to talk about the financial system, but is the fact that they have a lot of commercial real estate.
a lot of exposure to commercial.
Right, a lot of exposure to commercial real estate.
Yep.
And as a lot of those either big commercial buildings or even bigger apartment buildings and newer developments like that tend to be emptier. We have, by my house, we have a huge like factory that was bought and gutted and nothing's moved in there. And it's been like 4 or 5 years, you know what I mean?
Empty.
So, empty.
Really?
Completely empty. Yeah, I think they're waiting for. I'll tell you about it after, but I think they're waiting for a, someone to move in there and possess that.
You should grab it.
I should grab it. Yeah, that's what I should do for sure. I don't have enough to do, so I'll probably do that as well. But yeah, we'll get some real estate. Oh, were me and you going to go in on that place in Aruba there, or the Bahamas, or what?
Ooh,
because we need to go. We need to have some vacation time.
It's
timeshare, baby. Anybody have timeshare? Like,
oh man,
I always kind of think like sometimes I feel like you could get scammed and stuff.
And yet I've got friends down there, and they were down there. They spend the winter there, and it hasn't been hot.
Great. Yeah, I heard.
It's not been that warm. Like high 70s, mid 70s. It's warmer than here, but
right.
it's not.
It's not like the best it's ever been.
No, so I don't know if the Bahamas is the place to go or not, but
I mean, we've been. It's a harder sell now because we didn't even really have a winter.
True.
So like you feel so much better about just hanging around here now.
Yeah.
Like we went for walks pretty much every day. Like this winter's been great.
It's been wonderful.
That's funny. Good one, Zamalek. We have a little bit of an Adara-ism. Bank of Hawaii is down because they're expecting rates to go aloha. So, and with rates going higher and higher. And speaking of that, what's going higher and higher is right now people that took the advice that we did not take ourselves, Randy. This is flying high, that's for sure, and this is CGC. Remember we were debating it, Randy?
Yes.
We said, if we break that high, what are we going to do? We both kind of said we should be punching this level potentially. We didn't do it because we couldn't figure out where to get out. But hey, right now, if you're long there, I hope you took that advice. Unfortunately, I'm not in it right now. But nice little break there of 740. Let's see if we can get higher than this now into, again, we've zoomed this out before. I'm not in it, but I'll still talk about it because I know there's a lot of people that are in this. Just hold on. There it is.
Hold on.
So let me just show it to you right here. $7-8. We've already been up here. This goes back to December of last year. These highs, $8, $8.23. So as you approach those levels, it's been such a monster move in the last couple weeks here for CGC, including going through that reverse split here. That's not a couple weeks ago. That's back at the beginning of the year. And then now you finally get that announcement there in Germany and CGC holding medical licenses and whatnot, and that was a good play. It seems like now for those of you that have been going long on CGC, and you'll be having a good weekend for sure on those profits right there. So there we go. Look, someone's going to lend us their timeshare in Florida.
I'm up for that.
Yeah.
I love Florida.
I shout out my good friend Nelson, who was in the chat before. I actually stayed at his place in Fontainebleau right there, and that has Live nightclub, and the wife, myself, and both of our kids went there, and a big shout out to that. He took care of everything. That was fantastic. We had a great time down there. Plane tickets were pretty cheap as well. That was a great time.
The drive down
shout out to Nelson.
Rotonda, Florida. I love Florida. It's
I haven't
Gulf
been
Coast, though.
Yeah, we went to Miami there, and we used to go as a kid. Like, we went to Dunedin. We talked a little bit about that, going for the Jays, and I've been to Disney. Is it Land or World in Florida? One of those.
Disney World, I believe.
Disney World. World?
World.
In World, so yeah. And then I went to, was there something that used to be called Busch Gardens?
Yes.
Like I rode around on an elephant. There's a picture of me back on an elephant.
You rode an elephant?
Yeah, man. It was just like a ride.
Did you walk normally after that?
Yes. I did.
You rode an elephant?
Yeah, man. You could sit on an elephant and ride around.
How old were you?
Like 6 or 7. Yeah, you could do that. Yeah.
Ride an elephant.
Yeah, man. What do you mean? Why is this so hard to believe? It's like at a theme park.
Sure.
Like, you know how you go, like we've read, you know when you go to farms and you ride ponies and.
I've ridden a pony, but
There you
not
go.
an elephant.
Of course, you haven't ridden an elephant. That's what I'm telling you. I did.
Okay.
But yeah, so that was, Tampa. So there you go, Busch Gardens. So yeah, that was in Tampa. So,
Yes.
So we went there, and then we had a lot of fun at Universal Studios
Yes.
as well, man.
Universal's
A
awesome.
lot of cool. There used to be an Indiana Jones. Now that's under Disney. That was a lot of fun.
My favorite parts in Tampa is Ybor City. It's a
nice.
closed off area. You can walk around for
Oh, really?
several blocks in any direction. Lots of bars and clubs and lots of great restaurants. Amazing seafood.
Is it Tampa? Where's ARC going, Brendan? Somewhere in Florida, Kathy Wood is it Tampa?
Oh, Kathy.
I'll find out. St.
Oh,
Pete.
St. Pete. Okay.
St. Pete, yeah.
Have a look at Tilray.
Yeah, Tilray's another one of those names.
It's on a bit of a tear today.
Tilray.
I'm
Let's see. Yeah, so again, getting some of that marijuana sort of, tailwind. Again, not as good as a trade there as CGC because of the German aspect. Tilray has big investments in the United States. So they've recently bought Afria, not recently, but a couple years ago, amalgamated into that. So I feel like, Tilray. And then MSOS, we keep talking about them as an ETF. Let's see what they're up today. Probably down. Okay, so yeah, very specific here. This is an American, I guess. Maybe that's why. But why is MSOS down? Okay, the market's starting to get going upside a little bit right now. We almost have that dollar, Randy. Tesla. Look at that take.
There we go.
Look at that damn take. The chef is cooking.
Despite the fire
right now?
at their substation in Berlin and China sales being, diminished or flat across the board, and people are selling some of their Cybertruck reservations, which don't tell anybody. There's been some negativity and some turbulence ahead of their whole run for a while, but Elon's pushing on, so it's nice to see them claw back. I'm waiting for some more good news for a change.
Right.
When that'll happen, I don't know. There's been lots of things promised, and he has a habit of doing that. The Model 2 and Mexico news and other things we're waiting for. But nice to see that pullback.
Randy, I'm going to get out. All right, so if we can get out somewhere around 171, man, we'll just take this 70 cents. I mean, honestly, we started from the bottom, now we're here. And, we're starting to get up to the upside right now. So we're going to try to take a piece out right now. It's the high of the day. And we ran into here, into the close. We still do have those imbalances to come. So that's still something that could hit at any time right now. So 350, I don't know which way it's going to go. Let's get out of Tesla. I'm waiting at 97. Let's hope it hits. I could just punch out now, but we should be able to get it. Let's be a little more greedy, Al. But in being greedy, we gave up the last piece. So the good thing about Tesla is that we're still in half of this trade. So, we still have shares on this one. I might just get out right here, right now. Let's offer something in and around. There we go. We offer 92. Randy, that closes that trade here. Another one,
nice.
Successful one there for that trade. We'll put it in our pocket and, not worry now about said imbalances into the close.
You're buying brisket.
I'm buying the brisket. Oh, my God.
I know.
Yeah.
How long has it been? Like too long.
I think you told me like 2 years ago or something. We'll need to, I don't think it was I think it was.
Last summer.
No. Yes. No, I think it was last spring, around now. Because we mentioned it, we said when the weather gets better, we're going to go. And then we never went. That's why I think it was.
I could use some brisket. Right?
Yeah, we're going to go get some brisket and then we'll do that. Yeah. So DK says you remind him of Tom Hanks. I think you'll take that, no?
Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Is it? I don't know.
Run, Forrest, run.
Yeah, man. There we go. Take it.
Sure.
We'll take it for now. Why not?
Why not?
Yeah, I'd say that's fine. Okay, so thank you for that, DK. All right, we'll exit out of Google. Look at that trade. Look at that, Randy. Come on.
Wow.
I mean, what are we talking about here?
There we go.
So that's a great fill up there. Again, just sit in front of the penny, right? We talked about where we wanted those levels, and that looks like a good fill for us on Google. So yeah, I mean, to say that we're having a decent afternoon would be correct. So that's
considering it's a Friday and there's not a whole lot going on, but yeah.
Yeah. I tend to take a little bit of an opposite view on some of that sometimes, and I said this earlier, and I meant to talk to Sharif about this. The thing about it is whatever the time of day is the time of day. The opportunities are everywhere.
You make best use of it.
Yeah, and it's just kind of like, it's just, I want everybody to have as much confidence in their trading abilities to sort of put on a trade and then not worry. We just get out right there to end right there. I feel like you always want to be conscious of the time of day because I do think that there's opportunities at certain times that may be better than other times.
So we have the imbalance coming shortly.
So we have the imbalance coming short, and I think that this is a very good point as well, Randy. And that is that the imbalance can definitely change what happens here in the market. So let's call this up right now. We'll get rid of these brokers because we don't care about them anymore. We'll just care about the market, and we'll have NASDAQ coming through and the NYSE in just a matter of seconds and 20 seconds as it's 349.40 right now. These will all update, and then we'll start to see some flying around. So my meta trade, I'm going to cancel my stop. It was going to be at 510. Let's just see what happens here with meta. Hopefully it comes as a sell imbalance, and then we'll figure it out after that. So here we go. Make sure you all join me for the podcast. And there it is, 350 O's right now. So now the imbalance is out. We'll wait. Adair's not at her desk, but maybe she can yell it to me if she sees it. The imbalance will come out, and here it goes.
Softy's a buy.
Yeah, so there it is. So yeah, let's talk about that. So Microsoft's a buy. So boom goes the dynamite. A nice little 67 cents to the upside right there. Ford, where was it? There it is. No, oops, there's so everything's a buy. This is good. Yeah, 5.3 to buy. So it's 5.3 billion to buy. Things are starting to rip up. So this is going to make my Tesla outlook silly. Yeah, not really. Still, Tesla's not really bumping up. Let's check out what Google's doing. Still a good out for us on Google right there. So I'm happy with that. Meta starting to go to the upside. Do we see Meta on here? No, we do not.
No, we don't.
But look at this, man. NVIDIA. Oh no, Randy. A nice little 700. How are they going to pair this off? They're
Google,
not going to
718,000.
They're not going to find enough liquidity to pair this off. Google could be a monster into the close. NVIDIA. We could watch this into the close here. That's going to be hard to pair off. Where is that size? Who's going to take 700,000 shares? Who's going to sell that much into the close? So that's something that I worry about right there. That could fire up, or it could just get paired off. So we'll wait to see there. There it is now. See? So someone just took down 100,000 shares. It was 7. Now it's 6.
Amazon.
Look at this starting to go upside. See, sometimes I give advice and I don't take it myself, but there it is. Nice little upside move here for NVIDIA. I think we could really climb on this 5.3 billion share, $5.3 amount of a buy imbalance there into the close. So yeah, here they go, man. And just to show you, like, there it is. Sometimes these imbalances, and again, this is for you, Randy, like as just a normal investor who doesn't really care about the last 10 minutes of trade, these are little things that can change, man. Option prices, little stupid things like that. Like, look at Lucid here, not a big buy imbalance, so that's not going to affect them. But, you know, if you're an Amazon trader, that goes from 178.90 all the way up to 179.20. So anyways, those are the imbalances, and that's kind of some of the effects that we can have on stock, bringing Amazon right to high a day again. So I'm going to get out of this meta trade. It's 10% of what we had, but my target was 510. So if we break 510 on the imbalance, we'll just get out. I might as well just get out now. Let's just get out now for 25 cent hit. Any
5 cents
any
is better
thoughts
than
here?
no sense at all.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back to XOM if I can bring it up.
Sure, yeah, just go. You can tab over, by the way.
I know, I'm just old school here.
There might not be anything happening.
We're flat on the day.
There we go. We just covered at 70 there on Meta, so we'll get that cover and out. So we covered for what we were short at. So that's okay. A little bit of a give back there at the end of the day on the last 10%. We said NVIDIA had a chance to go. Let me know when your chart's ready to go on in. Look at this. Wow. We called that NVIDIA move. You know, we were looking at down here at 941, 942 just 3 minutes ago. There it goes, higher and higher and higher. As I should have just punched that imbalance. Oh man. Uh-oh. Is it 55 yet? What's Apple doing? Look at Apple. Why didn't we identify that? Ooh. Apple with a sell imbalance of 1.5 million shares. So that's into the downside. Apple doing 55 million shares today, starting to go to the downside there. I'm still looking for NVIDIA. So it's under 500 now. There it is. Oh, NVIDIA turned to a buy. So same buy. Sorry, didn't turn anywhere. Same buy. Look at NVIDIA. It's going to be very important. Like, this might not get paired off. This could spike right at the close, guys. As the NASDAQ's going to have to sell shares of NVIDIA to pair this off. So let's wait to see what happens here into the close right now. So that's what's going on right here. Palantir, will Palantir print a green week? People in the chat asking. Let's have a quick look at it and find out. As Palantir does have that buy imbalance. No. Well, will it be a green week? I mean, without, actually putting that into a chart, if this was Monday, looks like Palantir is going to have to get above, what, 24.50? So I don't know about that, but maybe it will. That's Palantir on watch right now. I don't see much else happening, guys.
Not much going on.
Did you get XOM? Or
It's.
There's
I moved on to Apple, just
Okay.
having a look at the close to see what was going on there, but up just 0.7% on the day.
Pretty
Yeah.
boring, I feel like.
It's a
today.
quiet Friday.
Yeah, pretty quiet Friday here into the close. So, okay, again, thank you everybody for watching. I want to obviously thank Randy. I want to thank Brankles who was here. We still got Brankles on there on the bottom. That's not you, Randy, or is it there on the bottom left there of the screen?
That's me.
That's
Brankles.
Randy, my bad. Yeah, a little bit. So a big shout out to Brankles and to everybody today that came through and really, stepped in for Obi and for Neil. Neil's going to be on vacay for the rest of the week, next week as well.
Wow. Next week too?
Yeah. I believe.
Wow.
I think so. And then Obi, I don't think he's spending that much time because spring training is over.
No, not yet.
The Blue Jays home opener, though, I think is Tuesday or Thursday next week.
Is it?
Yeah, baseball starts today.
Not for everybody, though.
Not for everybody.
No,
Some
no.
teams are playing today, so I believe, anyways. Okay, so Obi will be here next week, and then Randy maybe could hop back on.
Sure.
Why not? Yeah, people seem to like this. So, all right, did NVIDIA turn around? Let's go have a look quickly here at NVD. Oh, it's because Palantir was a New York stock. Okay, so a little bit of a turnaround. Let's call up those imbalance locator. And did it exactly get paired off? Must have been. I don't see. MO. Philip Morris. Okay, big sell, but not doing anything. Let's sort it by alphabetically.
Ford's still on there.
What was that?
Ford.
Hold on a second. NVV.
NVDA.
NVVV. Here it is.
Oh, there it is.
NVDA. Yeah, so it's a small buy now. Wow, they got 1 million shares done. Okay, so NVIDIA's doing NVIDIA-like things right now. Still a buy. You can start to see it go upside a little bit here. Still a buy of 83,000 shares, but NVIDIA doing a little bit of a dance there
Apple?
into the close. AMD, I'm not going to, you know what, these imbalances now, it's too close to the end unless it shows up. There's there's AMD hovering around 180. I was like, Apple's not at 180. There's AMD hovering around that 180 mark, so a decent day for them coming through again there for Advanced Micro Devices. Up today. It had a worse start to the day, as it was all the way down here at 175, a nice gain back of 180.
How did ARM do at the close?
We'll look at this next week for sure. ARM at the close. Yeah, I mean, I think we should. I mean, you like this stock here?
I love
it's a great long-term stock.
So do I. I'm very enamored with how this has played out. Very enamored. Again, lots and lots of product being built on their licensed design. So license fees are their bread and butter, and there's more to come. So yeah, I'm very much interested in how this plays out.
People really appreciate you being on here and asking about you coming on the podcast at some point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So we'll get that all figured out as
we'll tee that up.
Yeah, we're waiting for it because we're just waiting for a better setup with everything. And definitely everybody check tonight. Check out the podcast as our stream seems to be having a little bit of a issue there. It was going back and forth, but I think that was on purpose to identify that there is no market recap show tonight. So we had a great week we had Micron earnings, we had Nike earnings, we had Lululemon today. You talked about FedEx and that earnings report that came through. And then next week we have more to come. We have GameStop next week. We have Carnival Cruise. Oh yeah,
CCL.
Yeah, what about cruises? Are you for or against cruises? Because I was thinking about going on a vacation.
Not my cup of tea, but
okay.
To each their own. No.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. If you had, what do you prefer now that we go into snow or rain?
Ooh, I prefer rain because you don't have to shovel it.
I was going to say, because as you go home into...
we haven't had much winter this winter. We have.
had much
We
winter this
can't.
winter,
We
yeah. We've
can't
been lucky.
complain loudly, or if at all. We just, for the northern climate, the Rust Belt that we live in, we haven't had a long winter. And the older you get, the less I care about that because it's, I'm not a fan of shoveling. If you're a skier or a snowmobiler or a person who loves winter activities, it's been tough on the ski resorts this year.
Very tough.
Snowmobilers, the B&Bs and the resorts that cater to winter activities. It's not been a fun year for winter in parts of Canada. I mean, out west early in the season they got a lot of snow. Now, not so much. You go to Mont Tremblant or go to...
Yeah, depending where you're at.
Yeah, it depends where you are. So my kids are skiers, my wife's a skier, but we haven't done much skiing this year. So winter's a thing. It's obviously it is what it is. We can't control the weather, but it's been a tough year for resort operators and for anybody who around this area enjoys winter. Not been so much activity.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a rough ride for some of those businesses. But you know what? They will survive. You make when it's good. You don't when it's bad. So okay, there you go. I don't know if you saw my screen flitch there. All right, countdown right now as we get ready. There's Adara just standing out there chilling out. I hope Adara has a great weekend as well. And here we go right now with 3, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you, and thank you for everything, Miss Adara, today as well. She's always killing it. I don't know if you noticed that, Randy.
Always.
So thanks to Adara today. I want to thank Brankos as well. I want to thank Real Trading, our #1 sponsor, of course. Real Trading, go check them out at realtrading.com. You talked about not much on plan for this weekend. That might be a good idea. I've got to go to Ancaster tomorrow. Ooh, I know.
drive.
It's like 40, 45 minutes.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
for hockey. So.
Yeah, hockey.
What else are we going to do? And then my kid has a hockey. So we have 2 hockey games tomorrow. And something on Sunday, but I don't remember what it is. And you're not doing much. Stay inside, relax.
Yeah, I mean, the weather's going to be what it is.
What is your go-to takeout food? Like if the wife was like, let's order in tonight, what do you guys?
We typically do pizza, but there's other, I prefer to make dinner.
Yeah, same.
Oh yeah, good barbecue. I'm a big chicken wing guy. I love wings. I could eat 2 pounds of wings, but
kids are finally into
the kids
those.
kind of dictate the menu.
Right.
So we get
At 16 and 18, they're not too picky, are they? My girls
Sort of.
love sushi.
My kids love sushi.
So that is
My wife, no.
That is-
so there's a bit of a battle there, but we mix it up.
that's always wins for me.
I could just eat 2 pounds of wings and be happy.
I was out the other night at that wrestling event, and it was a lot of fun. Edge and Christian, I don't know if Chris Jericho was there. Anyway, it doesn't matter. And they ordered sushi, so they stayed in and ordered that.
I could eat sushi all day.
I like a Thai,
all day.
like a good noodle, like a noodle
Yes.
dish, Thai food, something
Yes.
like that. Okay, thank you, Randy. Thank you for coming by again, my guy.
Anytime.
Always a pleasure to do the show with a guy like Randy. All right, join everybody tomorrow, because the podcast drops at 10 o'clock. Find us on Spotify, on iTunes, on Apple Podcasts, whatever it's called. Find us there. There's a QR code, or a link that's going to go out on Trader TV Live. Are you trying to put this darker on me right here? I'm trying to advertise the podcast. You see it. Turn those damn lights on. But no, just playing around. Find our Twitter handles tomorrow for everything. Thank you, Brankos, again for the big show.
Thank you,
Always a
Randy.
pleasure.
No worries, pal.
Take care. Drive carefully if you are going, and I will see you on Monday as well. So from everybody here, Randy, wrap it up.
Have a good weekend, folks. See ya.
Okay, ciao, ciao.